Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
A special event on the mountain for Ozicar. It's Ozicar's Bathurst 6 hour, 3 classes of racing, 6 hours of racing, live here on SimSpeed TV. David Haynes with Reese Gardner and Jay Kennedy. Reese, running out of things to tell you about Mount Panorama because it's the place. It's him as far as racetracks are concerned. Whatever the cars, whatever the weather conditions, whatever the time of year, great racing. And this is a truly great format of racing that's growing in popularity massively on the mountain. It's the 6 hour for production cars.
Yeah, indeed. And I suppose you could say semi-production in the case of GT4 as we find our way down to country New South Wales, just beyond the Blue Mountains, separating Sydney from Bathurst. Every single time we come here, we go through the same rigmarole, don't we? If you're Australian, you know this track. If you're a motorsport fan, you know this track. And everything you could possibly say about this circuit has already been said. It is spectacular. It rides the terrain. You have this incredible amount of skill required to go fast around here. The walls, you have to keep an eye out for them. And major overtaking opportunities down at the Chase, Murray's Corner, Hell Corner, Griffin's Bend, maybe at the Cutting if you're brave. But yeah, otherwise it'll be a death sentence.
There's going to have to be a couple of overtaking opportunities with 3 classes of racing happening today. So amongst them, you're going to need to work your way through the traffic, and that necessitates perhaps finding some unconventional overtaking opportunities where the difference in horsepower exists between the different cars. This could be one of those places across the top on the way into Skyline. Class A is GT4 style machinery there, and the balance of performance has the horses trimmed just a little bit on a couple of the cars. Hopefully give us some good racing there. Class B for front wheel drive touring cars, and Class C is for more of the production style cars. It's got the Renault Clio, the Mazda MX-5 and the Toyota GR86 in there. So we're going to see hopefully lots of different body styles. 3 classes to talk about today.
Yeah, indeed. Unfortunately, it seems that TCR is a little bit thin. We only have 2 entries in that class, and I was hoping, as a front-wheel drive fanatic, that we'd see some Renault Clios in the field, but it seems no one's taken that big leap. So we're only going to have Mazda MX-5s and Toyota GR86s in Class C. And in Class A, it turns out that the BMW is certainly the car to have. The current spec M4. The majority of teams are racing that car, but we do have a few Porsche Caymans, Mercedes, and McLarens in there as well in this class. We also have in the Ozicar Racing Team entry an Aston Martin, which is excellent to see. I always appreciate an Aston out there on track.
So what it says on the tin, I don't need to tell you again, this is a 6 hour race, but there's just a little bit of qualifying underway at the moment for a warm-up and then the 6 hour race. believe that Class C and Class B have already qualified, and now it's just a matter of the GT4s. So Jake Edwards leads that one at the moment. And we're looking at a very touching sort of Anzac livery there for Mick Clifton. If you're watching football of just about any code this weekend, you'll know that a special Anzac Day tribute in the sporting landscape is a common thing.
Yeah, indeed. There's a whole heap of Anzac liveries that we're going to be going through throughout the day here. Mick Clifton driving for the Accelerate Endurance team. The second car that this team has, their first car, the number 76, currently up in 5th place in qualifying, which is great to see. They're performing quite well. We have One Performance Racing, though, up the top in GT4 as things stand, and looks like GT4 only at this point. We have our Class B and C cars mostly in the pits. B and C class have already finished their qualifying, so it is all out for the GT4s here. Mostly driving the BMW M4 F82 with the big sniff front end. We do have the older generation M4 GT4 in here as well, and a couple of teams have decided to go for it.
I thought they went alphabetical order, and this is the G82, and the previous one's the F82. But again, no one cares about BMW model codes like they do about Porsche ones.
Yeah, true. I thought you were just going to end the sentence there and say nobody cares about BMW model codes. I was going to be like, all right.
I wasn't going to bring that kind of tone so early, but
it would have been funny. Anyway.
And tough to argue against.
Yeah. I mean, I can't come up with any argument against it. But if I have gotten it wrong, I do apologize to those who do care about it. Lockhart Brownlee in one of the very thin field of non-BMW cars in GT4. But Drop Bear Venus deciding to go for the Mercedes, and at the moment holding on to a solid top 10. And as far as I'm aware, we do have Momentum Motorsport with a Mercedes and a Porsche each, plus Australia Wide Racing Blue in a Mercedes, being the other non-BMWs in the top 10.
Now, change to the order there.
Yeah, my question is, why has Lockhart Brownlee suddenly changed to Colin Bruns? That doesn't look right to me. I'm pretty sure Colin Bruns is Middle Finger Racing. So that is evidently some issue with the overlay, and that is being worked on as we speak. Of course, we've got a long way ahead of us here today, and plenty of opportunities to refresh and fix those overlays. Plenty of opportunities for some tea breaks as well. This is quite the relaxed race, I find. The Bathurst 6 Hour. It's got an awful lot of history behind it, but it's got that more sort of grassroots racing feel, isn't it?
That's certainly the history of it. I did like last weekend how many cars where they display the surnames of the drivers and it's just all the same surname because it's one family. It might be dad and two sons or that sort of thing. Okay, easy there, Mick Clifton. But that's certainly not what GT3 often looks like. It's a pro driver and a wealthy am, whereas a lot of the classes, many of the cars, it's a family affair.
Yeah, certainly is. Keep an eye on Mr. Clifton here as he finds his way down to Murray's Corner. Thought for half a moment he was going to go for the pits, but evidently not. See if this is going to get the Accelerate Endurance car into the top 10. Unfortunately, it will not. A 2:15.296. They set a 2:14.6, their fastest time in qualifying, so have to make some form of improvement on that lap. Clint Jennison, meanwhile, in the 111. This is Middle Finger Racing, the Salute. Middle Finger have turned up with 2 cars today, one of course being this one, the Salute. The other one is called the Bird, and yeah, I'll leave it to you to figure out what that is referring to.
It's not a tough problem to solve, is it?
No, not very tough at all. Certainly not as tough as the problem of a lap around this track. They are running another Anzac Day tribute livery, and of course painted by Mad As Designs, Dan Stevens' little iRacing paint shop, and a little bit of a spin for Clint out of the last corner of the circuit, but another lovely looking scheme there.
Traction zones are looking just a little bit spicy for these BMWs, because we saw others traction zone at Forest Elbow. Is just getting out of the way, but certainly not a completely docile thing.
Yeah, I've noticed the BMW is, when I have driven it, obviously, yeah, it is a quick car, but it tends to be a little bit on a knife edge if you want to carry that speed.
Jake Edwards has got a purple sector on the lap that he's currently about to complete. On Performance Racing 51 is already up top, but no. In the end, no improvement there. It's just a very fractional margin of 33 thousandths of a second between Blake Fitz in the M4 Privateers versus Jake Edwards in One Performance Racing. No requirement for the qualifying driver to be the starting driver. I'm not even aware of a requirement for there to only be one qualifying driver. It's always funny when that happens. You're like, the poor confidence of the first driver that, you know, halfway through a 20-minute session you get booted out and the other driver has a go. It's like, no, I think that's all there was in it. No, don't believe you. Give me the keys.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually scrolling through the teams here to try and find out if anyone did have 2 qualifying drivers. Looks like Middle Finger Racing the Bird, which is their TCR entry, had Mark Newton and Daniel Stevens both setting laps in the qualifying session, and Newton was the first driver in the car, also set the fastest lap in that car. So I don't know, maybe Daniel was using that as a little bit of practice. They set their time, they knew that it was good in a field of only 2 TCR cars, and they'll be able to continue on from there. So Stevens just got in his final race preparations. Well, 7.5 minutes to go, and this machine still powering its way out of Forest Elbow here. Jake Edwards leading that trio of BMWs. Behind him is Dylan Shepherd in the second of the One Performance Racing cars, and then Blake Fitzpatrick in the M4 Privateers machine, which has managed to qualify on the front row. They'll be hoping to improve on this. Close in track position to the pole position car, provisional one at least, and the One Performance Racing number 143 is currently 4th. So potential for improvements from all of these drivers as they come across the line. Jake Edwards will set a 2:13.1. That's going to be a new quickest lap for them, but the second One Performance car goes to the top. Dylan Shepherd, 2:13.195 there. And the M4 Privateers car relegated down to 3rd.
So the margin flips from 0.03 of a second in favor of One Performance Racing in favour of the other One Performance Racing. Now Accelerate Endurance, Greg Favell goes to the top.
Wow.
He wasn't part of that group of cars. He goes to the top.
Yeah, that's a great lap from Greg Favell. Damien Cairns coming to the end of a lap 2. 2:15.2 to beat, but it's not going to be beaten. That is almost a second off. Still got a few more opportunities to improve, though. Roughly, I'd say 2 more laps worth of time in the session. Matthew Dench now in the Orbit Drop MR's Mercedes is looking interesting here as he makes his way up the top of the hill. Through the cutting, on the power, use the traction control if you dare. Actually quite close gaps at the front of this field. We've got a 300th of a second gap there for provisional pole. And Matthew Dench only 800ths of a second behind that fastest lap time. So any small improvement that can be made on a lap is going to be worth something here in the top 4.
I was going to say that his last lap, his fastest lap, puts him within a 10th of pole, so it is super close up there. Just outside of a 10th of pole is 5th place Million Esports. So, and showing us that the Mercedes has got a bit of something. Forest Elbow is still relatively pushing on. New lap from M4 Privateers, I think, moves them up. So it's 5 cars within a 10th of a second of each other for the pole position now.
Indeed, it looks like that 2:13.2 from M4 Privateers is a slightly newer one there. 2:13.222. And that takes a 10th out of their former fastest time as well. I suppose you could even extend it out to the top 6 at this point. Lewis Greathead in the Vermilion Esports car, only a 10th behind. So some teams are finding big improvements, but others having some issues getting those final lap times down. And of course, Mount Panorama in a qualifying session is tough to say the least. Not only do you have to be careful not to get off tracks, you also need to be careful not to get 0x's by hitting the walls up the top. That can invalidate your lap time. That's the reason why we're not seeing many actual valid lap times out of a lot of these teams. Oh, that was very close to an improvement for Lockhart Brownlee, but no dice. Kurt Nommensen, meanwhile, in the Bunnings emblazoned older BMW M4. Let's see what he can do to improve on 19th.
Lowest lap times are just the beginning.
Very good, very good. I thought for a second that was going to be an improvement for him, but it looks like it might not have counted. Probably their final opportunity there in the Lame Sheep Racing car.
Yeah, it must have hit a snag somewhere.
God. How much more of this is there going to be?
Oh, about 6 hours.
Oh, no. Oh, well, we'll keep our eye on Edoardo Pecorini. The 8th place Momentum Motorsport car finding itself onto Conrod Straight. Another one of those nice sort of neon synthwavy aesthetic liveries that I'm a big fan of. Some nice spec map usage on the writing on the side of the car as well. Current lap time for them are 2:13.6. Let's see what they can do coming down into Murray's Corner. Really is a Mercedes versus BMW fight here at the moment. 2:13.69 will not move them up the field, but always good to get that extra track time in.
That lap time there for Dylan Shepherd. Basically, any time, any little game would put him so close to stealing that pole position. Lockhart Brownlee was 9th when we checked in with him at one point earlier. Being shuffled down to 12th.
2:13.8, their fastest. Not able to match that on that lap, but we are going to have the opportunity for them to finish their laps here with only 20 seconds or so remaining on the session clock. Looks like Jake Edwards and Dylan Shepherd working together in the OPR machines to try and improve their lap times. Got 2 cars in the top 4. They would certainly like a front row lockout. 143 here at the head of this duo. Oh no, going very deep, coming through the S's. That's going to be no more opportunity for Dylan Shepherd to take provisional pole for the Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour. Checkered flag is out though. Brendan Purcell will now set that team's final lap time there in the Box 1 racing car. That's a 2:16.4. Nice improvement up into the top 20 for the Porsche Cayman. Keep an eye on Ozicar Brownlee to see if he can improve on that 2:13.8 and get the Orbit Drop Bear Mercedes into the top 10. How much does he need to gain? Looks like around about 0.2 of a second will clearly put him in there. A little bit less than 0.2 is going to be borderline. We're going a quick replay of the 351 pushing. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Bit of a mistake down there at the dipper. Ozicar Brownlee decides the lap is not worth completing. And in he will go. David, it looks like we're just waiting on Kurt Normanson here.
Yeah, looks like it at the moment. Checkered flags clearly waving at the start-finish line and has for a moment. 19th at the moment. Going to practice the pit entry. Not a bad idea. 111, the other middle finger racing car. Clint Jennison stays out complete this lap. 2:17.7 to beat, so and just a 10th away from it.
Well, it looks like with all of that run, won and done, qualifying is complete for the Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour. And quite an impressive performance from the Accelerate Endurance team. Always thought that Greg Favell was a quick one. Never seen him on pole in one of these major endurance events before though. So that's going to be your front row there, Favell and Shepherd.
Yeah, great qualifying session completed for the top Class A cars, and you see Blake Fitz and Jake Edwards. That's M4 Privateers and One Performance Racing on the second row. Because of course these qualifying drivers don't have to be the drivers that start the race. And so in 5th and 6th is Orbit Drop Bear Mars and Vermilion Esports. Then Australia Wide Racing and Momentum Motorsports. Top 10 completed by Powered by Coffee and another Momentum Motorsports.
Braden Nash at the wheel of that one. Mick Polly put the Southern Cross Racing BMW into 11th spot. Lockhart Brownlee, 6/10 off pole in 12th. Peter Baxter is going to start in 13th in the OSR Enduro car alongside Mick Clifton. As we move on back to the 8th row, Thinnest Venter in the Gamma Flare Esports BMW. In fact, Gamma Flare locking out that 8th row with Adam Hughes qualifying in 16th. Accelerate Endurance, the second car, in 17th spot alongside the OSR Enduro number 8. Korolev at the wheel running the Polisi livery, Korolev being a former cop himself. Top 20 rounded out by Eduardo Zamora, who's taking the wheel of the Lame Sheep Racing car from Kurt Nommensen, who qualified the car in 20th. We have that Porsche Cayman of Box 1 Racing.
So OG Gear Sports 21st and Ozicar Racing Team 22nd. Start to get to the tail end of Class A with Middle Finger Racing the Salute in 23rd. We haven't seen on track, on broadcast, these other classes of cars, but they qualified up earlier in the session. So these are cars making up TCR, Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics, and Middle Finger Racing the Bird. So they're a little thin on the ground in that class too. Then over in Class C, it's HTS Racing Yellow Mazda on pole for that class, with ETS Motorsports Toyota GR86 second. And then Australia Wide Racing Purple's Mazda and Middle Finger Racing's Toyota GR86.
The flip, nice.
Indeed. Slot Car Racing 5th and Australia Wide Racing Pink in 6th in that class.
And that's the field. The only other car in the session is the Ozicar Race Control machine. There was a second powered by coffee machine in the session, but they were not here for any practice, and they did not set a time in qualifying. Potentially an erroneous team registration there. Well, as we move our way through warm-up, we can check in on what the conditions are like. We have a very gusty wind going over the racetrack at the moment, 16 k's an hour. That's a fair clip. 24 degrees Celsius track temperature, only 20 out there in the air. It is a lovely, cool April day here in country New South Wales, in a virtual sense.
Yeah, this race virtually brought to you by Virtual Visit New South Wales. Visit New South Wales virtually.
I can't wait to experience the Sydney Harbour Bridge in VR.
Yeah, and I think we've taken virtual payment for that endorsement as well, best that I can tell. So yeah, the warm-up session right now might need just a tiny bit of warming up on track. There'll be a bit of sun at points, but potentially some overcast and very cold parts of the race today as well. Warm-up also gives us an opportunity to sort of gauge where is the speed and time difference between the different classes of car. Is it purely in a straight line? Often when you see the TCR cars and GT4s together, the TCRs can sort of brake and corner with the GT4s, but being front-wheel drive, they don't pick up as much throttle as early out of the corners. They don't have as much horsepower in a straight line, so the GT4s often make a lot of the time difference from sort of apex to throttle on and then down the straights. But through a long, fast corner or in a braking zone, don't really outmuscle the TCR cars.
Yeah, indeed. I think there's going to be some drama between those two TCRs and the GT4 field at various points in this race, especially if they end up coming up on them through the twistier parts of the lap. I mean, if you've done any official Michelin Pilot Challenge races, you certainly know firsthand the GT4 versus TCR experience. I think also the GT4s will need to keep a close eye out for the Class C cars. In this case, the MX-5 and the GR86. Gary Ohl here seems to be going at a sort of slower pace than the MX-5 is capable of right now. I think he's just getting used to the car again. But you will notice that the MX-5 and GR86, they corner like mad, but they have no power. They have no straight line speed. So you come up on them here at the faster points at the top of the circuit, you're going to have to see some line alterations.
Yeah, so then recapping from qualifying, the pole for Class A was a 2:13, pole for Class B a 2:18, pole for Class C 2:32. So while there's 5 seconds between A and B, there's more like 15 seconds between B and C. So they're not, right in the middle of pace. Those TCR cars are a lot closer to GT4. This is one of the Toyota GR86s.
Wayne Taylor at the wheel.
The South African, father to Ricky and Jordan.
Ah, right. I see. I don't believe so.
Oh.
Wayne, our producer Jay Kennedy behind the scenes saying that Wayne Taylor is actually from Jay's old hometown. And that would be, I don't want to mispronounce that, Jay. Can you tell me? Kyabram. Okay. That's the name of the town there. Kyabram, Victoria. Yeah, I've raced against Wayne Taylor a few times. He's part of the sort of Red Pepper Racing League that does racing on Monday nights, I believe.
You're going to tell me Wayne's a common given name and Taylor is a very common surname, and there's probably a lot of Wayne Taylors out there?
I'll perish the thought. That's impossible. He is actually Wayne Taylor 3. That's his iRacing name. I don't want to know how many John Smiths there are. Over 100, Jay says. He's checked.
I'm teammates with Kyle Smith 32.
Wow. That's amazing. Jay saying that last time he checked the amount of John Smiths in iRacing, it was 145. So we'll see if that's increased any. It undoubtedly has, but by how much? We'll have to wait and see. Clint Jennison in the 111, getting those final preparations in, but the other car's carrying a lot more speed up the top of the mountain than he is. That Momentum number 78, absolutely jetting away from him. The Mercedes struggling to find a bit of extra pace themselves as they made their way past. 161 John Smiths on iRacing. And that's not including the Jonathan Smiths, Jay says. Oh God, yeah, we forgot about Smiths with a Y as well. Oh dear. Oh, it's got to be over 200.
It's basically Spartacus at this point. I'm Spartacus. Everyone's John Smith.
Isn't there an iRacing league for everyone of a certain name? Scott. There was a Scott league apparently. So let's wait and see if something like that comes up for. Oh yeah. Did Monster sponsor it?
You know they did. Kyle Fest. I love any of the pictures or videos of things where people try to organize like the largest meeting of golden retrievers or something, and there's just like 5,000 golden retrievers in a field. It's the end of warm-up. We get ready to go racing for 6 hours on the mountain with Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour, supported by No Social Hate, Dulux Racecraft, and iRacing Australia. Safety car is in place. It's the BMW M2 safety car, so iRacing's newest safety car is ready to pace the field to get this one underway.
Indeed it is. Well, I'm looking forward to this, David. We have 6 hours of racing ahead of us, and in terms of strategy, I'm mostly in the dark, but I have been told some information relating to the TCRs. Apparently, the Honda Civic can only get 41 laps to a tank, but the other the other TCR, the Audi, can go somewhere around 44, 45 laps apparently. So keep that in mind for TCR. Expecting the GT4s to go over an hour on their stint. GR86 and MX5, well, I've almost never seen a race long enough to really know how long they actually go on a fuel tank, so we'll need to wait and see on that. But they are already pulling away here out of the chase. We'll be getting the green flag in just a few moments' time.
So Greg Favell and Dylan Shepherd, the qualifying drivers, will be taking the starting duties in the 2 front row cars. There goes the safety car, cut across the yellow markings, tut. Green flag, moments away. GT4 class, most populated, but 2 other classes behind. For 6 hours of long weekend racing on the mountain, we go racing down towards Hell Corner, turn number 1. Holds the inside, and that's where you want to be. It's where Favell is. Shepherd's going to look around the outside. GT4 cars can often struggle on cold tyres quite significantly.
Yeah, they can indeed, but they get through turn 1 cleanly, and they're Noah's arcing it up mountain straight. Shepherd has the momentum, though, and the inside for turn 2 at Griffin's Bend. Greg Favell will have to slip behind here for the run up the mountain. Oh, he's still going to have a go at him there. Keeps it middle of the road. Oh, and we have our first spin. That's one of the BMWs there.
Vermilion Esports is around and at the apex, and he's had a shot. Luckily, he's mostly off the racing line, so everyone's avoided him, but he's got to wait for everything, all the GT4s, all the Class B, all the Class C, and even one Class A that I think started from the plane, potentially. Sam Chapman gets it back on track and rolling, but he will be last place for the moment.
The pain for Sam Chapman. He caught the crown in the road coming through Griffin's Bend, and that just swung the rear end of the car around. Now he's all the way at the back of this field, and it looks like we have another issue for you know what, I think the other Class A car that you saw, David, was actually John Wade, who crashed on the way into Griffin's Bend. We completely missed that, but it was quite a significant incident.
So now he's the last car, is John Wade. Chapman's gone past him.
Yeah, the OG gear car has no front bumper. So we see here as they're trying to get around one of the Caymans here, just moving to the left under braking. The Porsche did nothing wrong there. But John Wade with a massive crash at turn 2. And they'll have to limp that one back to the pits as lap 1 is complete for our Class A cars. It's a big battling going on here for the Momentum Motorsport 78, trying to chase down the Orbit Drop Bear Venus car, and Powered by Coffee finding their way into 8th spot. Tell you what, Lockhart Brownlee, he wasn't able to improve on that car's qualifying position at the end of the session, but he's wasted no time moving that car into the top 10. Trade between Kurt Normanson and Michael Korolev there for 17th spot. Everyone just trying to get into their rhythm for now.
Bunnings Trade Power Pass, if you will. Again, we're virtually sponsored by them. Yeah, interesting to see both BMWs out, and the little power clip on the newest model. So the older model, maybe it doesn't quite corner or handle as well, but it should have some decent legs in a straight line. This is up front, Dylan Shepherd still leading us. A bit of a BMW train over the top of the mountain. And then you've got Australia-wide Racing and one of the Mercedes in there as well in the train. There's a couple of Mercedes just inside of the top 10. And of course, standing out and standing alone, the Powered by Coffee McLaren in 8th at the moment with Adrian Duke.
Yeah, quite the battle for 10th. They lost 2 spots over the top of the mountain. Apparently made a mistake, and we're going to see where that happened here. Down at the S's. Oh dear. Woo-hoo. Okay, so clipping the wall, just keeping it out of it. I tell you what, fair play to Adrian Duke. Yes, he made an error there, but that could have been a lot worse. Usually when you see that happen, there's a car in the wall, there's debris flying everywhere, and there's multiple cars involved, but he kept it clean.
Very lucky to not spray the McLaren all across the wall on the left. I think he did get a bit of the wall on the right.
That was a good recovery. Oh dear. Mick Polly now, the next of our BMWs to lose the front end. And that is a solid smash that the Southern Cross Racing 38 has had. So these opening laps are actually proving quite chaotic for a few teams, and it's not been ideal goings for quite a few of them. Just losing traction on the exit, a little bit of a slide, and the traction control would have kicked in then. And it can be quite aggressive. Basically, if you're already sliding when the traction control kicks in, you are not going to recover that. So, unfortunately, Mick Polly having to jump in and, I presume, take a fast repair for that car. Get themselves back out there. Back to the front.
Definitely one of the characteristics we're seeing of the newest BMW there is that it does sort of wander a little bit at the rear, slide a little bit, and present a challenge to the drivers in that way. And closing up amongst our leading runners here. Well, it's the 55 Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics that's leading the TCR class, putting a bit of time into their one and only rival. Oh, because they've got the tail of the GT4 field between them. Esports Sam Chapman, as he's recovering, he's in between the two TCRs here as well.
Yes, indeed. So Sam Chapman has taken over that Vermilion car. No, actually, yeah, Lewis Greathead qualified the car. That was the 6th place starting machine that we saw have that incident on lap 1. Just catching the middle of the road and unfortunately finding the wall, having to let the entire field by. They're still on the recovery. There is also something you have to consider regarding those GT4s as the fastest lap of the race goes to Pecorini in the 778 Mercedes. He's right at the tail of this lead pack here. One thing to think about with the Audi versus the Honda in TCR is the Audi's gearbox. It's the version of the Audi TCR that iRacing scanned has a Volkswagen DSG gearbox, which is their seamless shift sort of semi-automatic transmission. The ratios aren't exactly the best for super high speed. It tends to run out of revs in 6th gear, especially at tracks like the Nürburgring and Le Mans, etc. But the trade-off is that car is a lot better on acceleration. There is no delay on the upshifts. It just goes straight into the next gear and you keep accelerating. So that's going to help them on the way out of the corners here.
think I saw an IMSA bop sheet at one point where the DSG gearbox Audi was something like 20 kilograms lighter than the sequential shift one. Something to think about. And the DSG gearboxes were, I think, about half the price to replace as the racing sequential, but blew up about 10 times as frequently.
Yeah, the DSG box, not exactly purpose-built for racing.
Do you know what car on track? The press release says it has the road car's double clutch gearbox, but in reality they put a racing sequential in it because the lead changes. Might be the Aston Martin, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Press release says it was going to have an 8-speed road car dual clutch. Well, no, they put a 6-speed in it in the end. This is how the lead changed hands. The end of Conrod Straight and into the chase.
That was a good pass from Greg Favell. Carried the slipstream and the momentum, stuck it up the inside. Shepard saw it coming, and they gave each other a good amount of space through the corner. So Accelerate Endurance to the front of our Class A. I tell you what, the field is still mighty close. This top 7, they're not letting each other go. And for the cars at the back of it, drivers like Dench, Morris, and Pecorini in the Mercedes, this is a great opportunity for them to save a bit of fuel and potentially extend their first stint if they need to.
I put this to you, if the gap between pole and second place in qualifying was 33 thousandths and we're now racing on lap 5, this is actually significant field spread because that be within 1/10 of a second of each other after 4 laps if the qualifying gaps held true lap after lap. So this is yawn.
I think if the qualifying gaps held true, we'd have a couple of cars inside each other, and that is a physical impossibility.
But it is an iRacing possibility sometimes. Gladly not at the moment. So yeah, a train of cars leading the way in this class. Biggest mover in class. Orbit Drop Bear, Venus, and Lame Sheep Racing and Aussie Car Racing Team. 4 positions gained. So Orbit started 12th. Now they're 8th. Remember, they got one pretty easy position from Powered by Coffee. But there's a few others that have snuck their way into. Lockhart Brownlee was the driver we saw in the car during qualifying years, the driver we see in the car in the race right now. But all these Mercedes just sort of occupying 6th to 10th, just watching the BMWs out front.
Mm-hmm.
That's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, I think. And then Momentum Motorsports Porsche in 9th. And then a bit of a gap. Powered by Coffee McLaren in 10th, so it's looking like a top 9. And look at that fastest lap of the race, change hands 3 times on this lap. A little bit of track cooling off, but also a little bit of all of the tyres on these GT4 cars starting to hit their sweet spot window after 5 laps.
Yeah, looks like it. And Lockie there managing to capture some slipstream, I think, on that lap as well. So in terms of the pace, it is very competitive. We don't know who exactly is the fastest car out there right now, just because that fastest lap has been changing so much. We checked in before with the Class C lead battle. We check back in now. Jared Knight versus Aaron Major here. And those cars look a little bit closer together than the last time we saw them on this production feed. They draw pretty much level on acceleration coming out of Forest Elbow, and the lap times for these 2 cars, they are, looks like it's in the favor of the Australia-wide racing car actually, because Jared Knight setting a 2:34.0 for his best lap, 2:33.6 for Aaron Major, and on the last lap 6/10 was taken out, just about 6/10. I suppose with rounding, you'd call it half a second. But yeah, it's looking quite interesting up the front here between these two MX-5s. The ETS Motorsport GR86 in the background, just watching on as these two go at it.
Yeah, and I think that these Mazdas are going to have to put a little bit of time into it, because GR86 has such a massive fuel cell that refuels quite quickly, and I think the tyre changes also happen pretty quickly, but at a full tank pit stop, that's probably not going to matter for either car. But the pit stop advantage definitely will be to the Toyota GR86.
Oh, hello. Got a car in the pit lane right now. That's the safety car? What? Oh, that's interesting. Tony Baker at the wheel of the Ozicar race control machine. Going for an exit out of the pits, but having to escape there. Not too sure what happened in that circumstance, but the race is continuing. There haven't been any cars requesting tows. There haven't been any big crashes, aside from the ones we saw on the first couple of laps, and even then, those weren't incidents requiring safety cars.
Got an obsession with some of the trackside advertising just about here. That chill, that's what Dare Iced Coffee was very briefly known as before being rebranded, right?
I don't know, honestly, because like there is chill iced coffee here in WA, but it's by Brown's Dairy, which I believe is not sold over east. So I can't speak on that.
Just keeping all the good stuff for yourselves, huh?
Yeah. Brown's Coffee Chill is one of the better iced coffees out there.
Because then a sector later, there's all the Dick Smith Electronics branding, another brand that I believe has gone under. So I'm wondering, you know, how long before almost every brand in this scan is discontinued or no longer existent. We know that the Super Cheap Auto branding got replaced with Repco at the request of supercars in 2020.
Indeed.
The only graphical changes that I think have really taken place here, and here's the straight line performance difference between top class cars and those in PCR.
Yes, indeed. Wayne Taylor at the wheel of the Middle Finger Racing GR86 there had to run a bit wide for our top group to find their way through. Well, apparently they did keep one spot of Super Cheap branding, which is there on the start-finish line. So, I guess that's probably going to get changed at some point in the next few years as the lead changes into the cutting. A daring move by Dylan Shepherd to get back into the lead for One Performance Racing. So the response is there. Drivers are losing time behind the traffic, and this is a bad spot to come up on the Class C leaders. Oh, this is going to give Shepherd some breathing room. Everyone behind him is going to have to take those tight lines into the corners. Shepherd has a clear racetrack all to himself up the front. That is crucial breathing room for the 143.
And those PCR cars stay to the right. Every other car goes to the left. It's an unbroken train. Comes through, obviously, by the time they get to the dipper, it can't quite work like that. Nightmare and Major got to a 7-second lead over Class there. So as we've gone through this lappery, they have left the GR86 behind.
Yeah, they have. I think the GR86 did not have as well, not as good luck, I was about to say, but probably just had worse luck than they did when the GT4s came through. And That little bit of exchanging with the GT4s has allowed Aaron Major to get right on the back of Jared Knight. So, swings and roundabouts, multi-class racing. That's how it goes. You take things as they come. Sometimes things work out for you, sometimes they don't. Have a look at the response here that Greg Favell has had on Dylan Shepherd. I believe they had to make their way around a couple of other cars on their way down to the start-finish line, unless Shepherd made a mistake. Yeah, it just looks to me like Favell picked up the slipstream and was able to get right back up to the back of Shepherd. We've got a problem for one of our cars here. That's the number 52, the... oh dear, oh that's a GR86 spinning in front of him. And unfortunately, Peter Baxter in the OSR Team Jinx Shifters machine, an innocent victim of another car's incident.
That's where you stick to my rule. If you see a spinning car, aim behind it, not in front of it.
Indeed. Muscle memory can sometimes take over, though. When you're at the chase, you're looking for that curb on the right, through the right-hander. And I've certainly had that happen to me a few times. A car's spun in front of me, and I'm just like, why didn't I react to that? I was just fully prepared to take the corner.
Leading group of 5. A bit more space goes between the leading cars, having worked their way through some of that lap traffic.
Quite a bit of gravel has been kicked up there at the exit of the chase.
I think it's been mostly sort of dragged back on.
Yeah, a couple of incidents down there, including the most recent one we saw.
It went backwards into the gravel, which will put the gravel in all sorts of weird places, and then drove forward out of it, which will then deposit that gravel all sorts of ways and places.
So as we check out Stefan McCartan chasing down Greg Favell on board here. Chasing the number 8 machine. Sam Chapman passing Michael Korolev in the OSR car. And that was a very good slipstream pass coming into the chase. Another position made up for the car that had the worst start to the race possible on lap 1, qualifying in 6th, spinning in turn 2, but a good recovery thus far.
Leading group a little bit closer again. Fastest car last lap was 6th place. Alexander Morris in the Australia-wide racing Mercedes there as he tries to close back in on this leading group of 5. Track temp we expect to see rise at some points across today. It's currently 28. Oh, there's the graph. Oh yeah, so that's 28 right now.
Yeah, so coming up to 11:30 a.m. This is about the time where the sun gets its most intense. So we will see that track temp climbing a little further as the 51 is going to go for it here on Greg Favell. Stefan McCartan attempting to move One Performance Racing up into a top 2 lockout, but it hasn't quite gotten done as quickly as he wanted. He'll have to complete the move at Murray's. It's almost impossible to go side by side through that final corner, and that's now opened Greg Favell up to a move from Matthew Dench, trying to get a Mercedes onto the podium. And the move is done at Hell Corner. Favel is having an absolutely terrible time here. He's been on the outside for pretty much every significant corner for the last half a minute. Fortunately, he'll have the inside for Griffins, so potentially Blake Fitzpatrick won't get him around the outside here, just thanks to that massive crown in the road. There you go, you see the difference there. The inside line is more banked, and Favel will keep the position. The activity continues there with Fitzpatrick falling behind Alexander Morris.
Clever for Morris, so he gets himself into the top 5, and for Favel there, he just sort of tried to fight it, lost that battle, and then got over-undered by the next car, and then got over-undered by the next car. Got passed a couple of times. This is a risky place to go side by side. Touch.
Oh, that's rather close. Started all the way back at Griffins here. Braden Nash in the Porsche. Lockhart Brownlee and Eduardo Piccarini in the Mercedes. Straight up over under move there as Brownlee ran wide coming out of Griffins and side by side into the cutting this early in the race. Look at that, the traction from the 78. Beautiful stuff from Braden Nash. Oh, all right. Things weren't entirely clear there. And it looks like on live pictures, Brownlee's going to get him back here down Conrod.
Oof. Suddenly the Porsche looks absolutely tiny, and if you've ever seen a Mercedes AMG GT on the road, they're not a big car, to be honest. This battle will continue not too far away from the race lead, honestly. Just a little bit more paint exchange. Reese, do you know of any good paint brands?
Art Spectrum. That's what my mum uses for her paintings.
Meant to say Dulux.
Uh-huh. I wasn't going to take the bait. There it is. Dulux indeed. Well, we're looking good for a great battle there for 7th place. Back down to the last position in the top 20, Mick Polly in the Southern Cross Racing car. Last time we saw this car was with the no front end as he found his way into the pits after an unfortunate problem coming into turn 2 on lap 1. It's good to see that car's gotten back going again.
Now, in the incident we saw earlier at Chase, it looks like Trevor Mortimer driving the GR86 got a drive-through penalty for not standing on the brakes or an unsafe rejoin or something of that nature. So they've already served it. I think that's the first penalty we've seen of any kind in the race.
Fighting still on here for Accelerate Endurance in the hands of Greg Favel. Under lots of pressure there from the 405 Mercedes. Alexander Morris moves through and so does Blake Fitzpatrick. So the Accelerate Endurance white BMW that did lead the race for a time and qualified on pole position has been moved back to 6th. This is going to change their approach a bit here, as I believe we are about halfway through the first stint of this race. Meanwhile, check in with TCR. Dan Stevens just minding his business here in the Honda Civic. Middlefinger Racing the Bird. Now, Jackson Rihanna in the Summit Sim Sports car is quite a way ahead. Looking at the gap between them, it's around about 14 seconds or so. So at the moment, the MFR car just focusing on their own pace and their own strategy. I mean, with such a difference in the fuel tanks between those two cars, the best you can hope for is that you can keep it clean and your rival cannot.
So in the top three here, it's the car in third that just took the fastest lap of the race. 2:13.558 for Matthew Dench in the Mercedes.
This number 51 has been working itself nicely to the front. It's been a good drive from Stefan McCartan so far, but Dench keeping up very nicely in the Mercedes. They're going to come up on some lap traffic in their own class here coming up to the chase. That's John Wade in the OG Gear Esports car. That was the other car involved in an incident turn 2, lap 1. It's good to see that that they've managed to keep themselves going in spite of everything. The fight's still on here between Brownlee, Nash, and Pecorini. Brownlee getting back ahead of the Porsche Cayman for now. But one thing that I am noticing about that 78 is just how supreme it is on acceleration. Braden Nash is nailing almost every power zone on this circuit. Wait for the apex and the Porsche just makes up time on the Mercedes in buckets.
Yeah, going to look at those statistics. The peak speed that they've gone through the speed trap is pretty equal for them. 260 kilometers an hour all around.
It just seems to be that power application where the Cayman seems to have the Mercedes. Bit of traffic for them. There's the GR86 of Trevor Mortimer in the ETS Motorsport car, currently the last running car in the field. And that's spread them out a little bit. Pecorini in particular losing a bit more time than Brownlee and Nash did. But crucially, I think for Lockhart, it's going to be a bit of breathing room he'll be happy for, but just as I say that, he hit the wall coming out of Forest Elbow, and all of his momentum onto Conrod Straight is gone.
A couple more C-Class cars next, so Alex Marconi and Stephen O'Brien as well in this part of the racetrack. That's where the speed difference is at its most superior. Blake Fitzpatrick's doing quite the off-roading impression. Just rejoined after a significant cut of the chase.
A little bit of oversteer kicking out on the Orbit drop bear Mercedes there coming into Hell Corner. Our first slow-mo of the race, the 78, giving the wall a little smack there, coming out of Reed and Silman Parks up to McPhillamy. Going to need some dual-ups on that concrete wall after the race is concluded.
Now you're in the spirit.
I am. I am coffeed and I am awake.
There's space for the leading trio. Racing in 4th still in this group. Bit of traffic for all involved last lap. A chance of a bit more of it again this lap. Fastest car on track was Orbit dropped their Venus in 7th last time around. Maybe they're due to catch a little bit of the traffic the leaders had the lap previous.
I do see that the leaders are about to come up on the Class C top 2 again. Knight and Major still as close as they've ever been coming into the chase there, you see on the track map, as One Performance Racing BMWs fire it into the corner. Matthew Dench having a good turn of pace here behind these two and staying with them solidly. Looks like this won't be too hard of an ask for these guys. Power out of Murray's, and our leader is by both of our Class C top 2 by the time they get to the braking point, but Jared Knight and Aaron Major have to go wide to let them by. And I think when you're in a slower class like that, you're that close together and you both have to compromise your line. It all comes down to who can make the least amount of compromise, who can work with that outside line a little bit better. And it seemed like it was Knight who was able to do that, but still under quite a bit of pressure from Major. The balance of lap time has swung in the favor of the 105 though, especially with all the traffic that we've been seeing.
So thinking about which class of car we're going to see pit first, I imagine it's probably these GT4s. Definitely, I think the Toyota GR86s will be the very last. The Mazdas are incredibly economical, but they have the road cars about 50-litre fuel tank in them. They don't have an enlarged racing fuel cell like GT4, TCR, and the GR86 have.
Yeah, so keep your eyes peeled for whether or not we see the Mazdas in first, but yeah, you're right. I think we might see the GT4s in first. I mean, yeah, they have a bigger fuel tank, but they also go around the track a lot faster, so they'll be burning through that fuel at a slightly faster rate.
I'm seeing that the F82 BMW M4 has 104 litres. So that's a fair bit of fuel. As you see Kurt Normanson taking his off-roading, mowing a little bit of the grass. He's surrounded by the newer, younger, next generation, sniffier M4s.
That was very tight into the chase. Yeah, Normanson in the midst of both of the Gamma Flare esports cars. And Lorne McKee in the Accelerate Endurance 1 car right behind them as well. Nice little battle emerging from this. Once again, Anzac livery emblazoned on the car. And from all of us here at SimSpeed TV, we hope that you all had a safe and chilled Anzac Day.
I went to a local football game and they had a little ceremony with the last post, the Australian and New Zealand anthems, etc. prior to the game. I think a local Army Reserves brass band type situation going on.
Very nice. I unfortunately wasn't able to make it to any services yesterday, but I certainly had it in my mind the whole day through.
You know, the RAAF flyover came to me.
Oh yeah.
It was definitely a growler. It was very growly.
absolutely. I heard it firsthand. Well, back to the battle for the top 4 here. Seems like Greg Favell has really dropped off the back of these guys, and potentially now that they've lost that position in the top 5, they're changing their strategy a little bit. Traffic hasn't exactly worked out for them either. So perhaps instead of going hell for leather and driving the wheels off the car to catch back up, maybe changing their tack a little bit and starting to think more about the long term of this race. I'm sure that all the teams are thinking about the long term. This is a 6-hour race after all, but when you're in a former race leading car that's been put back outside the top 5, you've got to start thinking, is there a way that we can set ourselves up for success further down the line?
Inseparable as Mazda MX-5s often are at any high-speed racing circuit, the Class C leaders of HTS Racing Yellow and Australia-wide Racing Purple, putting an ever-increasing amount of time between themselves and the Toyota GR86 that's third in class. I do expect, though, that there are still some advantages to the GR86 in terms of its 80-litre fuel cell and how quickly it replenishes. So not only will those GR86s go longer, their pit stops will be slightly quicker. They might need to make one fewer pit stop depending on exactly how this race plays out. Whoa, that's argy-bargy up past the cutting.
Bentley does it. At number 88. Certainly willing to get the elbows out, as it were. Of course, they've lost a bit of time to the lame sheep car and the second Gamma Flare car up ahead, so Lorne here going to be trying his best to get that run going, and yeah, on the power up the hill. Often when you get on the power hard out of a slow corner, you do suffer a bit of understeer as the weight shifts off the fronts, and you still need the car to be turning at that time. Of course, the BMW in particular, I think you mentioned the wandering that it has under acceleration out of corners. Sometimes you can use that to your advantage, get a bit of rotation out of the corner if you break traction just slightly. Maybe that's what Lorne was hoping for on the inside, but unfortunately just ended up overwhelming the fronts there. And all that battling has given half an opportunity to the Vermilion Esports car. Sam Chapman as a bit of drama there for Greg Favell coming into turn 2, trying to hold on to what is now 5th place, and Blake Fitzpatrick probably not too happy with how things are going here. Can't say Greg Favell would be too calm in this situation either. That was almost disastrous at turn 2.
A bit happening between GT4 cars up front of this race lately. Let's get a look at this. That's a very good run out of Hell Corner, but the inside is covered for turn 2, and it's a level drag race up Mountain Straight and over the crest. Oh, he's trying to... okay.
Yeah, trying to cover, I think. Oh,
now it's on at the elbow on the live pictures.
Oh, yeah, he's gone wide as Greg Favell. Now Lockhart Brownlee will try and find a way through here. That was a big dive there from Blake Fitzpatrick.
That's a per my previous email reply.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Maybe a little bit too hairy for these early stages of the race. We've only just gone. We're almost at 45 minutes in. So, yeah. I mean, it's good to be assertive, but coming from that far back, Would have been a bit of trust between the drivers there that Greg Favell would open the steering.
Done my research, including setting Google Images to a range of 2008 to 2012, and that chill branding across the top of the mountain is the WA iced coffee.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was sold over east.
Well, I've never seen it before. I don't know what's going on, or what was going on the mountain in whenever iRacing came over here, probably about 2010ish.
Yeah, it was about 2010, yeah. Wow, okay. Good to see some Sandgroper representation on the branding. Of course, we do have plenty of WA involvement in this event. Ozicar and its founder, Ira Felberg, from Perth, like myself. And also have Racecraft Simulations on board there, which is headquartered in Perth as well, up in Wangara, I believe.
You could just be making places up and I'd have to believe you.
Kalakabadi. That is also a subdivision of Perth.
You ever been to Kalgoorlie?
On the train, yeah. Passed through it.
Fascinating.
Yes. I wasn't able to look at the giant hole in the ground.
No, the super pit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it was just a stop on the Indian Pacific when I was 8 years old. Jackson Rihanna suffering a bit of drama there as the GT4s make their way past our TCR Class B leader. But yeah, we stopped at night, didn't get off the train, and away it pulled. You never know. Maybe I'll catch the Prospector out there one day.
The same logic, I think I've spent 3 minutes of my life in Rhode Island.
It's more than me or Jay have spent.
You're missing out.
As you were flying over...
No, it's the same logic as I was catching a train from Boston to New York.
All right. Did you see Peter Griffin's house?
No.
Hang on, it was Rhode Island, you said, right, David?
Yep.
Not Long Island? Yeah. So, Jay, shut up. Oh, dear.
The state bird of Rhode Island is the Rhode Island Red, which is a breed of chicken.
Yes.
So that's exciting. Imagine your state bird being a chicken.
Well, that's Rocky from Chicken Run is a Rhode Island Red.
Okay. Oh, dramas for the One Performance Racing 51 at the Dipper.
Oh, no.
That's the smoke in the air.
Yeah, and a little bit of damage to the right front, it looks like. Looks like lap traffic was the issue there. Our leaders were making their way through, and Alex Marconi in the Australia-wide Racing Pink GR86, of course, yeah, saw the opportunity open, did Matthew Dench, but they were all slowing up behind the GR86, which was holding its line, has to be said. That is, in my opinion, the correct thing to do when you have lap traffic coming up on you, but the nature of the circuit means that there's not much space to find your way around there, so that's a big change for third spot and second as well. We now have two Mercs on the podium as Dylan Shepherd falls under pressure from the Orbit Drop Bear Mars machine, and McCartan, though he spun, though he made that contact with the wall, still going, and it doesn't look like his pace has been affected too much.
ready for a quiz about exactly how Western Australian you are?
Yep, hit me.
What's WA's state bird?
The black swan.
State fish?
I don't know.
Whale shark.
Really? Huh. Yeah, I suppose Ningaloo Reef.
State flower?
Oh God. I'm not very West Aussie, am I?
It's the red and green kangaroo paw, and the mammal is the numbat.
Mm-hmm.
Colour is black and gold.
It is indeed.
Seen two GT4s cut the S's after Skyline, and then give up the slowdown because that was quicker than staying behind an MX-5 down the S's.
Huh. Interesting.
Which reeks of passing off track to me.
Gotta wonder. Well, we may be able to get who that actually was, and whether or not race control might need to clamp down on that. The lead is still on, though. Matthew Dench has had a fire lit under him after that coming together with Stefan McCartan. And now running lap times that are quite equal with Dylan Shepherd up the front. In fact, their fastest laps are only separated by 38 thousandths of a second, as we are going to check out who was involved in the potential off-track pass here. So, yeah, okay. That was Lockhart Brownlee going...
Pavel's in the water now.
Oh, is he? Oh, no! Oh, dear. Little image in the corner. Throwing me off a bit. That is... Oh, that's not good for the Accelerate Endurance number 76, who qualified on pole position for the Ozicar Bathurst 6-hour. Contact with a lapped car in their own class on the way into turn 2. That was actually Blake Fitzpatrick in the M4 Privateers car. So it wasn't a lapped car. It was actually forced to redress. Yeah, redress order. Because yeah, we saw that contact earlier between Favell and Fitzpatrick, and the redress was ordered, but unfortunately, it resulted in more contact at the corner.
Mark Scaife is having kittens right now as the redress has caused this. So not even the first pit stop, and there's some significant drama. The Class C race leader's just been hit at the chase.
Goodness me. All right, we're starting to get into we don't know what to focus on territory, I think. We've got the lead battle still going. We've got the pole position car involved in an incident where another car was trying to redress on them. And we have our Class C leader in a bit of strife. Well, Favell has managed to get back going, which is good, but some significant damage to that car. Very heavy contact with the wall. I would expect him to bring that one back into the pits. Oh. Okay, so that angle I don't think tells the full story. Might have to get an aerial view of what happened there, because I thought for sure that was yeah, okay, bit of contact from a GT4, sorry, and spun around. And that's put some space between our Class C leaders as Favel makes his way into pit lane. Get that Accelerate Endurance car repaired, and from this point on, I think they might need a safety car to get back on the wagon, as it were. So this is on board here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it looks like the number 14, the Australia-wide racing car, didn't know that GT4 was coming up on them in the braking zone. And I mean, it can happen so quickly. The closing speeds are so much at that point of the circuit.
Potentially looking at a move for the race lead here. Matthew Tench goes down the inside of Dylan Shepherd at the chase. Takes the race lead.
And we have a Merc in front and hard on the defense. 85 accelerates out, and that little bit of side-by-side has brought the Australia-wide racing car back into contention as well. Dench and Shepherd were battling amongst themselves for a while. Now we'll see what Alexander Morris will be able to do. It's a good acceleration by Shepherd coming out of Hell Corner. But Dench is placing his car very well. He's going straight up middle of the road, forcing Shepherd to pick a side. And it has to be the outside. A little bit wide on the exit of Griffin's there for Dench. If I was in Shepherd's position, I'd be severely tempted to go up the inside at the cutting, just like Shepherd just did. But it hasn't worked out. Dench on the outside straightens up the car sooner.
It's a move that a couple have tried before to go cowabunga for the inside of the cutting. Problem is, I think Matthew Dench kind of smelt it coming, and in that case, you're not shocked or surprised by it, and you can hold your ground as he did.
Now it looks like that fire under Matthew Dench has increased in intensity because he's starting to jet away. In amongst all of this, Stefan McCartan has still managed to keep himself within range of these guys. You could throw Lockhart Brownlee in there as well. The 482, the Orbit Drop Bear Venus car, has had a very good first stint, has to be said. I mean, yeah, there's been a few moments where we thought things would get a bit dramatic for Lockhart Brownlee, but up 7 spots, most positions gained in the entire field, and driving well, getting the fastest lap as well. Oh, the lead's just changed again. Matthew Dench didn't have a good exit coming out of Hell Corner there, and he's fallen to 3rd. It actually looks like he was wide in turn 1. Watch him come in here. He caught the grass on the way in. A little bit of oversteer. Had to recover it through the corner. Dylan Shepherd says, "Thank you, mate. I will take that lead back."
2 damaged cars in the chase. One of them is Adam Hughes, and he's just passed another one that I didn't spot. Oh, Sam Chapman of Vermilion Esports. There's a whole heap of damage, and that BMW was towed.
Yeah. Aren't you supposed to request a tow from race control?
Yes.
So that might be a hefty penalty coming the way of Vermilion number 11. Okay, when Jay says wait till you see this before he shows us a replay, we know it's going to be a good one. So the Vermilion car tries at the chase, but oh dear, oh my goodness. That is quite the trip across the gravel trap there. for Sam Chapman. Heavy hit to the wall. And such a shame for the other car involved there too.
It's one of the Gamma cars.
Yeah,
Adam Hughes.
Yes, and looks like Adams jumped out of the car and he's handed it over to Johannes Slabert. We'll bring the car out of the pits. You know what? Some further developments to that incident that we saw between the M4 Privateers and Accelerate Endurance. We see the onboard here from Adam Hughes. Such an adventure. And it looked like that was Nommensen who had to take some avoiding action there. Get onto the gravel trap on the inside of the chase. Further development, Blake Fitzpatrick and Greg Favell, we saw them come together when Fitzpatrick was trying to redress the position. Race control have decided no penalty from that because car 76 turned down on car 686 trying to redress.
Interesting. This is Nommensen's perspective.
This is going to be good. Oh, saw the MX-5 behind sort of reacted to what happened as well. Well recovered by Kurt Nommensen there.
Race leader runs a tiny bit wide across the top of the mountain right now. So Australia-wide racing in second place. They're on him now. And Matthew Dench running the third for Orbit Drop Bear Mars.
It's been an interesting race so far. We haven't quite been able to determine who's the clear justified leader and the clear pace setter. Every so often there's something that goes on for them, and the lead swaps around. John Snell in the Aston Martin for Ozicar Racing team brings it in here after an hour completed. I believe that might be the first scheduled pit stop for our Class A machines. From what we can see, there's no extenuating circumstances that brought him into pit lane, like damage or a penalty or something. So it's a driver swap as well for the number 50, Warren Henry taking over the Ozicar Aston Martin.
Yeah, they might be looking at this as a 5-stop race, so top of the hour is the window, and let's make that driver change.
Indeed.
This Aston Martin GT4 is, of course, my mastermind special subject. I've gone digging for all the information on it, and all of the incorrect and misleading press releases that Aston Martin put out and never corrected about the technical specifications of the car.
As we ride on board with Kurt Nommensen here. The information from David will come, but it looks like we might be seeing a fight happening here for 11th place. Lorne McKee in the Accelerate Endurance 1 car, which is now the top running of the Accelerate Endurance cars. Nommensen in the oldest spec BMW with some great straight line speed there, but he'll have to stay behind for another lap.
Yeah, full uncorked 100% of the power. The slightly older spec and more attractive BMW M4. What I think has happened is Aston Martin announced the Vantage GT3, GTE and GT4 at the same time. And while they had started development on the GT3 and GTE, I think they had actually done very little development on the GT4. But wanted to get the announcement out there, and so they said a whole heap of things that then became incorrect and just never corrected the record on its engine management, its gearbox, its fuel cell.
Yeah, see that happen all the time, whether it be announcements for race cars or announcements for movies, TV shows, etc.
I thought you were going to say
stuff changes
for federal policies.
Well, you're not wrong.
I was like, gee, it's a bit on the nose, you know. We're doing sports commentary here.
Oh God. Oh goodness me. Speaking of the commentary, better do some here on this race control action here, as it looks like the Accelerate Endurance car coming into the pit lane here for Lorne McKee, and that will be a scheduled pit stop for sure. They've made it past the hour, and they're looking to make it a 5-stopper as well. Oh no, they got a black flag for speeding on pit entry. So that's going to be
just about to say pit lane speed limit here on iRacing, 50 kilometers an hour. And so you get to accelerate a little bit out of the chicane, but then you got to get it down to 50 again for the cones, and maybe they got that wrong. And as happens so often, first pit stop in an endurance race like this, you're on pit entry and you go, did I map a button for the pit lane speed limiter on this model of car? But we're going to get a look from the onboard here. Does it look for the purple? Look for the purple indicator on the dash. He slows down at pit entry, then begins accelerating again past the pit lane speed limit before engaging the pit lane speed limiter. Did not engage the pit lane speed limiter when he thought he had, and sped on pit lane. You can see it's plain as day from the onboard, the purple flashing. Here we go. So, and the speed's even there as well. And then we're accelerating up. Oh wait, no, that's speeding, and then engaged the speed limiter, but didn't do it in time. Thought he had it. Hadn't. Jeez.
Oh, Dan Bathurst there, who's just brought that GR86 out of the pits, getting bumped out of the way by, it looks like one of the Gamma Flare cars. That's a bit of drama there up the top. Everything's happening so quickly here. I haven't even got a chance to talk about that race control message that we saw earlier. The incident that happened between Matthew Dench and the 85 as that was a lucky escape there for Dan Bathurst. Fortunately, not too much damage on that GR86, but you could see that he was weaving a little on the exit of Forest Elbow just to check the steering. This is the onboard from the Gamma Flare car in question. Not always a passing spot. I'd almost be tempted to say never a passing spot. Down at the bottom of the S's. But he went for it, and that's what happens when you do.
Is the other Accelerate Endurance BMW.
Looks like that's Mick Clifton getting back into the car there. Mark Horton driving for that first stint. Mick Polly also jumping in the Southern Cross Racing car. And Lucas Baker is going to take over in at the number 38. And it looks like we have another race control message to talk about here. Back on lap 25, the incident between cars 740 and 11. That was the contact between Vermilion and Gamma Flare at the chase, that big crash we saw. The 740 has been deemed to have not left racing room, and so it's a drive-through penalty for the Gamma Flare car. Johannes Slabbert is going to have to bring that one into the pits very shortly. The fastest lap, Matthew Dench, as we have a raft of cars coming into pit lane here, David. We have Orbit Drop Bear Venus leading the charge, and then McCartan, Nash, Fitz, and Pecorini majority of our top 10 into the lane.
Yeah, Dylan Shepherd set the new fastest lap of the race, and then Matthew Dench immediately took it away. So they're flying along right now, getting a lot of speed on these tyres as they burn through the heavy fuel load. Tyres are holding up, and the weight of the car's reducing. Oh, and then Morris runs very wide at the cutting. Matthew Dench is all over him on what will most likely be the in-lap for these drivers.
Yeah, it's a very crucial time to avoid making mistakes as the in-lap, because that can often define whether or not there's a position change in the pit lane. It's one thing that I hear said time and time again. If you want to have a good pit stop, it's not just the pit stop you have to nail, it's your in-lap and out-lap as well. So, raft of driver changes in the cars that have taken at the pits. Lockhart Brownlee has stayed in the Orbit Drop Bear Venus car. One Performance Racing 51 though. Stefan McCartan leaving it over to Jake Edwards. Braden Nash staying in the number 78. The M4 Privateers car has John Trott replacing Blake Fitzpatrick. Eduardo Pecorini staying in the Momentum Motorsport Mercedes. Paul Auditor has taken over the Powered by Coffee McLaren. And Peter Baxter, it looks like, is remaining in the OSR Enduro Team Jinx Shifters car. Now, here's the point where we're going to be expecting our top 3 in the lane. There goes Shepherd, and the 2 Mercedes following him in.
Let's see if these drivers have their pit lane speed limiter.
Looks like they do.
Yes, indeed.
Dylan Shepherd, of course, has done many laps around Bathurst in the sim, and he's also worked at the track many times as a wrench turner. Lives in Orange, does Dylan Shepherd.
It's underselling, I think, the job title that he had. I thought at one point he had something like car chief or something.
Well, it's a pretty big wrench. I always enjoy talking to Shep, former teammate of mine, and got some really good insight into...
And I've got a Craft Bamboo stubby holder somewhere here.
Oh, nice. I got some really good insight years ago into what he does. Well, for now, Shepherd is going to leave the car over to Darcy Inwood in the One Performance Racing 143. And pit stops still not quite complete for any of our top 3 cars. Pit stops running about a minute in length, and it looks like Shepherd is going, Inwood is going to lead the way out of pit lane. Matthew Dench staying in the Orbit Drop Bear Mercedes, but a pretty long pit stop for Alexander Morris in the 4:05.
Long lane time. Did he miss his box?
Yeah, it looks like he might have missed his box there. Yeah, the pit stop wasn't that much longer than anyone else, but a minute 28 from start to end of pit lane. He ran out of fuel in the pit lane, we're hearing.
Then he had to get to an uphill bit to get to his box? My, oh my. Not enough fuel to be 50 k's an hour. Here we go. So from here. And then
my goodness.
cough and splutter.
And that's where the pass was really made. Matthew Dench getting past him in the pit lane as Morris had to coast into his pit box. Oh my goodness, that's disastrous. And you know what? All it would have taken was a little bit of fuel saving here and there in order to be able to protect that position, from the very start. Well, that's the way things are at the moment. Morris moving down to 4th. Lockhart Brownlee has put the Orbit Drop Bear Venus car into 3rd. And now Matthew Dench will try his best to chase down Darcy Inwood, new driver in the 143. Little bit of drama with the lower class cars down Conrod Straight. Well, now we reset. Get going for another stint of the Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour on board with the number 6 GR86. This is Dench. Oh, giving him a big whack up the rear. Coming out of Forest Elbow. That's the difference on acceleration there.
Well, that was a slow drive off the corner for the GR86 because he got sideways and he hit the wall and lifted out of the throttle. And that's where the surprise came. It's not... The difference in acceleration isn't that dramatic. It was a little mistake from the GR86, and that's where Dench thought, I'll be able to get a run here. Oh no, I can't. I'm stuck just behind him.
It's a difficult spot to have someone have acceleration issues. I mean, Bathurst is a narrow circuit, full stop. So you don't have much room to work with, especially on the exit of Forest Elbow. Looks like we might be seeing a battle starting for third in Class A, as the gap is a long way between our Class C leaders. But I noticed that Alexander Morris got a brilliant exit out of Turn 2, and now Lockhart Brownlee has traffic across the top here. So Orbit Drop Bear Venus might fall off the podium, and Australia-wide Racing might get it back. It all depends on how quickly they can get past our leading Class B car, Jackson Rihanna, at the wheel.
Yeah, there we go. And there's a couple more GT4s to try to get through. Momentum Motorsports have had their two cars together for a little bit now.
They have indeed. Eduardo Pecorini actually falling a bit away from that battle in the top 6, and Braden Nash getting ahead of him there in the 78. It's actually been quite a good stint for the Porsche Cayman there. Falling Braden Nash's way a little better, and I also can't help but notice just up ahead of these two that Jake Edwards in the One Performance Racing 51 is starting to get in touch with the battle between Brownlee and Morris. They do have a bit more traffic to contend with here. Brownlee is going to thread the needle 3 wide here. Trying to get past Jason Adams and the Box 1 Racing number 32 there on the left side of your screen. Also negotiating Wayne Taylor in the Middle Finger Racing GR86. Morris can't find a way through here. Brownlee protecting that inside all the way down the straight. But now here's where Morris starts making those minor gains. You see how Brownlee's a bit more aggressive on corner exit there. Means that he's losing a bit of momentum coming out of the corners here, and you know, Morris can see that opportunity. He can sense that, you know, clearly this Australia-wide racing car is looking faster than the Orbit Drop Bear one at the moment, but it's happening at places on the circuit where he can't take advantage of the pace difference.
All pretty exciting for the leading drivers of GT4, as everyone's got a battle to try to fend at the moment. The gap that the TCR race leader and the Class C race leader has got. Varsteiner. Just fun to say.
Yeah, certainly is. I actually think the decision of paint job here on the OSR Enduro 1 car might actually be a DTM tribute livery. I saw the blue checkers and thought, police tribute. Michael Korolev being a former officer of the law himself, as he tries to defend the position here, does Simon Black from Lewis Greathead. Nice
Seeing,
little battle going on here.
Police where there isn't and you're a bit jumpy. What have you been up to, Reese?
Who said I was jumpy? I'm always jumpy in the comms box, but clearly keeping an eye on this a bit further. It is a tribute livery to the Vorsteiner BMW M3, I believe, that raced in DTM in the early 90s. Oh, Greathead getting the run, and Simon Black making contact. Lorne McKee there.
Both of them in the wall there, and do you struggle to be surprised? Significant damage to both of these. This is the right thing to do, is drive backwards up the racetrack and into the bit of space there, but in what world is that going to work?
No, yeah, I mean, like, I get that Simon Black was a bit down on pace there across the top, and, you know, McKee did have the overlap, but there's a reason you don't usually see cars going for moves at the S's, and we saw that happen in real time then.
We go safety car. So let's take a look again.
Yeah, so at that point, Simon Black had to turn in for the left-hander, otherwise he would have hit that wall. The coat center wall sticking out on the left-hand side, and
Stuck.
Things have gone even more wrong there for Lorne, as the safety car has been called, and out of the pits it will come. It looks like the front right, I think, completely destroyed on the 88, and so Lorne basically getting no drive at all. I mean, I'm looking at that car from rear chase view. This is Lorne coming in, and yeah, already the front right wasn't good, and he ended up hitting the end of the tire barrier. And yeah, looking at that Accelerate Endurance car from rear chase view, it is plainly obvious what the problem is. Oh dearie me. Yeah, that is a fair smash. That would almost be a write-off at this point.
I fell off that tire barrier and cut my knee. This is the other half that's also not doing particularly great.
Simon Black trying to crawl that car back to pit lane, but I don't know how far he's going to get. If he's going this slow, running downhill to Forest Elbow, how's he going to get over the crest on Conrad?
I just tow that at this point. A tow truck is quicker. This is another great thing I've learned about WA. You love how regulated your tow truck drivers are.
Yeah. Is it opposite day? Oh, dearie me. Yep. The WA towie experience is certainly one to be talked about. So the lead apparently changed just before the safety car was called. Matthew Dench in the Orbit Drop Air Mars Mercedes is now leading the race, and this is how he got it done.
Heading up Mountain Straight, and no attempt to cover off the inside, which is of course always where you want to be for Griffin's Bend. So that was pretty straightforward, all things considered.
Yeah, good move. Of course, still carrying some front end damage from, I believe, that run in with the GR86 on the exit of Forest Elbow. But the car's still got a good amount of straight line speed. You never know. Maybe the way the front bumpers warped is actually feeding air into the car more efficiently. You never know.
Still trying to get that thing back to the pit lane. Where am I?
Yeah. Well, wishing the best of luck to Simon Black there. Maintaining a solid 18 k's an hour down Conrod Straight, which would probably be considered speeding in a car park. Pit stop for the TCR leader It's an over 2-minute stop here. So number 55 is Summit Sim Sports. Jackson Rayana leaving the car to Joshua Millard. Now, why exactly has that pit stop taken so long? I didn't see any black flags to their name. Potentially got some optional repairs done so that they could keep their fast repair. I'm honestly not sure. They entered the pit lane at the right speed. So, yeah, evidently a little more to that. Maybe get someone from the team to tell us exactly what happened, because yeah, pit entry looked totally fine to me. So there was damage on the 55 in the thanks to YouTube chat for that. Interesting. I'm not sure exactly where they got it, but that be how endurance racing do. And that does mean that MFR here in the Honda Civic now have the TCR lead. Looks like Simon Black has finally called it. Up at that spot there in the foreground, that's where he stopped the car just a moment ago and towed back to the pit lane.
Did seem a little futile.
He got over the crest though. Fair play to him for that.
This is the safety car train. You've seen a few cars moving around trying to catch it. Safety car's doing 120.
That's pretty quick for safety car speed. That's like F1 safety car speed there.
Let's drop down to 100. So I'm thinking, who benefits from this? And generally you'd say probably anyone who just pitted. There's only one car in the race that hasn't stopped. It's slot car racing number 84 from C-Class. We're going to wave around on Conrod Straight right now as well. GT4 is waiting patiently for the Mazda to try to catch the BMW safety car.
Looks like, fortunately, Simon Black has gotten the fast repair there on the OSR Enduro number 8. He's back out on track, but got a black flag on pit exit. So drama's not entirely over. Speeding at pit exit for Simon Black. I tell you, it's been quite a dramatic race so far. I know that we've mostly kept it chilled out up here in the commentary box, but the action on track has certainly been worth talking about. Let's see the onboard here from Black as he will find his way out of the pit box. Okay, we're potentially rewound a bit too far. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So, oh yeah, you can see that there's no pit speed limiter on the car. Oh no. Yeah, those purple flashing lights on the dash signify the pit lane speed limiter being active, and it clearly was not at that point.
Nope, he got.
car, I believe, should be in this lap.
One or two more wave rounds going on right now.
Right,
See a heap of Class C cars go for it. And there's the leader in Class B.
Yes, indeed. Dean Alessi, who's taken over the MFR Honda Civic from Dan Stevens. Dan Bartush in the ETS Motorsport Class C car has also made his way around. We also have apparently a GT4 getting the wave around as well. Damien Cairns, who's taken over the Accelerate Endurance 1 car. They just made their way out of the pit lane after getting their tow done and a fast repair. There's second place in TCR now.
That's what I was looking out for, because that's pretty important.
Yes. As we mentioned, only 2 TCR cars out there today. And in the first stint, it looked like the Audi surely had the measure of the Honda. But a long pit stop for damage means that the MFR car has overtaken them. Now we wait and see if there's going to be any kind of response there from the Summit Sim Sports crew. So we have an hour and 30 minutes complete in the Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour. A little bit of a check-up in the midfield there in the safety car queue. I don't think there's going to be any more wave arounds from this point on. Pressure is going to be on here for Matthew Dench. Got a fresh driver in the One Performance Racing 143 behind him. And Lockhart Brownlee will provide support as best he can. That 482 has certainly been looking quick, especially late on in the stint. One more lap here behind the safety car. Allow those cars that got wave arounds to catch back up.
There goes Simon Black.
Now come back around. Of course, thanks to the tow, they are still 1 lap down on the rest of the field. But you never know. Some strategy finagling and another safety car could put them back on the lead lap at some point. We've seen the OSR cars make those kinds of gains in Enduros before. OSR, the organisation really responsible for getting the Aussie endurance racing scene going with driver swaps and such. Beginning with the V8 Scops Bathurst 1000 in 2014, and for many years now, OSR has also organised the Australian sim racing community's Bathurst 12-hour event. It's good to see that kind of mutual support here with them racing here in the Ozicar 6 hour.
Just going to note the similarity between some of these teams and driver lineups today and the 12-hour earlier in the year.
If you hit upon a good pairing or a good trio, as it were, you end up sticking with that quite some time. Can often translate across car classes. Looks like the first of our cars to get waiver rounds have caught up to the back of the queue now. All we've got to do is wait another half a lap or so, I think, for Simon Black to get up to the back of the queue. But of course, he has to come back into the pits to serve that penalty for speeding on pit lane exit. So that might make things a bit more difficult for the OSR Enduro crew. And Josh Millard has brought the Summit Sim Sports Audi back into the pit lane.
Yeah, it's been there a minute, and they've done.
Apparently still some damage on that car. That must be quite significant damage that we've not actually really seen. I think the livery might play some part in it. It's a complex livery that's on that Summit Sim Sports car. Might have masked some of the physical damage that we were seeing.
Can't use anime to mask damage. Not that, I mean, some people try, but...
That they do, that they do. Stops complete then for OSR Enduro and Summit Sim Sports for very different reasons. The back of the safety car queue now going through the dip on Conrod Straight. I don't know if there's going to be time for them to catch back up.
Safety car's doing 80 now.
And pulling away from the field here as we prepare to get this race back under green flag conditions, I believe. Or are we going to stay out one more lap here? Looks like we are going to be staying out. Was anyone else needing to come into the pit lane here? Looks like everyone is clear. The OSR Enduro car's coming back into the pits again. No black flag to their name. But evidently Simon Black and Lewis Greathead as well in the Vermilion Esports car finding their way in, probably just topping up the fuel tanks. Good time to do that here under safety car. And now begins the weave, get those tyres back up to temperature.
Yeah, cold tyres when they're new on the GT4 is significant, and at this point a lot of them will have lost a lot of tyre temperature with the safety car, so it'll look like brand new tyres when we go racing at the end of this lap.
noting that there's a black flag for the slot car racing car there. Shannon Barnes at the wheel of the 84 MX-5. I'm not sure where they picked that black flag up. Thinking it might have been on pit entry or exit there, but they've been holding on to that for the last few laps here in the safety car period. Of course, if you don't come in for a black flag within a prescribed amount of laps, you end up getting automatically disqualified by the server. So they would okay. So they exceeded the pit speed limit after their pit stop. I think we might be seeing that MX-5 peel into the pits on the restart here.
There's also a few PCR category cars that are questioning how the top two in class ended up a full lap ahead through the wave around.
Yeah, that's far from ideal for our Class C competitors. But it looks like it's time for us to go back to green flag racing, and whatever debate the PCR competitors will have with race control, that will have to wait for a bit. Tony Baker bringing the 000 down Conrod and into pit lane. Matthew Dench to lead us away for the first restart with 4 hours and 20 minutes remaining.
So Matthew Dench is still, it looks like he's crawling from this angle, but he's still holding 80 k's an hour. But compared to the speed that they'd normally take there of about 260 kilometers an hour, 80 kilometers an hour is crawling. With the safety car in, Matthew Dench can punch it just about any time he likes.
Very close indeed on the exit here. Darcy Inwood going to be right on it here. And does Dench decide to accelerate? He can do it at the apex of Murray's here, but he'll wait a little bit longer. And there we are, green flag flies, and we are away.
So how does the tyre temperature look like for everyone? We've got some passing happening in the middle of the fields for GT4. Got a GR86 in there as well. And a bit of a mess through Hell Corner at the very tail of the field as well. That's going to need to sort itself out by horsepower heading up Mountain Straight. Dench still leads us by a slim margin into turn 2, and he gets a bit of a sideways action through there. Car's moving around a lot at this stage.
Yeah, this is tight. Top 3 through the cutting. Dench was struggling a little there on the exit of Hell Corner, and continuing to have some trouble up the hill is Darcy Inwood. There's going to be a bit of a breakaway from the leader as we keep our eyes on the Powered by Coffee McLaren briefly. A bit further behind, Jacko Venter, having taken over the Gamma Flare Esports yellow BMW, got Lucas Baker behind him, continuing to catch up down the hill. Nice wide entry into Forest Elbow for John Trott just up ahead, and he's carried that momentum. Looks like we might have a position change for 7th spot here if Paul Auditore is not able to hold him off.
Drum's coming down the mountain.
And looks like... oh dear, that's Dan Bathurst with even more damage now on the GR86, and Damien Cairns there in the Accelerate Endurance 88.
Don't tell me that first and second in class came together, that were a whole lap separate from the rest of their class.
Yeah, that's interesting. So this is the replay from the Accelerate car's point of view. He spun coming down to the dipper, and I think Bathurst came in and clobbered him as he was trying to get back going. Oh yeah. Oh dear. That is a straight up dangerous re-entry there.
I mean, what can you do? I guess you have to wait for the whole field. And even then, you're in a compromised spot, but you'd be stationary in a compromised spot until the whole field comes through.
Yeah, just sit and hope, really, is your only option. Well, Lockhart Brownlee has gotten into second spot. Darcy Inwood back to third now in the OPR 143. And Orbit Drop Bearer 1-2 at the front of our field. It's all on here, just outside the top 10. There's an entire pack here that's going from 9th down to 16th. Johannes Slabbert there in the Gamma Flare Esports car trying to chase down Jake Edwards, who's having some trouble with Lucas Baker side by side into McPhillamy. This could be interesting. The swap is done, and don't go for the move there, Johannes.
It's relatively tight in the TCR group. Damage for Dan Bathurst in Class C is extended that. Bathurst has taken his fast repair. Come back out onto circuit. Damien Cairns with the drive-through for an unsafe rejoin that we just saw. A bit happening with the recondensed GT4s as well.
Yeah, indeed. The One Performance car is in trouble again here. Got Alexander Morris, Braden Nash, and Eduardo Piccarini slipstreaming on the inside here. There's potential for Inwood to lose 2 spots. Oh, he's trying to cover, trying to block. And it is successful. But how long can this BMW hold on to their position in the top 3? Look at this. It's so compressed outside the top 10 at the moment. And in the middle of it all, we've got the Accelerate Endurance car of Anthony Vismo, who's down 11 spots and trying to make up places. The 740, having just recovered from a penalty themselves. I mean, I'm looking at this, David, and I have no idea how this is going to work out. Pretty much every time they get to Murray's or Hell Corner, there's some kind of side-by-side, some kind of drama. At the head of it all is still Paul Auditore in the Powered by Coffee McLaren. He and Jake Edwards have been fighting for the last few laps running, and it's only going to be bringing these guys further into contention for that.
I think I'm seeing Morris here go up into third, yes indeed, in front of Darcy Inwood and One Performance Racing, who are now a little on the back foot with the momentum cars crawling all over them, including Cayman down the inside of the final corner. And Inwood's got really deep in there, trying to go around the outside to protect his position. And it set him up poorly onto the front straight, so they remain side by side into Hell Corner. Now it's all performance up Mountain Straight.
Yeah.
Cayman's getting a bit of a side draft there.
Yeah, it is.
Not enough. It needs a massive bump from their teammates that is not forthcoming. So I think kind of have to give up on that one, and you do.
Yep. Wait another half a lap or so for Conrod, and potentially another chance to get by the one performance car. Don't forget, of course, the balance of performance that was applied by Ozicar before the race means that this newer generation BMW M4 is a tiny bit down on power. Thank you very much, Jay, for the info cue there. Only 98% of its total power in the M4 G82, of course. I did get the G82 and F82 confused earlier on in the broadcast, but
And probably offended at least 2 people in doing so.
yeah, well, that's too many, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, out of the Forest Elbow they come, and we're going to see that power start to come in for the flat 4 and the Porsche.
Hey. 6.
Oh, it's a 6. All right, fine.
Trying to shortchange.
Oh, there we go. There's the move. Inwood sees him coming. And again, that just brings Eduardo Piccarini right into it. And this time he is going to go for the move on his teammate. It's protected, though, by Braden Nash. And Piccarini will fall back behind. Might be a bit of discussion going on between the momentum cars here. Got to work together to try and get past Darcy Inwood. Check back in with Anthony Visma for now.
Whole sitting car is still in behind the double Gamma Flare Esports situation. Oh, that's a bit of mowing from Paul Editora. Powered by Coffee McLaren again, one of the sort of rare choices. McLaren, Porsche Cayman, the old spec BMW, the Aston Martin, a few lonely GT4s.
Coming into contact with the powered by Coffee McLaren, the only McLaren in the field. 2:17.2 on the last lap for Paul Auditore. So that's a 6/10 gain that this pursuing pack has made on him on the last lap. This quartet of BMWs chasing him down.
McLaren GT4 is unique in hardly having a roll cage because derived from the road car, it's got a full carbon tub and safety cell already. So on board it looks a little different.
Oh, the
he's got
McLaren's
it
been sent wide.
muscles.
Oh, that was close there. Jacko Venter having to get out of the power just a little bit to avoid getting into the McLaren. And they're 3 wide almost down Conrod. This is going to be a change between the Gamma Flare Esports cars. Will Auditore be able to hold on to any of these positions in the midst of this? He's on the inside through the kink at the chase. Room is given, though. Oh, maybe not enough room at the exit. The McLaren is compromised again on the exit. This has the opportunity open for the pole position car. But Anthony Visma does not take it. This is a ridiculous pack. This is how that all started, though. MX-5 on the inside of Forest Elbow, and well, the McLaren couldn't really do much there, short of just straight up staying behind. And that is ultimately It worked out better for Auditorio than I thought it would. I thought for sure that he'd lose 2 positions at least there, but he only had to give up a place to 1 of the Gamma Flare cars. Actually, 2 of them. I'm not focusing on the right places. 8-car pack here for 9th spot.
Right in the middle of it, that 76 Accelerated Endurance BMW. And it looked solid in the first half of the first stint of the race, and then began to sort of slightly mysteriously drop away.
Auditori's just taking it easy across the top here. The McLaren is a quick car, for sure. But at this early stage, you don't want to be pushing too hard amongst those walls across the top.
It's wide of the apex in a couple of places as well. The closing speed at that point down Conrod Straight is absolutely insane. And the straight speed for the MX-5 is about 215 kilometers an hour compared to 260 for top class cars.
Dina Lessie leading the way in Class B.
This has grown as well. Is there still some damage to the Audi in second, or
Surely not.
it's just what's... Both cars have had a driver change, I believe, so...
Yeah, they both have, yeah. But if there was more damage on that Summit Sim Sports Audi, I'd be genuinely wondering why they hadn't retired, because, you know, if you're spending that much time in the pits fixing damage on a car that looks clean, yeah. They still have a fast repair available, so they were taking that damage repair the long way around. But a 222 for Alessi, and across the line for Millard, it's a 223.5. So at the moment, the MFR car is the one with pace in Class B. Here in Class C, though, we have Russ Green with over 1.5 minute lead over Dan Bartish, who we saw involved in that crash earlier. Fast repair on that car, and now the ETS GR86 is back out there. For the time being, it seems the MX-5s still have the pace advantage in our PRC class.
Here's where that peak speed gets generated, but Aaron Dorman's going nowhere.
Oh
He
no.
got freight trained by GT4 cars coming over Skyline. He was offline, heading down through the S's and towards the Dipper, and I think might be done. So, this is where it starts. We go safety car.
Yep. Mick Clifton gets by him, and oh, did the car just catch the curb wrong there? Looks like it. Or was the engine popped? What went on there? That's a very odd incident for the MX-5, and he spins again on the way out of the Dipper.
Yeah. The rear locks up twice there,
Huh.
and then he's got no engine. Is it a downshift issue?
I'm going to ride on board with him and listen.
Well, it's dead, Jim.
This certainly is, but yeah, okay, so at the point that the car spun, the engine was low revs, so listen into this. Yeah, that's weird. It wasn't at the high revs that I'd expect an engine to go pop at.
Did he get his rear toe aligned?
I don't know.
Because it spins twice, turning left.
It's almost as if there was just some kind of failure in the rear drivetrain. I genuinely don't know what happened there. Either that or a hardware failure? Very strange indeed.
I think he gets a tap on the right rear. But I've just never seen damage like that.
I did see that there was a bit of contact just before he... Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. I just looked on my end, looking at the side of the car, and I don't know what view we can use to get this, but
Leader's
the right
pitting.
rear wheel of Aaron Dorman locked up.
So your top three are pitting right now, but the momentum cars are going to stay out and pick up the safety car.
Righto. They were a fair way into the stint here, and I think at 4 hours to go, probably a good time to do it. That'll put you on what, 3 stops to the end? 2 full tanks and maybe a splash and dash?
Stay out, but a couple more pit. You've got both Gamma Flare GT4s, Laneship Racing, one of the Accelerate Endurance BMWs, but not both.
So I've done some further analysis on the incident that caused the safety car. It is a net code involved. As Mick Clifton was going past the MX-5 of Aaron Dorman, there was a bit of ghost contact, and it was with the rear wheel, the right rear wheel there of the MX-5. You'll see it happen here. So thank you very much for the slow motion, Jay. This will give us a good perspective. Clifton coming through, and you'll see it happen right about here. There's that contact, and less than half a second later, just a fraction of a second later, that disconnects the right rear from the rest of the car, and that's what spins out the Australia-wide racing car. Have a look as it comes into view here. You can see that right rear is standing completely still while the rest of the wheels on the car are still turning.
Right, yeah, because it looked like ripping the handbrake, and I guess that's what it's done.
Yeah, in effect, it's the same thing, right? But, yeah. They've still got their fast repair, though, so that's good news for the crew of the number 14. They have had to tow back to the pits. It'll take them a while to get back out there, considering they're on the opposite side of the track from pit lane. But they should still be able to get out there and circulate, maybe pick up a few positions later on in the race.
So 2 hours completed the mountain, and 2/3 still to go under our second safety car of Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour for 2025. SimSpeed TV going to take a little break here and come back.
It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but is it enough? It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
Under our second safety car of 2025, Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour. It's been a little bit of extended drama during safety car. So the car that brought out the safety car got repaired, got back out on track, cold tires, tank slapper at the dipper, and toasted their car once again. With a little bit of contact for the OSR BMW that was following as well. That Simon Black is now going to pit.
Yeah, indeed. Not ideal circumstances for the OSR Enduro machine. Certainly not for the number 14 either, who you see stricken in pit lane in the bottom right there. Things just going all sorts of wrong for Australia Wide Racing Purple. This is the onboard view from Simon Black. Now remember, these guys aren't actually racing here. They're trying to make their way back to the back of the safety car queue. And Simon sees this happen right in front of him, and, well, you don't really have much time to react to something like that. I mean, we could see it happening from on top of the roof of the car there, but Simon, of course, would be driving in cockpit view. He wouldn't have been able to see that car spinning until he got around the corner.
So this is what he doesn't have right now is the pit lane speed limiter engaged, that's for sure, but
I mean, yeah, he probably could have seen it a little bit, but regardless, you know, you're not focusing on what the car in front of you is doing at that point. You're focusing on trying to get around the corner. So, and of course, you know, the dipper being such a high load corner, it's very difficult to alter your line coming out of it, especially at a split second's notice, like what would have happened there for Simon Black. So far from ideal circumstances.
it reminds me of some of the analysis post Miracle on the Hudson, where they, you know, ran simulators and stuff. They were like, actually, they could have coasted and landed at Teterboro Airport rather than trying to land in the river. Like, okay, now run a simulation where the pilot doesn't know they're about to have double engine failure and see if they have time to make it in that situation. And they did. They lied to some people that they were training one thing, and then they gave them double engine failure, and they couldn't. They couldn't do it if they didn't know what was about to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's easy to go, oh, you know, you could avoid a spun car there once you already know that a car's about to spin out.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we can run all the analysis we want, check all the replay angles we want, but the fact of the matter is, when you have a split-second decision out there on a racetrack, it's very easy to make the wrong one, or, you know, maybe in Simon Black's case, not have time to make a decision at all. Well, we will very shortly be getting this race back under green flag conditions. Everyone who is still out there circulating has rejoined the back of the safety car queue. And we have Edoardo Pecorini in the Momentum 778 out there at the moment. One of many cars, the top 8 to be precise, who did not come into the pits under this safety car. We had our race leading cars make their way into pit lane when the safety car came out. So Orbit Bear Venus and Mars, with Brownlee and Nixon at the wheel respectively, down in 9th and 10th at the moment on this restart. And that means that these guys out the front here are way off on strategy. Way off. 16 laps complete for Edoardo Pecorini. And I get the feeling this car, in fact, all of these cars in the top 8, will be coming into the pits a lot sooner than we were expecting. They have had those laps under safety car to save as much fuel as they can, but will only be able to make it so far here once the race goes back to green. Pecorini leads us away.
Yeah, he does. It's Momentum Motorsport 1 and 2. They stopped all that long ago, particularly in the case of Pecorini, who leads us. Highest placed car that did stop under that safety car as well. Drop their Venus back in 9th. Here they are with their teammate Mars just behind them. GT4 just splitting the two TCRs right now.
close as always here between Middle Finger Racing and Summit Sim Sports. Meanwhile, Trevor Mortimer taking over the ETS Motorsport 95, and they've moved into the lead of Class C. Russ Green chasing them down. Brett Gerards
Cutting.
Oh no, oh no. That's the Middle Finger Racing GT4 and the Summit car just sneaking around the outside. Oh, this is going to turn into a bit of a traffic jam. Oh, this isn't ideal. The race is still under green flag at the moment. Drivers, of course, will be advising caution, and the M4 Privateers car has had a problem too. John Trott, and oh no! Paul Thompson in the OG gear car, and is that the Accelerate Endurance BMW 2? Auditore with trouble as well. What on earth has happened?
So McPhillamy Park.
Those were the fourth place cars back on the restart. Something went massively wrong there. Oh.
This is under the
Yeah.
tree, and then it's at Metal Grate.
So keep an eye here on John Trott. He hits the wall coming out of Reed Park, then spins right in front of the whole field. Oh my god. Oh no, the Orbit Drop Bear cars got involved too. It looks like the leading one of them with Brownlee at the wheel, losing the front bumper from that too. It's one of the worst times to have a spin or contact with the wall in John Trott's case.
OG Gear Esports car is going nowhere.
We're going to be having another safety car from this. In fact,
Yeah,
we
we
already are under safety car. It's been immediately called by race control. Paul Thompson was one of the first drivers on the scene there. Trott had a spin, and he was just coming in completely full speed. That's what happened up at the cutting. I think this would have been around the same time as the incident ahead was happening. Yeah, goodness me. Chaotic restart. Well done to all the drivers behind that for getting on the brakes very quickly, slowing down and avoiding damage. But for Paul Auditore, Anthony Visma, Paul Thompson, Jason Adams, they were just going way too fast into that. In fact, actually, I will. Jay's going to give us a replay here from onboard Nomenson's perspective. This is the 111 having its problem. I would also like to request an onboard from Jason Adams in the number 32 box 1 car, because I mentioned him as one of the cars involved in the incident at Metal Grate, but his avoidance was spot on.
You see smoke or smell fire, it's the replay machine as Jay Kennedy gets to work. This is that onboard.
Yeah, so you'll see John Trott have a spin there, and then the heavens open, parted like the Red Sea. Jason Adams, more like Moses Adams.
Saw the smoke up the road as well, and I think reacted quite quickly to that and thought there's going to be nothing good from that amount of smoke coming over the crest into Metal Grate. So the momentum cars are still 1 and 2. Yeah, box 1 racing sneaking through for sure into 4th there. One of the Orbit Drop Bear cars collected damage while the other didn't, or not as much.
Yeah, so it looks like Lockhart Brownlee was the first of the Orbit Drop Bear cars on the scene there, and he is already pitted to get that damage repaired. only spending 6.7 seconds in the lane, using the fast repair for that car. And back down to 11th place. So they're basically back to square one in this car because they qualified 12th. Lockie's going to have to do all that work all over again. Of course, he will be gifted a few free positions in the short term when the first to fourth place cars eventually pit. I'm expecting that the Momentum 78 and the Box 132, the two Caymans there, will be the first in. They've completed 23 laps on this stint so far.
I have a bread roll.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Jay has a coffee. I have no coffee.
Oh, I have a coffee.
I probably should have gotten another one when we were on break, but I'm sure we'll have another opportunity to get ourselves refreshed at some point.
You're going to duck out and get a Brown's chill?
It's a bit too far to the shops. I wouldn't be back for 20 minutes.
Race controller calling numbers and sending drivers for waiver rounds.
Back-to-back safety cars here.
Some of you will be dying to know that the safety car is on lap 12 of this race.
Well, that's a good run so far.
And with a best lap of 3 minutes 37 seconds. Has, however, made 3 pit stops.
Yeah, 3 pit stops over 12 laps. Not the best stats for an endurance race.
Got any spare front bumpers? As seen on pit lane. So these cars are not getting out in a hurry because they had a fast repair. It's already gone in the case of these BMWs. And of course, it was half a lap after taking their fast repair that Mazda went into the wall again. So that is going to be very, very long repairs for Accelerate Endurance, the pole sitter, OG Gear Esports, Australia Wide Racing, and Middle Finger Racing.
Yeah, such a shame for Anthony Visma in the 76 because he was the second car on the scene when John Trott had his spin across the top. The McLaren, Paul Auditore, was the first. You'd never want to be at the front of the queue when something like that happens in front of you and the track gets blocked. Never would have thought that with not even half of the race complete that the pole position sitting car would be in the pits getting a long repair job done. But that's the way it goes sometimes. In fact, it's the way it goes many times from the amount of endurance races I've covered. You never truly know who's going to be on top.
comes Mazda. I'm sure you, of all people, are incredibly thrilled about the news that Mazda are working on a 5th generation brand new MX-5.
Oh, are they? I didn't know that. I am happy to hear that. See what kind of design philosophy they go for.
The detail, they say it's going to be lighter than the ND.
How is that possible? I didn't think you could make it even more light.
It's also apparently going to have to do the emissions-y stuff, is that it's going to be a 2.5 litre, but make about the same horsepower as the current car, but with a combustion cycle that makes it more compliant-rear.
Compliant-rear. I like that.
You think it's black and white and it complies or it doesn't, but no, there's scales to this thing. There's complying and then there's, that.
Yes.
So, a couple of pit takers here. How many times do you reckon OSR Enduro number 8's been on pit lane?
I'd say at least 7 times. They've come in...
9?
Oh. Yeah,
that's
they've come
including
in...
the drive-through that they had at one point, I think.
Ah, true. So 8 stops, really. Wasn't too far off. OSR like to do that in these Enduros. They aren't always up at the very front of the field, but they enjoy coming in under every opportunity they can to top up the car. Colin Bruns, meanwhile, brings the 111 back out. The car that had its little whoopsie at the cutting. Still with quite a bit of damage to the front bumper of the BMW M4. But I think crucially at this stage, we have 3.5 hours still left in the race. If you're still out there, still circulating at this point, then you've basically done half the job right there. We say it time and time again, it's all about buying a ticket to the end, right?
It might be about saving your fast repair to be a ticket at the end.
Exactly. As far as we're aware, MFR The Salute has not taken their fast repair as of yet. Oh, I've just been corrected. They have taken it. So the damage still being present on the car is not due to saving the fast repair.
Yeah, they don't have their cake and they can't eat it too.
No. Never understood that saying. If I have a cake, of course I'm going to eat it.
Is now the time for me to explain it to you?
Well, how much is left in the safety car period? Looks like all the waiver rounds are complete. We still have some time for Shannon Barnes and the slot car machine to get up to the rear of the queue. So, fire away.
So it's perhaps better phrased as you can't eat your cake and have your cake. If you eat the cake,
Then you no longer
have
have
the cake.
I see.
So to
Right.
have your cake and eat it too is, you can't use the get out of jail free card and still have a get out of jail free card.
I see. All makes sense now.
I've no idea what, bird in the hand, bird in the bush is though, so don't come to me on that one.
I guess my interpretation of it would be that, the saying is a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. So like it's better to have what you've got than to try and covet more stuff that you don't have. I don't know. That's how I interpret it anyway. There's no room for interpretation on what the safety car is doing. It's pulling away from the rest of the field. And we're going to be going back to green flag racing again. Hopefully this time we make it more than half a lap before it comes back out.
Momentum 1-2 once again. Drop Bear Mars that stopped under the previous safety car, now up into 5th. That restart. Green flag. And we are racing. We didn't see a whole lot of team games between the two momentum cars earlier on. They didn't seem to be helping each other quite as you might expect. So when we have the same, similar or different this restart, there goes the TCR cars, plural, because there is 2 of them in that class. And then the leader of Class C back here. It's Trevor Mortimer.
So, good turnaround there for the ETS Motorsport number 95 as the top 3 make their way into the cutting. Jake Edwards chasing them down in the One Performance Racing car, and 21 laps complete on the stint for them, most of them of course under safety car. Should expect them to be out there for maybe another half an hour at max.
Jason Adams got a whole bunch of positions for Box 1 Racing as he snuck through the carnage. Now he's under significant pressure on this restart. I think Connor Nixon for Orbit Drop Bear Mars got by him. Yes, and now Vermillion. Oh, and then Nixon's had a huge one at the dipper.
Big.
He's put damage on his car, no doubt.
Yeah, that's quite large. So Nixon will need to yield to Lockhart Brownlee there. One of the worst places possible to have a problem here. Of course, the Orbit Drop Air Mars car was already carrying some damage to the front, but it didn't seem to be affecting their pace. For Connor Nixon, it was just too deep into the S's.
He's already in trouble here, yeah.
Yeah, pushed wide into the dipper, and well, then you have the drop down, the elevation change, a little bit of a slide in the rear, contacting the left rear with the wall, and then just go straight into the barrier on the outside. That is massive for the 85. They are staying out though, I think, just to assess the damage to the car and see if they need to come in for the pits. Big racing happening in front of them, trying to sneak through on the inside. There is the Accelerate Endurance 2 machine. Puts Drew Hanstein down a spot.
Box 1 Racing are being swamped here, so Accelerate Australia-wide and Orbit Drop Air have gone past, but as they've gone past, they've ignited their own fight, where Accelerate Endurance 351 has then snuck past a couple of other cars, put their white BMW in front. Mercedes versus Mercedes battle here.
Ooh.
Around the outside surely doesn't work. Still going to remain level between Australia-wide Racing. We're on the outside of Orbit Drop Air Venus into the cutting. Oh, and another beating up on poor Box 1 Racing, Lame Sheep Racing. Get through on the inside of the cutting as well. Box 1 Racing go back to 10th, having restarted in 4th place.
Yeah, with that very lucky escape from the incident that caused the safety car. Looks like a change for the lead in Class C. That's Russ Green in the 105, MX-5 passing Trevor Mortimer. And they are together on the circuit with a lapped car. Looks like that's... which car is that? Is that one of the...
Well, it'll...
yeah, it's the Australia-wide car. Australia-wide Racing Pink.
First car off the lead lap is going to make sense. Brett Gerrits has gotten back onto the lead lap some way, apparently, in that class. This is the race lead. No team games happening because Momentum Motorsport 7. Braden Nash is back in a 3rd. One Performance Racing now looking for the race lead as well. Actually dropped back behind Braden Nash. Carini still leading.
I thought for a second that the Momentum Porsche would have gone for the pits there. It seemed to be the line he was taking, but he was just trying to protect there from Jake Edwards. And he's going to continue that defense. Coming into Hell Corner, almost making contact on the way in. Maybe a little tappy tap. This allows Eduardo Pecorini to jet away out in front. You see that the BMW of OPR does seem to have a bit of a straight line speed advantage over this Cayman. I'm not exactly sure why. I remember I was talking earlier about how the Momentum Porsche had great pace on acceleration out of the corners. That advantage seems to have vanished here.
Can be sort of dependent on where you are in the gear range as well for the naturally aspirated Porsche. Sometimes it goes well. You've got the gears actually bottom of screen there. Always found the 6th gear is pretty tall in the Porsche, but so you shift into 6th gear and it kind of drops the revs down a little bit, but you stick with it, and then you pull an extra sort of 500 RPMs on, and suddenly you're back in the sweet spot and pulling well again. So yeah, look, each gear shift drops, you know, like 1,500 RPM, and I think the sweet spot is pretty high and not particularly good. So yeah, then you drop down to 6,000 RPM again, and it kind of bogs down. You're like, can I get back towards 7,000-ish RPM, where the life really is in this motor?
And for now, Nash remains ahead. He's going to stay out for another lap here. These teams staying out under the safety car. Be interesting to see how that affects their strategy going forward, because remember, they're quite light on fuel at the moment. Last lap time for Braden Nash was a 2:14.7, fastest car in the top 3. Meanwhile, the cars behind, such as Greathead, Brownlee, Clifton, best they've been able to manage is high 214s, low 215s. And there's quite a few cars who pitted under safety car. They're only managing low 216s at this point. So at the moment, the pace is with the top 3. The Box 1 racing car, meanwhile, comes in, and Brendan Purcell will take over that number 32. I'd have to say that after the lucky escape we saw from Jason Adams, he'll be wanting a break.
Box 1 Racing qualified 22nd, so actually they're in garage 22. Box 1 belongs to Accelerate. But yeah, I mean, I've certainly seen some benefit to sort of being up front in these restarts, because for Momentum, you know, they restarted up front and then all chaos happened behind them, took out a couple of challenging cars, and then they restart from out front again with the clean air and put a couple of seconds into the whole rest of the field. And up front on the restart, avoid some of the carnage. I don't think it's too bad for Momentum right now.
They're in a good spot right now. Down Conrod straight, slipstream again for the BMW, but Jake Edwards hasn't been in any rush to get by Braden Nash. He's been sticking close, but we haven't seen much in the way of big moves from him since a few laps ago. And it looks like these guys are continuing to make up time on Eduardo Pecorini. 2:15.0 on the last lap, and now down to a 2:14.8, but he's still 0.3 slower than Braden Nash, as he was on at the previous lap. So not sure what's going on here. I think it might have something to do with Nash being the lightest car of them all. been out there for 30 laps. That is, of course, including the safety car laps. Only 25 laps completed for Pecorini and for Edwards, so they've got a little bit more fuel on board. They're not quite able to maximize the pace. Back further on here, Thinus Venter and the 714 machine trying their best to find their way past Henry King, who's taken over that Jinx Shifters car. King, of course, incredibly experienced at Bathurst and using that experience to somehow maintain pace around the outside of turn 2. And up the inside at the cutting, that's understeer there for Venter. And could open up an opportunity for Adam Hughes.
Oh,
yeah, you're right. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Oh, dear.
Gamma Flare and M4 Privateers have come together, exiting the cutting, heading up towards Reed Park.
That's not ideal. So the 740, that was Adam Hughes just behind. So all of this was started by Venter, unfortunately having that hit to the wall out of the cutting, and then the M4 Privateers car tried to sneak up the inside, but it's difficult to do that at this point of the circuit. Oh, that's big damage. Did you see how the rear left lifted off the ground there?
Yeah, it sort of went a bit pogo, didn't it? So this is on board with the Privateers. So clear view of that. Nah.
That was just straight up understeer. Just understeered into him. I mean, I understand why they would have wanted to go for the move. I think maybe they were just carrying a bit too much speed and it was a bit too much for the front tires.
So while this is 10th and 11th right now for One Performance Racing and Southern Cross Racing, there's a couple of cars in front to pit, about 3 of them that are probably going to need to pit in the next 10 to 15 minutes that will free them up, and it's these 3 cars. Race lead compressing drastically. Braden Nash, the Porsche, getting closer to his teammate in the Mercedes. Performance Racing, Jake Edwards, sort of seeing double on the day after a public holiday.
Yeah, for sure. It's an experience that I think a few of us can relate to. Still question marks over exactly how long these guys are going to go. So the cars that took the green flag stops at about the hour mark, they made it about 31 laps, and that's how many laps Braden Nash has done thus far.
Box one stopped in their Porsche, which is sort of a like-for-like comparison here, after 29 laps. So now we're 31 in for Momentum Motorsports, and it's just a question of, is 1 lap under safety car half a lap of green flag, a third of a lap of green flag consumption? So that's sort of the question.
Yeah, I mean, I'd project that it might be a bit less than a third even, because you got to remember these guys are running behind the safety car in 6th gear or in top gear in low revs to try and save as much fuel as possible. Yeah. Oh, something happening down at Forest Elbow. That is the Orbit Drop Bear 85 getting through on the Accelerate Endurance machine. The 351 with Mick Clifton at the wheel, now under some pressure at Murray's from the Australia-wide Mercedes. Drew Hanstein here could potentially find a way through at Hell Corner. How hard does Mick Clifton want to push this? Not that far. Hanstein fires it in and takes 7th spot for now. Remember, only 7th spot on track. All things considered, it looks like it's going to be effective 4th there for the Australia-wide Racing 405.
Hill again we go. Here's the old spec BMW. I made my thoughts and feelings quite clear earlier on. For Lane Sheep Racing, yeah, they qualified 19th. He runs 9th at the moment, and he's on the optimal fuel strategy as well. So it kind of makes him net 6th, really.
Yeah, it's been a good drive from the Lame Sheep Racing crew. Eduardo Zamora took over from Kurt Normanson for a time. It was from laps 32 to 49, so not the not as long of a stint as Normanson was able to manage in the first stint. But still a great performance from the 015ers. We get news of John Trott receiving a drive-through penalty there for...
That's M4 privateers.
Yep, that's the incident we saw happen at Reed Park just a few minutes ago. And then ended up half blocking the track. Gap, meanwhile, closing in Class B.
Alessi's passed him. Alessi's made a move.
Wasn't he already leading?
No, because Millard made a move.
Oh, okay. I obviously wasn't mentally here for that. It's a nice battle going on between these two. This is how Alessi got it done. Turn 1 move. Rotate on the way in, as you have to in a front-wheel drive car. And that was pretty textbook there from Dean Alessi. Meanwhile, Henry King and Lucas Baker match up for 11th spot. Trott coming in to serve that pit lane drive-through. Battle for the lead continues to compress here. Braden Nash is really looking fast now. I get the feeling this, I mean, surely this is his in-lap by now. I mean, the safety car, or the 2 safety cars that they had to negotiate would have saved quite a bit of fuel for this car, extended the amount of laps that it ultimately does. You can see that he's pushing harder and harder as the fuel burns off.
Always bothered me that the 6-cylinder BMW M4 has 4 exhaust tips. So I just went and looked, when did they first start putting 4 exhaust tips on it? And it was the E46 generation. And of course you can't go backwards from that now. So they're still putting a number of exhaust tips that doesn't match up to how many exhaust ports there are on the engine.
1 per cylinder.
1.5.
Yeah, true. I keep forgetting that it's a 6-cylinder.
Someone else forgot that. What was I watching? Well, I think it was genuinely, I think, Garth Tander forgot.
Yeah. Another West Aussie.
Lives in Melbourne now, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he's from Perth. That's all that counts. And forgetful West Aussies seems to be a theme of this broadcast. I'm doing the heavy lifting, of course.
Go look at the Queensland Wikipedia article and quiz me on what Queensland's bird is, because I've no idea.
Yeah,
I thought you were good knowing it was
like
the Black Swan.
Yeah, well, I think it seems like yeah, Jay confessing in the background that he doesn't know what the state bird of Victoria is. I mean, for WA at least, it's easy to tell because it's on our flag, and
yeah, because I would have said some kind of eagle.
Yeah, and the main river through our capital is the Swan River. So... Okay, so... I don't know if that came through to the broadcast there. It did not. Jay was telling us a very interesting fact about the Sydney Swans AFL team. They're originally called the South Melbourne Swans because they had a bunch of WA players. Well, that is now something that I know.
I, for one, think Jay should break his radio silence exactly once every 3 hours to deliver a fun trivia fact and then slink back into the silence and darkness.
Yes, I'd be all for that.
Braden Nash still going here, 34 laps.
Yeah, this is incredibly extended run for the Momentum 78.
Hey, hang on. I'm seeing... Now I look again. I think they splashed that fuel under the second safety car that came quickly after the first one. So I've been looking in the wrong place. The tyres are 35 laps old, but the fuel is only 30.
Oh! That explains it. So that was a very well-timed splash there for the number 78. And of course, GT4 tyres, they last practically forever. So no wonder he's carrying such good pace.
I am working on a theory that it's actually the switch of official tyre manufacturer that has killed TCR racing. Because no one ever thought the cars were cool, but you could always hand wave it with, yeah, but the racing's, you know, close and cool and door banging like people say they want. And then they change to tyres that overheat the minute you're within 2 seconds of following another car and no passing happens. And there's lost the whatever made TCR worth watching.
Yeah, that is an interesting theory. I just
Michelin's.
I can't help but opine that sometimes it feels like I'm the only person on the planet who actually thinks front-wheel drive touring cars are cool.
I appreciate them, but there's a very strong segment of the Australian motorsports viewing public that harbour a irrational resentment to anything that isn't a V8.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Racing is racing. It doesn't matter how powerful the car is or what wheels are being driven. I mean, there was quite a bit of support for super touring back in the day. Well, our leaders finding their way out of turn one as it seems one of the Gamma Flare cars out behind them. Looks like the Gamma Flare blue entry. Yep, blue 2. With Johannes Slabbert at the wheel, just taking back over from.
They had?
No, I did not, but it wouldn't surprise me. I've just gone back to check it myself, and oh boy, that was quite a snap. Well recovered though. Slabbert taking back over from Adam Hughes there, and having to very quickly get back used to the car after, I believe, some time being spent in the pits.
Nearly Bo Alberted it.
Close. We're now expecting that with the splash, Braden Nash will be able to continue on for some time more, but
the old splash
also,
Nash.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I think, though, we're also expecting Pecorini and Edwards to go on a bit longer as well, because they also came into the pits on the safety car before last, but they changed tyres, didn't they?
They did, but all three of them fueled at the same lap. So this is the onboard Gamma Racing Esports. It's just come out of the pit, so it's cold tyres, and it takes a little bit. We've seen that this newest BMW M4 kind of does that a little bit once the tyres are warm as well. Challenge on cold tyres, to be sure. So in this lead here of Class C, I also want to point out that Brett Gerard's got back onto the lead lap and has taken about 20 seconds out of these two since doing so. So genuinely, like, if it stays green, he's on pace to catch these two. But currently 2 minutes, the majority of a lap behind.
Yeah, some solid pace from Gerards as things stand. The 59 with a 2 minute 36 on the previous lap.
It's not represented in the lap times right now, but I'm looking at that margin and going, on average, he's doing something good.
Yeah, definitely. And crucially, Brett's in clear air right now. He hasn't got anyone stymieing his pace in front of him, and the next car behind in the OG Gear Esports GT4 is only just coming into Murray's corner at the moment as Gerards is turning in for turn 1. So it's a good time to be Brett Gerards right now. You have the track all to yourself.
Every car that started the race is on the track now. So the most delayed cars, this OG Gear Esports car took 27 minutes of repairs. So iRacing are behind them, have taken 20 minutes of repairs at their most recent stop, and another sort of 15 at another point. But with half completed and half to go, in 2025 Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour, all of our starters are still running despite the, I lost count, is it 4 safety cars?
3. Mick Clifton moving the car around a little bit out of the chase there as he tries to keep Darcy Inwood behind him. One Performance Racing 143, having led the race for some time, shuffled back through the safety car periods, trying to break a bit further into the top 10 here. For the moment, it's looking like once the top 3 pit, the lead will fall to the number 11 Vermilion car of Lewis Greathead. And Inwood will be granted a few free positions as well, potentially, but have to wait and see how long the pit stop ends up taking for the top 3. This is not ideal. Traffic at the exact wrong place, and oh dear, the poor slot car racing Mazda getting bashed about there. Not in a literal sense, but probably feeling mentally a bit assaulted from that onslaught of GT4 traffic. Position works out in Inwood's favour. Oh!
Dramas at
Brownlee. Oh no. This was one of the quickest cars in the GT4 class in the first stint of the race. Oh, careful, careful. Oh dear. That
Louise.
Oh, that was toit. Well, Brownlee unfortunately just hitting the bump wrong, coming through the S's there. And the run into the dipper, you gotta have the car going straight over that bump. You can't have too much angle on the fronts, otherwise they'll just kick in the compression, and the rears will break free because they can't do any steering. So that is crucial time lost for Orbit Drop Bear Venus, number 482. They were looking at, you know, they were 1 and 2 at the front of the field, were the Orbit Drop Bear cars, and Venus was looking like the faster of the two. But now, thanks to that, they have dropped 1 position below their starting spot.
You're a nerd for these sort of things. There have been many road cars with 4-wheel steering systems, and indeed Porsche still make and sell them. Except for the Tyrrell P34, do you know of any 4-wheel steered race cars?
Surely the first version of the R32 GTR Group A. Did they carry over the 4-wheel steering on that car to the race car? I'm certain they did, but maybe they didn't.
Food for thought. Because I can see the advantages to it, but I can also see some serious mechanical sympathy downsides.
Oh god, yeah.
Is our only Aston Martin in the race, stretching its wings?
Yeah, John Snell versus Michael Korolev. The Ozicar Racing Team and the OSR Racing Team. The two organizations that organize the biggest independent endurance events in the OzNZ sim racing community. Of course, that car behind them is one of the Accelerate Endurance cars. I believe it's the 88 lap down. Yeah, Damien Cairns trying his best here to get some time back for his car, but being a lap down and being faster than the cars in front of you is not an ideal combination.
None of my research has turned up. Did the high-CAS 4-wheel steering system carry over onto the Group A car? I'm with you. It feels like no, because if it did, people would talk about it.
Yeah.
Instead, all they talk about is 4-wheel drive. And packs of assholes.
Indeed. I wasn't going to say it, but thanks for taking that burden off me.
Well, Gentleman Jim said it, so I think that gives all of us a pass once.
And only once. This is an interesting little sequence of events in front of us here. The MX-5s having to be negotiated. That 111 is looking a little bit healthier, has to be said. I think Colin Bruns brought that thing back into the pits, get some damage repaired a few laps ago. A clean front end on it now.
Oh, easy. Traction zones are looking challenging. And it's 11 laps into the stint from what I can tell. Your TCR second place has just had some drama in the chase. Coming together with One Performance Racing's 51. So third place car pitting in.
Okay, so it's going to be the first call from the top three to come in, but not in the way they wanted. Yeah, it looks like Josh Millard. Yeah, I can tell you right now, Josh Millard is blameless here. He was holding his line, and then the BMW tried to turn in for the right-hander of the chase, and there really wasn't anywhere for Millard to go short of outside the physical realm.
This is what we talked about. The TCR cars are only 5 seconds a lap slower around Mount Panorama here, and basically all of it's in a straight line. They brake and they corner just as well as the GT4s. There are some weather conditions or surfaces where in fact it kind of looks like the TCR cars, for their weight, have a bit more tire and aero than the GT4s do. So when it rains, sometimes the TCRs are quicker.
Well, Edoardo Piccarini is in the International iRacing Club. Reason being, he's racing, he's from El Salvador, which is certainly not a place I expected to see any sim racers come from. Doing a good job up the front here. Technical issues for the car ahead. That is the MFR Civic, who leads the Class B race at the moment. Michael Korolev, hailing from Brisbane. The only time I've ever seen him in person has been at the Mount Panorama, so.
I can say exactly the same thing. I've seen the man 3 or 4 times, all of them at Mount Panorama, and never in Brisbane's eastern suburbs. Apparently some other people have spotted him in the wild, so.
Like Bigfoot. Elusive. Are those photos real? Or is that just a guy in a Michael Korolev costume?
Bigfoot is blurry, and that's the problem.
It certainly is.
You want a fun El Salvador fact?
What's that?
Lots of aircraft maintenance facilities, American Airlines and some others, do a lot of maintenance and overhaul in El Salvador.
Huh. I love our little trivia sessions.
I think I've got a... I didn't think you were going to find that one particularly interesting, but the four-wheel steering stuff, I was like, this is the kind of stuff Reese gets into, and like, we learnt lots of things about Manicourt recently, and that's...
Oh yeah, we did.
I know it's like, oh, a little bit of a racetrack history and design for the Southpaw racer.
For sure. Stay tuned for some potential news on that in the future.
And I was thinking about that just recently because, of course, I was thinking about World War One and the horrific toll that it took, and of course, I guess I won't say it if you're not going to say it, but what we learned about Manicourt also sort of highlights the horrific scale of World War One's casualties and fatalities.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess we can say what we found out. Turns out, the Circuit de Neve-Manicourt was the site of a United States Army field hospital in the First World War, and it was one of the biggest. Base number 48, I believe, Mars-sur-Aye. And yeah, that all blossomed from you pointing out that the main strait of Manicourt used to be the end of a rail yard. We were looking at open railway map and saw, oh, there's a spur there that isn't there now.
Why
Yeah,
does
pit
it say the
stops.
front straight of the racetrack used to be a railway line? What's going on there was the question. So yeah, the Aston Martin takes on some fuel. Lockhart Brownlee, who's had an incredibly adventurous last half hour or so, is trying to make some spots back up and goes back up in 10th place. So seeing a bunch of other pit stops go on.
The Momentum Motorsport cars finally in the lane.
They did 38 laps each.
They did. Jack Vlahovic taking over from Edoardo Piccarini, and Keegan Sutton-Baker finally takes over from Braden Nash. It's been mammoth stints for those two Momentum drivers, both being in there for 73 laps. That's an insane amount of time to be driving any car around Mount Panorama, especially all in one go.
Might have taken a nap during one of the safety cars, though. Shut one eye at a time like a dolphin.
Oh, dear. Well, out they come, and it is the Porsche in the lead in the battle of the teammates.
So they come out 13th and 14th, but what they've now got is the shoe on the other foot. There's a lot of cars in front of them that are 25 to 22 to 20-ish laps on a stint. Look out for Orbit Drop Air Venus, because that's also going to catch us out with the numbers. Yeah, so then you're thinking, actually, it might only be 15 minutes until everyone else has to pit, and they'll cycle back out front.
Indeed. Orbit Drop Air Mars car, Connor Nixon. Got a gap of about 7.3 seconds to make up to Lewis Greathead up the front in the Vermilion Esports number 11. And our former top three are all back together battling for 13th place now. Bit of traffic for the momentum cars, and that's brought Stefan McCartan, that has taken over the One Performance Racing number 51, right back onto the rear of them.
Dear viewers, this Mercedes AMG GT4 does not contain nougat and caramel. You are thinking of a Mars bar, not a Mars car.
Indeed. A Mars car has, I believe, nougat seat cushions.
It's actually a much lower calorie option.
Yeah, it certainly is. A lot harder to eat, though. The defense is on here for the momentum cars as McCartan tries around the outside of Vlahovic. Space is given. And Jack will get the run out of the corner there. Making their way around the MFR Civic. TCR and GT4 together. Have a look at that. Daniel Stevens actually getting slightly better acceleration initially out of Murray's than Keegan Sutton-Baker. That shows you the difference or lack thereof in certain places of the circuit between TCR and GT4.
The TCR kind of keeps up to about 200 kilometers an hour, and then the GT4s with a bit more horsepower really get to work. But it shows why there are some racetracks where TCR is nearly equivalent on pace than others, like Daytona, road course, or others. Any of the really long straights, high-speed stuff with the GT4 cars have a lot of advantage. There's touch, but they sort it out somehow. But that is not quite how you make a pass.
Oh boy. Well, McCartan's going to have to wait another corner to get this move done. But he gets by at the cutting. That was a bit too close for comfort between McCartan and Sutton-Baker. It was your typical turn 2 incident there. Sutton-Baker up the inside was carrying the momentum. Stefan McCartan turning in, trying to get to that inside because he didn't want to get caught off the crown in the road and slip into the wall. Almost ended up in a crash, but well held from the both of them.
They sort of fixed it somehow, but probably a very scary moment for Stefan McCartan.
McCartan's wasted no time getting the pace up here. Incident between cars 51 and 55, no further action. And the 55 is the Summit Sim Sports TCR. We saw that incident happen at the chase. No further action. And I think they, race control took the opinion that McCartan's spin was sort of self-penalizing in the end. Inwood's got some good pace at the moment. 2:15.0 versus a 2:15.4 for Drew Hanstein here. He's been taking 3/10 or so of a second out of him the last 2 laps running. Could be the mid-race comeback we were looking for from the OPR 143.
So we've had a pit stop apiece from the TCR cars. Middle finger seemed to extend their lead. They stopped 1 lap apart from each other here, I think. So Summit followed immediately after. Both have a driver change. Mark Newton and John Simpson.
Yeah, each car on their 3rd driver, I believe. I don't think it makes sense. The TCRs, they go for basically the longest out of all of our classes here. So you're spending a lot of time in the car already, assuming that you don't extend the stint by taking a splash under safety car or something. It makes sense that they're giving their drivers 1 stint each. That pattern should continue until the end. Inwood, 7/10 of a second out of Hanstein on this lap. This is a mighty pace in the OPR BMW at the moment.
Been a while since anyone challenged the fastest lap of the race at 2:13.2. But the track temp, it's pretty steady. Relatively overcast. It sort of requires specific conditions, I think, to break the lap record. It's going to happen right towards the end of the stint when the track is also cool, so you need the car to be light, there to be no traffic, and the track to be grippy. And there is where are you going to find a lap that guaranteed has no traffic.
And I couldn't help but notice that the wind hasn't let up. It's still blowing at 14 k's an hour from the northwest, which if you look at that track map in the bottom right, from the bottom right of that orientation of the map is where the wind is coming from. That'll translate into a slight tailwind down Mountain Straight, slight headwind down Conrod, and potentially some straight line instability at the fastest points on the circuit. Oh, car on the wall. The slot car racing 84 at the S's. Oh, and a big incident down at Murray's. That's the Accelerate Endurance and Lame Sheep cars that have come together, Kurt Nommensen and Mick Clifton. But I think we might be seeing a safety car for another incident at the opposite end of the circuit. Shannon Barnes is at a standstill here with heavy damage.
Evidently that's going nowhere, and this is why. So over Skyline. Oh.
Looks like the rear end just let go, coming through that little dip in the road before the downhill continued.
So they're following another one of the Mazdas that perhaps gave a little checkup, and he tried to change his line in the middle of the S's, which isn't going to work. And then here's Lame Sheep bearing down on Accelerate to the outside of the final corner. And Accelerate just kind of come across, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's not ideal at all. Safety car on standby to pull out and bring the field under control. The safety car conditions have officially been called by race control. 2 hours and 37 minutes remaining in the race. Almost 3.5 hours in. And this will be our 4th safety car of the day. So immediate response from the race-leading Vermilion Esports car, and I would expect that everyone outside of
It would be funny if Momentum end up at 1-2 again after this.
Yeah, I was about to say. Henry King going to come in as well. The OSR car has made its way up to 5th. That is quite significant.
I've been meaning to talk about that livery because I love it. It's a sort of a throwback with a twist. And where on earth they found the font for Jägermeister to write Jinx shifters in it. It's great. My local Porsche Centre Brisbane had a 956 or a 962 in that livery that gets around to some historic events, but it was on the showroom floor in the local Porsche Centre. That sort of orange Jägermeister livery. Between 2014 and 2016, I think I drank about 900 Jaeger bombs, and that was 900 too many, and now I feel sick when I smell it.
Understandable. Well, it looks like the pit stop cycle is complete, and Sam Chapman taking that car back out there, and it looks like Momentum's coming back in here. Now, the One Performance car of Stefan McCartan has decided, I think, not to join them. So Momentum continuing to play the long game here. They're trying to set themselves up for the final stint and just try and get whatever fuel they can when they can.
Yeah, see, I was trying to calculate like a critical lap number here, and if you can do 35 green flag laps, then they make one more stop after this. So maybe they're thinking critical lap number.
Yeah, they must be. Stefan McCartan, on the other hand, going for track position in the One Performance Racing 51. He's going to assume 7th place. Actually, that car just come out of the pits himself. He's the timing's showing him as having done 1 lap on this set of tires, so I think there was a pit stop there for McCartan. He might have pitted on the previous lap just before the safety car. I'll have to go back and check that.
Yeah, interesting.
He did. Very interesting indeed. He pitted right as the safety car was called, so that is...
Is he in the magic spot for it?
He must have been. Very good timing for him. I mean, I think because McCartan and company, they did go by the 84 that was stopped in the S's, and I think
Well, there was...
at that point, McCartan must have thought, okay, there's going to be a safety car. I'm going to come in now.
There certainly was 20 seconds there where it seemed incredibly likely.
Yes.
You're looking at the damage in the car, you're looking at the car's not moving, but from a different angle, you're like, maybe it's about to get going. No, can it move? We're waiting to see. But everyone's thinking probably a safety car here.
So in the end, it looks like that was a perfectly timed splash from the number 51, because they came in before the safety car was called, and that's allowed them to sort of leapfrog ahead of the Momentum cars by quite a few positions.
one of the things you may have noticed when the safety car was called is then there's a few drivers thinking, okay, I'm heading for pit lane here, but because we're, yellow all around the racetrack, suddenly a GT4 can only do Toyota GR86 pace to get around to the pit entry. You can lose time by being further away from pit entry if there's a slower class car between you and pit entry that forces you to back off.
Yeah, and that would have played a part in the Momentum Motorsport cars' movements over the last couple of laps. So, fair play to OPR. They have timed that perfectly, and it has gotten them free of the cars that they were so desperately trying to get past during the last green flag run.
Race Control calling out the numbers for the waiver rounds, and it includes your two TCR leaders that are nose to tail. As that unfolds. A quick break here on SimSpeed TV as we bring you green to checker coverage of the 2025 Ozicar Bathurst 6 Hour.
It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but isn't enough. It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
Safety cars coming in, and we're ready to go racing again in 2025. Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour in support of the No Social Hate campaign and supported by iRacing Australia, Dulux, and Racecraft, who we're going to be speaking about again at another stage.
Very good initial start from Sam Chapman in the Vermilion Esports car. But immediately under attack from Dylan Shepherd, who has taken over the One Performance Racing 143. A little bit of a bump coming down to Griffin's Bend. But Drop Bear Mercedes still in touch with them as they make their way into turn 2. If you're just joining us, David Payne's leading you in, and I am Reese Gardner with Jay Kennedy behind the scenes here on SimSpeed TV. Getting some good side-by-side action going for the moment here, David. Looks like Jackson Dial taking over the Orbit Drop Bear Venus car, and quite involved here with the 51? No, that's not the 51. It is. Stefan McCartan holding on to that 5th place, but Jackson obviously wants to get back in touch with his sister car up ahead.
Yeah, 51 gained a little bit when they were right place, right time when the safety car got called. A few others sort of lost time with the safety car before they could get to the pit entry. So the rim laps weren't quite as good and may have cost a few a little bit. And McCartan was well placed and fortunate. So down Conrod Straight we go, flash the headlights from Dylan Shepherd in 2nd place. Sam Chapman leading the way, and they'll be side by side over the crest and past the monorail, heading down into the braking zone. Dylan Shepherd well ahead of Sam Chapman as they barrel in on the brakes here, and Connor Nixon has a go as well.
Nixon was definitely wanting to get by Chapman there. I don't think he was intending to be as close to Shepherd as he was. But that just goes to show you how opportunistic the Orbit Drop Bear cars have been in this race. They've both had their issues in the last sort of 40, 50 lap sort of stint here. But they are right back on it. Can they get OPR in the end? Replay for the 714 Gamma Flare Esports car. Jacko Venter at the wheel of this one. They got a mechanical black flag from a botched pass. That's one of the Momentum Mercedes trying to get past them at Forest Elbow, and they got sent into the tyres.
Was the door open there or not is the question. Sam Chapman under a whole lot of pressure here. He's ceded the lead to Dylan Shepherd and Connor Nixon. Now Stefan McCartan's going to barrel down the inside of the cutting. Space needed, space given. Sam Chapman finds himself back in 4th place. McCartan now stepping into a podium place. Dylan Shepherd with that race lead, though. It's not easy sailing for him because Connor Nixon with the Mercedes all over him.
Yeah, certainly. Connor Nixon is definitely one of the drivers you can count on to wring pace out of the car. Shepherd also quite a seasoned and fast driver as well. Good matchup between those two. Checking a bit further back, the Vermilion car is still holding on to that 4th, but Drew Hanstein here in the Australia-wide racing car, the car that has the 3rd fastest lap of this entire race thus far. Next car to acquire that target of the number 11, and Jackson Dial hanging back, just watching from a distance. But of course also watching his mirrors, because Henry King has managed to drag that OSR number 52 into the top 7.
Watch the RPMs there as well, because it goes to what I was talking about with the Porsche, where each gear shift, the car goes down 1,500 RPM, or with the Mercedes, it's always in its sweet spot. Each upshift is sort of about 800 RPMs of difference. So Yeah, the spacing of the gears not quite as racy for Porsche. Whereas a few of these other cars, they've either got a wider power band with a turbo like the BMW, or Mercedes is also a turbo, but then the spacing of the gears means that you shift from one to the next and you're still right in the power band rather than sort of dropping a little bit below it.
I thought the Mercedes was naturally aspirated.
Nope, that's the GT3. The GT4 has the road car engine.
Damn, okay. Oh, hello. 740 BMW. Just having come out of the pits there with no wait, hang on, no, that's the other Gamma Flare car. Slabbert again having his problems there at the exit of turn 2 that we saw when that car had fresh tires. Nice little getaway from him.
Always remember that the Aston Martin Vantage GT3 has the AMG GT's engine, and the AMG GT GT3 doesn't have its own engine.
Oh, well, that's not confusing at all.
Yeah. The Mercedes doesn't have the engine that it should, and the Aston Martin does. So, yeah, odd in that way. This is your leading trio. Connor Nixon sandwiched in the middle here. McCartan's done well to close up on Shepherd as well.
This is a solid top 3 here. The Orbit Drop Bear meat in the One Performance sandwich now becomes the top slice of bread. Connor Nixon is through to the lead of the race at the chase. Biggest braking zone on the circuit, and the Mercedes was certainly working overtime to slow down. Now we'll see that Connor Nixon has been unleashed up at the front, what kind of pace he actually has. Got Jack Vlahovic in the Momentum Motorsport Mercedes coming into the pit lane. Only been out there for 11 laps. It's for a drive-through penalty. It's for the contact with the 714 of Jacko Venter. And apparently that happened at the final corner a bit earlier. Or... I'm not entirely sure.
From Shepherd, and he's going to lose out. He was trying to get back at Connor Nixon. Now he's placed wrong. Stephen McCartan gets past him. Shepherd looking forward ends up going backwards.
Back to third place. What kind of response is Shepherd going to have for this? Because obviously he and McCartan are both teammates, and they want to try and get the best result for the team. Ideally a 1-2 finish, but in what order? And you know, we're almost 2/3 of the way through this race. We're closer to the finish than we were to the start, but still a long time to go. Perhaps if you're Shepherd, you hang back a little bit. Let Stephen McCartan try and attack Connor Nixon, and then maybe make your case for moving back ahead.
Wide race in 5th, Orbit Drop Bear Venus 6th. Both of them closing in on beleaguered Sam Chapman. And this for the race lead, they touch around.
No. Stephen McCartan off into the gravel trap. I tell you what, I somehow get the feeling even if Connor Nixon wasn't there, McCartan wouldn't have made the corner. He was way too deep.
Now it's a hot moment with Momentum in the final corner. Who are ironically going to lose out on theirs. And it lets M4 Privateers have a look around the outside of Hell Corner.
A lot of power there on exit there for the BMW. For now, they will stay ahead of the momentum car and the lapped car, which seems to be one of the
Gamma Racing.
Gamma Flare esports cars. So for now, they'll try and keep it going as we have our aerial of the incident. McCartan was trying to turn in, but I get the feeling that car would have run off on the exit of the corner anyway. There's a very deep braking from the number 51. And at the end of the day, I don't think Connor Nixon really did anything wrong there. He was holding his line. And it's another one of those incidents at the chase where the only way there wouldn't have been an incident is if the other car wasn't there.
Nixon pretty much made the apex of the corner as well, so sort of turned in when you would expect to go left and didn't. So, carry on straight. He's under pressure now from Dylan Shepherd. It's a two-way fight for the lead in this minute.
Penalties have been escaped for the incident between McCartan and Nixon as Shepherd goes up the inside and Murray's. Has he overcooked it? Maybe slightly. He's going to push Nixon towards the pit wall. They're making contact down the start-finish straight. That was almost Schumacher and Barrichello at Hungary 2010. But the lead remains in the hands of Connor Nixon. Things are starting to get pushy up the front.
Yeah, Nixon holds his ground as Dylan Shepherd was trying to move him across. Now Nixon will hold the inside steadfastly on the way up to Griffin's Bend, turn 2. It's going to start costing both of them a fair chunk of time. Chapman in third place now, closing in, bringing Drew Hanstein and Jackson Dial fourth and fifth into picture as well as this gets very aggressive now. Shepherd's favourite move is to go off the inside of the cutting, and Connor Nixon knows that. We know that. I think everyone has seen it now. You're just not going to give him that opportunity, and Connor Nixon will not give him that opportunity.
No, certainly not. This has turned into a very entertaining race up the front. I mean, it's always been entertaining at the front, but this time it seems like everything's just been like the gloves are off, Still got a ways to go, so maybe a bit early for the gloves to be off, but nonetheless, I am glad that they are off.
If you've got no fast repairs left, you've got to keep your gloves on. So that's going to be something in the final hour or so for teams to think about exactly how much risk they can stomach. Third, fourth, fifth through Forest's Elbow. OSR, Enduro TJS up into 6th, Lame Sheep in 7th. You've got a gaggle behind One Performance Racing in 8th. That's where Stefan McCartan has rejoined to. Of Accelerate and others. Okay. Well, One Performance Racing trying to... the lap down Gamma car again. They're going to try to get around. Leaders have got a bit of traffic, and Nixon once again has to be super defensive, going hand to hand with Dylan Shepherd. Shepherd
sure.
pushing him?
I think.
Shepherd was pushing him the whole length of the front straight.
Yeah. Sending a little message. Hurry up, mate. Because, unless you want a battle, we're losing time to everyone behind. The story will be told here. And, yep. That is a push.
Nixon still defends turn 2. See all the time that it's costing them, because here's Sam Chapman all over them once again. It's 2:16 last lap from these guys, when we know in this weather they're capable of 2:14s or so. Some washers a little wide out of the cutting, but it needs to be a big mistake for anyone to pass in between the cutting there and Forest's Elbow, I'd say.
It's been a good comeback from Chapman. Saw him slipping down the order off the restart, but once Nixon and Shepard started battling, that was enough for him to claw back that gap. And he's dragged Drew Hanstein and Jackson Dial with him as well. 5 cars in contention for the lead of this race. All it takes is one mistake from one of our top 2, and those 3 chasing will be right into it.
The end of these straights is where Connor Nixon has had to defend. The BMW, despite missing 2% of power, still just keeps pulling all the way down the length of the straight. Forces Connor Nixon onto a defensive line. Bit of traffic coming up for them here as well, but Nixon did that just perfectly.
Yeah, traffic at the worst possible time there for Shepard. Couldn't quite maximise the pace through the corner there. And Nixon will go defensive once again, but this time parking it on the apex and refusing to allow Shepard to go. Bit of side-by-side almost behind. Drew Hanstein trying to defend from Jackson Dial, who probably won't be too happy with how pushy that was. I'm trying to go for the over-under on the exit. And Shepard side-by-side with Nixon up the front here. And they're actually rubbing door panels here. Neither of them want to give an inch, and it's just helping out Sam Chapman, who's right on the back of the both of them now.
Nixon holds on. Personally, I never would have asked him to resign. Down the inside of the traffic.
I'm sorry, that hit me like a truck, dude. Jesus.
Witch hunt. That's my hot take about 1960s, 1970s. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Please stop.
Yeah. So the traffic is. I mean, Connor Nixon has been really lucky, but also really crafty with the way he's placed himself around all of this traffic. And MX-5 simply cannot jump out of the way. So if he'd been caught behind it going down the S's, he'd find himself in a nasty, nasty spot. Instead, it's Hanstein and Dial that are caught behind just for a moment.
Take the
The
wide
marbles
line
are
there.
building
Yep.
up ridiculously, like around the outside of the cutting, around the outside of the elbow there. The marbles in the first hour were not what the marbles are now.
Yeah, big marbles. So Keegan Sutton-Baker on the inside of the powered by coffee McLaren there, becomes the outside through the dipper. Lovely little bit of side-by-side through a section of the circuit where you don't usually see it.
That grazed my hair seeing it.
Things actually getting really hectic for those 2 cars on live pictures. Oh, Adrian Duke and the McLaren just finding his way through that pack of lapped cars there. It's Slabbert and Venter and the Gamma Flare cars, McPolly and the Southern Cross car. Look at the needle threading that these 2 had to do under the chase.
And the Gamma Flare cars are both 5 laps down, but they're on the same lap as each other. So they're battling each other for position here, while everything else goes on around them and battles for the podium, etc. So they've neatly ended up on the same lap as each other somehow. 12 seconds the gap for the TCR lead Middle Finger Racing's Honda Civic. Now 11 to 12 seconds ahead of the Audi RS3, their rivals.
2 minutes 10 is the gap between our leaders in PRC. Meanwhile, that's nearly a full lap. Trevor Mortimer just coming into turn 2 while his MX-5 rival negotiates the cutting. And this is the gap for the lead, practically nothing. Oh God, Shepard, easy. Want to go side by side through there, but of course Dylan Shepard knows that. He just wants to try and psych out Connor Nixon, which he's been trying to do this whole lap. Nixon, I don't think I've ever seen anyone so far to the inside of the cutting who wasn't making a move.
And Nixon's got a warning for moving under braking as well. I mean, I've seen plenty of fair and robust defense from Nixon here, but apparently Dylan Shepherd and Race Control have seen one or two things that are no bueno. We're going to get a good look at the differential and the rear impact structure once again as Dylan Shepherd pushes Connor Nixon down towards the chase. Still got Sam Chapman just behind them, so it's not a 1v1 duel like it was for a moment.
Is there going to be another opportunity for Shepherd down here? He's looking, but Nixon doesn't allow him an easy way through. That's more speed through the corner for the BMW. But is it going to be a move at Hell Corner? I don't think so. What I'm noticing here with Shepherd is, like, he's not going for every single opportunity now. I think both of these two up at the front have realized that, hey, you know, if we run side by side as much as we have, then Chapman, Hanstein, Dial are just going to get us. So let's only go for the opportunities that are absolutely clear. This may or may not be one of them if Shepherd can hook up the exit of turn 2. But we've seen how Connor Nixon has been defending at the cutting. This time Shepherd trying to go around the outside of the corner. And there was still a tiny bit of overlap there at the exit, but not quite enough.
The marbles out wide sort of really prevent what Dylan Shepherd just went for. You saw he just started scrabbling for grip, even though you've pinched the other driver to a really tight line in a tight corner on the inside. You should be able to actually roll a bit of momentum around the outside there, but because of the marbles, you just can't.
Well, that's deep. Cars 740 and 78 apparently have had an incident. We'll get you all a replay of that right now. So this is one of the Gamma Flare cars, and Sutton Baker and the Momentum came and there would have been blue flags for that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a 5-lap difference here as well, so
yep.
I mean, if they're quick.
Oh no! Oh, that's big. That's the second place TCR car. The front left is gone. And crucially, David, that's one of the wheels that provides power to the ground in that car.
Torque steer. The torque steer must be crazy right now. So they were 11 seconds behind. It's gone too hot to turn 2, washed out wide, and given the wall a massive clatter that's done significant damage to the front left, the suspension. I think it's popped the tyre, and that's where you see the sparks coming from. It's defending the race lead once again.
Well, crucially for the number 55 with John Simpson at the wheel, they still have their fast repair in hand, so they'll be able to get in and out and get that car repaired, which is, frankly, the best way you could get out of that situation. But what it does do is give Middle Finger Racing and Mark Newson, their current driver, a massive advantage as things go on. Well, keep your eyes peeled across the top for any mistakes from Connor Nixon. He is pushing the walls as far as he dares, throwing up sparks at almost every opportunity, and Shepherd is all over the back of him, coming down through the S's. The racing between these two, like, yeah, it's clearly been respectful. Like, you know, they're pushing the limits, but they're not going over it. They're not driving messily or dirty or anything like that. But they are still giving us a really good show here up the very front of the field.
So despite a bit of a push and shove, they're still only doing 2:15s last time around. That's why you still see so many cars in the back of shot. Here goes Dylan Shepherd,
there we go.
looking for the race lead down the inside of Connor Nixon, and then moves across his nose and just breathe the throttle a little bit to keep Nixon behind and send Nixon into this pack. Sam Chapman has a chance to look down the inside. They'll be side by side again for the lead as Nixon goes around the outside. He goes a tiny bit wide, looking at 3 wide down the pit straight for the race lead. Inside at 2 hours to go. Chapman's got his nose ahead of Nixon. Dylan Shepherd leads through Hell Corner and will lead up the mountain.
And Connor Nixon gets a slightly better run off the apex of turn 1 than Sam Chapman did. They, of course, have Greg Favell in the Accelerate Endurance car just behind them here, and Favell is in 19th place, 2 laps down, so he's not a factor in this fight. But could make all the difference for the pursuing cars of Jackson Dial, Drew Hanstein, and Stefan McCartan as well. McCartan is still there. Henry King is still there as well in 7th spot. So those moves up the front could have changed the makeup of the next part of the race for all of these drivers.
So then there's a gap from this top 7 to M4 Privateers in 8th. Despite the sort of costly time battling up front, it's brought 7 cars in. This is the pit strategy. So there's the old stop whenever possible, fill it up for Chapman and Vermilion Esports versus at least pit stops for Hanstein and others. Got to work their way past the TCR traffic. It's Sam Chapman in a really ugly position there, but they couldn't get around him as it was forming a bit of a rolling roadblock. Suddenly the top 2 are in some fresh air again.
So I think it's clear at this point that Nixon wasn't quite able to hold on to the same pace that Dylan Shepherd could up the front. Now that Shepherd's back ahead, we are still seeing some solid pressure from Nixon, but not enough to really shake Shep. Dial, meanwhile, having to try and negotiate Greg Favell, who, remember, is 2 laps down here.
Yeah, McCartan was flashing his headlights at him because McCartan thinks, you're between me and the cars I'm trying to battle. Get out of this. Behind. Drive-through penalty came through. I didn't catch all of it there, Reese.
The great irony for the Accelerate Endurance 76 is that's the car that started on pole position for this race. So they've got loads of pace in that car, but they just can't take advantage of it from where they are. So that last race control message was from lap 77. Car 351 moving over on the 015. And that results in a drive-through for the Accelerate Endurance 2 car with Mark Horton at the wheel.
Dan Carr looks to move out of the way now, having sort of been warned about it. Drop their Venus and One Performance Racing move ahead of them. It's the race leaders. I mean, just visually, gee, does it look like they're all pushing 99 to 100%. You'd think, some would be doing 85% here and thinking about sort of the final stint of the race, but it's full attack, really. That's the impression of it.
This is quite a... Oh, Shepherd's gone deep at Forest Elbow. Nixon's gotten back by him. Was that Shep running deep, or did Nixon get into the back of him? Oh no, Nixon got into the back of him. Oh, okay.
Contact.
Yeah, spicy. That's very deep from Nixon. I don't know if he was going to make the corner.
Well, Nixon was looking for the inside, and Shepherd sort of had it 1/4 covered and then had it a full covered, and then they made a bit of contact, and Connor Nixon leads for the moment. Trevor Mortimer pits from the lead of his class, which could have ramifications. Accelerate pull out of this fight and into pit lane as well, so that'll be a relief to some.
So apparently we're hearing there is more to the story of the contact between Nixon and Shepard. We will see here, coming down the S's a little bit earlier. Oh, okay. So the reason why Shepard was going so slow into Forest Elbow was he got a slowdown from running deep at the S's. He was trying to clear it, and Nixon, taking the usual braking point for that part of the circuit, ran into the back of it.
Nixon will say he's brake checked me a little bit there if he's braked early and then come across to the inside, so I can see a bit to both of it there. And you and I, our opinion of sort of what's sportsmanlike, as we think we're going to see a swap here. I think that's an engineered swap. Our idea of what's sporting when giving up a slowdown penalty is perhaps different to how the rules are written. I think we sort of hold a higher standard to it than others.
Yeah, a bit more of an idealistic sort of perspective on what racing, quote unquote, should be. But at the end of the day, yeah, the rules are the rules, and the drivers drive within the rules. If they do not, they get penalized. And that's all it comes down to.
And full privateers closing in on the lead gap as the OSR Jinx Shifter's Jägermeister car doesn't seem to quite go with our leading pace. One Performance have moved up into third. I think Vermilion Esports are dropping back just a tiny bit here. Do they have a slowdown or some dramas having gone through the chase? They get a flash of the headlights. Drew Hanston, and suddenly, why did I say it? Here's Henry King right back in it again. Down the inside deep.
Had to carry the brakes there through the apex to stop the car from getting into the number 11. It was quite a dart to the inside, coming it down the start-finish straight. This was the move that Stefan McCartan did on Sam Chapman. Big move at the chase, and ran a little deep as well. That resulted in a little back and forth that has ultimately resulted in Jackson Dial getting into fourth. Henry King still fighting with Blake Fitzpatrick and Drew Hanstein.
Fitzpatrick gains 2 spots here, so he's gone past Australia-wide and OSR and into 6th place, and he's the only one doing a 2:13 last lap. He is flying along. That car's being, I think, penalised at points and whatever, and right back in the battle for the win, honestly, the kind of pace that got. Looking at one of the 5-lap down Gamma cars, not leave some parts behind, but definitely cop a serious amount of damage and perhaps soon be further laps back for Gamma Flare Esports Blue.
Yeah, that's a shame. Those cars have shown some great flashes of pace, but they've just had run-ins occasionally that have ruined their race. Oh my God! Big 3-wide moment has resulted in a crash coming to the elbow. Henry King is in the wall with those 2 cars involved. Uh-oh. Is he stuck in the wall?
He's at the Chaz Mostert flag stand as well.
It looks like the drivetrain's broken. He can only get power through one of the rear wheels, and going uphill like that, it's going to be hard to get that car going. Might see a safety car from this. Yeah, Jay just said, oh my, in the background. I saw this live. Goodness gracious, wait till you see this. So Alex Marconi in the Australia-wide Racing GT86. Nothing he could have done there.
Now, see, we know you're going to lose a lot of time behind the GR86. So when the other driver goes one way,
follow him.
Why make it 3 wide? Like 2 wide is insanity between the dipper and the elbow normally. So why make it 3 wide?
I wouldn't have expected Henry King to go for a move like that. It's very uncharacteristic of him. But I don't know. Again, I suppose it's one of those split-second things, right? I mean, I think Blake Fitzpatrick was probably, I mean, he was obviously going for, you know, the clearest move, which would likely have been around the outside of the exit of the dipper. But again, I think it was just a case of overlapped at the wrong time. We have news of multiple cars getting iRacing black flags for reaching the incident limit in the meantime. But yeah, that incident, we're going to be dissecting
so watch this
that one
right
for a
here
while.
live. Okay, live, you've got Dylan Shepherd and Connor Nixon behind a Mazda, while some other cars further back, Momentum, one of the other Australia-wide cars powered by Coffee, they all made it to pit lane. So they're getting service now. They'll come out, whereas Dylan Shepherd here, Connor Nixon, they're doing 70% pace, getting back around to the pit lane if indeed they want to pit, which they might. 18 laps already into their stint, more than halfway through the fuel tank. That's sort of one of those, do we pit, do we stay out, is like the halfway on the tank.
Well, the ones further behind have taken the option of going for that half stint. We'll see if there's a response here from Shepherd and Nixon, whether or not they'll prioritise track position. Looks like Shepherd's going for the pit lane. Nixon is not. So here's the onboard from Henry King for...
This is exactly what I wanted to see.
Yeah, exactly.
So over Skyline, he's a second behind Blake Fitzpatrick here.
I think King was probably on the line that I would have taken, because you would expect the GR86 to track out, right, and go to the left side of the circuit coming out of the dipper. So you go for the right if you want to go side by side. The problem was Fitzpatrick had already gone for that extreme left side, and so the GR86 was stuck in the middle, and there was nothing that he could have done. This is the view from onboard Alex Marconi. Now, you won't see anything in the mirrors, but you'll rapidly see what his perspective was like when those two GT4s came through on him. He had to go middle of the road, and then he basically just gets pincer moved by the two GT4s.
Yeah, and he even kind of half realizes what's happening. He tries to back out of it, but it's obviously too late, and it's him backing out of it that then sort of brings the rear of the two GT4s kind of across his nose and puts them pizza instead of French fry into each other, towards each other.
Yeah, an incident that could certainly be used as a learning experience for people when they're getting used to multi-class racing around Mount Panorama. So with pit stops now complete for basically everybody in the GT4 field, we've had everyone decide to come into the lane under the safety car, except for Connor Nixon up the very front. Now, question then becomes, is this going to be the right decision? Because...
He's got Dylan Shepherd immediately behind him on the restart. Shepherd having had the opportunity to pit, and Connor Nixon having not done it. So the track position gain is basically nil.
Nothing. Yeah. But thinking about it longer term, with an hour and 45 or so to go, if all the drop MRs stay out to the end of this stint, that'll take them through to, I'd say, about 40-ish minutes to go. They're only going to have one more pit stop to go, but having said that, they're going to have to be stopped for longer to put more fuel in the car. Because the rest of the GT4 field, they've already taken another full tank of fuel, or basically put in half a tank's worth.
We're kind of...
They will have to pit again, but for less time.
the critical lap number's critical lap. So Dylan Shepherd and One Performance Racing definitely get to a point to make one final pit stop. But I question, to Orbit, Drop Bear, Mars, make it to a point where they only need one more stop. They might still need two, and everyone behind them only need one. 35. I think we have seen some sort of 70-ish minute green flag stints from some of the GT4s, though. I mean, if this safety car eats 20 minutes, then I reckon Orbit, Drop Bear, Mars. I think Orbit, Drop Bear, Mars want this safety car to go till there's 1 hour left in the race.
They can only hope for some administrative errors, I suppose, in the whole wave around rigmarole. Well, now we fall back into that safety car lull, and the wave arounds should begin very shortly. Check back in with our non-GT4 competitors. Daniel Stevens has taken the Class B leading TCR Honda Civic back over. Mark Newton just brought it in less than a lap ago, handed it back to Dan. Jackson Rihanna is back in the number 55 Summit Sim Sports Audi. They've only been out there for a couple of laps. But as things stand, it seems that I'm trying to get the actual relative positions of those two cars. So Middle Finger Racing just coming into turn 1 now, and the 55 is still making its way across the top of the mountain. So they got some time to make up, and they've got quite a few cars in between them and their class leader. That's the state of play in TCR at the moment.
Endurance 88 stop now. I think they might have, stayed out to try to get waved around or whatever the situation, and stopping now. They need another lap. So there's 15 GT4s on the lead lap, perhaps soon to be another one. There's the orange OSR car getting its wave around. They didn't give a bit of a flash at the headlights to M4 Privateers just then, did they?
I don't know.
Look, you just wish that BMW drivers would also flash the orange lights.
I mean, the whole car's orange. It's an indicator that's always on. You always know where it's going.
It knows where it is because it knows where it isn't.
Yes.
So we've got Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics just topping up their fuel by an amount of 6 seconds. So that could be tactical. I think we're dangerously close to the TCRs being able to make it to the end from here, by the way, because they have insane fuel tanks. They've got the sort of different spec kits for the TCR cars, and you can fit the sort of endurance stuff. And because of the race length that IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge does, the cars that iRacing scan have the endurance kit qualities like El Gigantico fuel cell, even if visually, externally, they don't necessarily have the represent that. No, I think they do. It's the Porsche Cup cars that visually don't have the endurance stuff fitted, but physically do on iRacing. You don't see the fuel rig coupling. Most TCR cars designed for sprint racing, so the ones in Australia, don't have... You just refill them like your road car. You open the hatch, you put the fuel in it before you race, but then you have to specially fit them with a high flow coupling, especially some of the older TCR models. There's a few cars out there that they come delivered to do 30-minute races, and then you need to buy more equipment to fit to make them do 1 hour stints and longer in endurance races.
All part of the TCR ecosystem. The tech companies were there first, and now motorsport companies are doing the same thing. I jest. The OSR machine, second of the OSR machines, finding its way into the pits as well. And here is that Summit SimSport Flash Graphics Audi that is fresh out of the lane with some extra fuel on board. Now, the GT4 cars are projected about 38 laps or so to the end on current pace, which is of course safety car pace. But
fill this thing again. They stopped last lap.
Well, remember what Daniel Stevens fed us before the race. The Audi they're expecting can go about 45 laps or so on a fuel tank. The Civic, on the other hand, can only make it around 41 laps. So Summit SimSports are doing the right thing here. They're coming in at every opportunity and filling the car back up so that they know they don't have to make any more stops at the end. There's still a question mark over the number 3, though.
They're trying to get as close as they can to being able to run from here to the end in the 55.
Way towards the end of this safety car. Almost at an hour and 30 to go. Jay was mentioning off air some time ago, after the first 2 hours were completed, it felt like it took forever and flew by at the same time, and I'm feeling that now as well. I can't believe we've been here for 4.5 hours. It's been quite an exciting event. There have been dips, there have been lulls, but there's always been some kind of drama to keep us entertained here. So, we only have 9 cars in the field left with a fast repair in hand. One of them is our race leader.
Another one's the safety car.
Makes 10. Okay. Well, good on the safety car. Don't have to pit for repairs anymore, do the safety car drivers. However, they are probably not in the running, being 80 laps down on our leaders.
They can't really wave themselves by the safety car, can they? It's sort of, what is the sound of one hand clapping?
Indeed.
But we should all strive to surpass ourselves and achieve greatness.
Indeed. Safety car greatness has been achieved here multiple times with some very good highway speed driving, which rapidly becomes race speed as they pulls into the pits.
It's dynamic cruise control, I think. Connor Nixon has a lot to think about here. He will be quicker for the next 10-15 laps than everyone behind him. Track's cooled off a little bit. Wind has moved to be from the south instead of from the northwest. We're racing again. Hour 33 to go. Connor Nixon and Orbit Drop Bear Mars lead One Performance Racing. Lame Sheep have... How have they managed to get to third, by the way? Momentum trying to gain some positions on this race start as well. Oh, who's off?
Oh dear. That's the Accelerate Endurance car. Mark Horton at the wheel, the 351 in the gravel trap.
One Performance Racing got into the race lead here, so Dylan Shepherd's now ahead of Connor Nixon, who has to drop back into second place. Pecorini still fighting against Southern Cross Racing there, now sandwiched between Momentum Motorsports. Shepherd takes his trademark tight line into the cutting. Kurt Normanson's looking pretty strong, it must be said, on this restart as well.
Yeah, looking good for the Lame Sheep Racing car.
I think they anticipated the safety car, and so they pitted a lap before quite a few others did, similar to how we've seen it transpire before.
Yeah, indeed. All about anticipation and sometimes luck of the draw, as Shepard's a little bit deep there into the dipper.
A couple of gaps in the grouping as they come through the dipper. They've just negotiated Class B and Class C cars. It's just 4 seconds for the Class B lead and down to 22 for Class C. And Shepard's pace has looked strong on this restart as he's restarted from second place and gone through into the race lead. M4 Privateers in behind the Momentum Porsche as it ran wide, and then looking down the inside at McPhillamy Park, escort that Porsche out into the gravel.
And losing the rear wing. That car was running up the front before. Now the 78 will have to deal with some extra repairs there in the hands of Matthew Johnson. His first time in the car today, I believe. That's not the way that he would have wanted it to go. Well, now, battle for the lead back on, but remember, that number 85 is completely off strategy to everyone else. At least that's what we're thinking. 23 laps done so far, some of them under safety car for Connor Nixon. Shepherd, of course, with a heavier car, but fresher tyres. Able to hold on nicely to that pace up the front. No traffic ahead, so they are free to battle amongst themselves. But I'm wondering what the tactic is going to be for Orbit Drop Bear Mars from here on out. Obviously, they're going to have to pit again soon-ish, sometime in the next half an hour. So, do they sit behind the One Performance car and save a bit of fuel just to make sure they get to that critical lap?
And I think they've got to be targeting getting to 75 minutes left in the race and hoping that stopping from there gets them to the end of the race. Lame Sheep Racing in third for the moment. Some really quick cars behind. Some newer spec BMWs in behind as well. One Performance Racing. Jake Edwards looks to the inside at the chase and does it handily. Jet Normanson just drops back in behind again.
Well, as this racing continues on, this magnificent pack and news of Blake Fitzpatrick getting a drive-through penalty for that contact. We saw the 78 being sent off up the top of the mountain. We can bring John Lee from Racecraft Simulations in for a chat. John, good to see you. This has been a fantastic event so far. and lending your support in the form of Racecraft. You must be happy with how things have gone so far.
No worries, yeah. It's like it's got a good viewing, and you guys are doing a great job. Lots of good racing, plenty of cars on track, so there's a lot of action going on there.
Absolutely is. We're hearing that Racecraft Simulations is undergoing a period of expansion.
Yeah, man. I'm in Melbourne at the moment. Been here for the last few months, sorting out the new building that we're setting up in Melbourne. So, we're going to bring some high quality sims down here, so everyone can have a taste of what sim racing can be like, and like real sim racing with all the good gear. So definitely that's on the card. We're looking at opening June 1st.
Well, that's not too far away.
It's coming soon. I know, it's coming soon.
Yeah, before you know it, that date will be upon us, and we'll see Racecraft Simulations in Melbourne. Of course, correct me if I'm wrong, a WA company?
It is, yeah. I started it many years ago, maybe about 5-6 years ago. I was just doing it part-time, getting the sims out. And, I went to a few sim centres in WA, but they were with Logitech G29s and R-Factor 1, and I was just like, oh, would you want me to pay money for this? It's like, I don't think so. So, yeah, I started it up, and it was good timing, because when I started up, all the other sim centers closed down, so I was the only one left, and I think I had the right formula, and we just grew, and it was really good. So now we're looking. I've sort of plateaued in Melbourne and saw opportunity. Sorry, in Perth, and saw opportunity in Melbourne, and alongside with Carco, the car dealership. So they're in Perth. They started in Perth, and we're moving into there soon. But they've gone into Melbourne as well. So we're going to go into their building in WA and in Melbourne, just for some symmetry, and yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Excellent stuff. Being a Perth boy myself, I've certainly noticed Carco about.
Yes,
and
they're doing great stuff for the community. It's a brilliant business model they've got.
Absolutely. Well, John, we wish you all the best over there in Melbourne, and it's great to see Racecraft Simulations continuing on the up and up here, and continuing your support of Ozicar, as well as we see a change there between Kurt Nommensen and the other BMWs out there. Jackson Dial getting past him as well. This has been an exciting race thus far, John. I'm sure you're looking forward to watching the rest of it along with us.
No worries, I've got it on the big screen TV in the lounge room in the background there for sure.
Well, thanks very much, John Lee from Racecraft Simulations. We'll say our goodbyes, and he can get back to holding on to the broadcast here. Big thanks, of course, to Racecraft Simulations for their sponsorship of this event and their support of the sim racing community here in Australia. Really appreciate having John on.
More action than you could poke a stick at. This is a replay of the start. Yeah, just cold tyres, in too hot. Goes backwards into the concrete. Accelerate.
Yeah, not great for the Accelerate Endurance car.
Waiting to see at the end of this lap where the predicted laps remaining goes to. Normanson cutting the chase. Lame Sheep Racing BMW M4 F82. My prediction's just gone to 38 laps to go. But for Lame Sheep, it's just looking to the inside, looking one way, drifted to the other, and put the outside tyres in the grass, and on the way into the corner there to the right hand side, trying to leave space to the inside, but touched the grass, I think.
Yeah, it may surprise some of you to learn that cars don't brake particularly well on grass.
I mean, sheep brake particularly well on grass, but it's a lame sheep, so it's struggling.
Yes, unfortunate. Still, you got to give the team their fair due. They have worked their way up in this field. They've had moments where they've been up the front, and
handful of good strategy calls.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They've been really good on strategy in that 0-1-5. So hopefully they'll be able to stay in the top 10 for their sakes, and be able to get some good racing around them towards the end of this event. For now, turn our attention a bit further forward. Jackson Dial with Eduardo Piccarini in the fellow Mercedes. Still not able to get past Sam Chapman in the Vermilion Esports number 11, who has brought that car back to the front. He's been able to hold on very nicely. This is the M4 Privateers car once again having trouble on the exit of turn 2. And that is a difficult spot to end up in, right on the exit of a very fast corner, one of the fastest on the track, and blind to boot. Defense from Jackson Dial forces Eduardo Piccarini to take a compromised line through the exit of the chase. And at the back of the top 10, John Snell and Adrian Duke battling over that final spot. Of course, the Ozicar Racing Team Aston Martin and the Powered by Coffee McLaren, only two cars of their type, respectively, in the field. The rest of the GT4 field dominated by BMW and Mercedes. Good to see these guys out there having a crack in some alternate cars here.
We haven't said ticket to the end in a couple of hours, but again, the sort of weather conditions at the start of the race and through the middle of the race can be quite different towards at the end. So you might pick a car because it's good on a rubbered in track that's got long shadows and cooling at the end of the day. Being the fastest car in the first 3 hours, not necessarily the path to success. So I do hope we see a couple of those other models find some strength in the final pit stops and final hour.
Moving on past second place in Class C here are our leaders. Class C still being led by the ETS Motorsport number 95. And that HTS Racing yellow car with Jared Knight at the wheel, still minding their own business in second place. And really, looking at them plus the 59 MFR GR86, they're the only three of the Class C field that have managed to really continue on in any reasonable position. I mean, the slot car racing and Australia-wide racing purple MX-5s are still running, but they've had more than their fair share of dramas, and they're unfortunately many laps off their competitors. So unclear if we're going to be seeing any improvements from them. For now, taking form of some more traffic for our 5th place battle. Sam Chapman actually starting to drive away here from Dial and Piccarini.
Oh no, accelerate backwards before the dipper, but Mark Horton doesn't appear to have too much damage. Drive the wrong way up to the runoff area rather than this, which is becoming a 10-point turn.
This is Austin Powers full on. Fortunately, the track looks empty, so he's able to get back going without any drama. How on earth did that happen? Well, coming down through the S's, it looks like caught the grass. The number 78 Momentum Porsche got a nasty surprise there coming down through the S's, but fortunately they had nothing to do with it.
Already a fair bit of damage on the rear of that car, and then maybe looking in the mirror a little bit rather than looking at the track. Got way too much of the grass and bounced out into the wall. Sun's about to set over that billboard that's apparently empty. What would you put up there?
If you can read this, go the other way into the runoff area to recover a crash. That would be what I'd put. Well, leaders down into the chase. And side by side between Momentum and Orbit Drop Bear, that is Eduardo Pecorini finally getting through on Jackson Dial after many laps of trying. Jackson won't let this go without a fight. Sun dipping lower and lower into the sky. We're at 3:45 in the afternoon, virtual standard time. And the track temperature seems to have flatlined a bit now. It went for that rise in the middle of the day. But,
GR86
yeah.
backwards.
Uh-oh.
Turn 1 there.
Oh, yeah. Looks like that was Dan Bartosz. No?
No,
Was it Marconi?
not the race leader. Apparently, I'm pretty sure it was Alex Marconi.
Yeah, it was. Oh, and the way it happened was quite chaotic. They ended up going 3 wide with their class leader and the Mercedes battle between Pecorini and Dial. It just looks like, the Australia-wide car turned in, but obviously they were 3 wide at that point, so it wasn't much to be done.
Funny how that's not an unsafe pit exit. That makes sense.
Absolutely.
Leading trio, you said that there are a couple of cars coming back towards it, so on Performance Racing is suddenly a fair bit closer to the race lead, and their car still holding the fastest lap of the race.
Check back in with Jason Adams, who's back in the Box 1 racing car. Got Anthony Visma for close company. 2 cars that have certainly had their taste of competition up the front. The pole-sitting car chasing down the machine that threaded the needle through that massive pile-up the top of the mountain that brought out one of our safety cars here today. It looks like the both of them were in the pits some time ago, but the Porsche here lighter on fuel, having pitted earlier. 20 laps in. And actually, speaking of how many laps into the stint we are for respective cars, I can't help but notice that the Orbit Drop Bear Mars car is now on its 31st lap. So I'm expecting we'll have to see this car in the pits very shortly. And, you know, considering what you were talking about before, David, about trying to make it to 75 minutes to go, well, we are within 75 minutes of the race finish. So if there's any time for this car to pit, probably now.
Yeah, still a little touch and go on the critical lap number with a predicted 34 laps to go. If they can go 1 or 2 laps more, knowing that they ran a couple of laps under the safety car in their most recent stint, so it's starting to take shape, I think, for Orbit Drop Bear Mars. On board with Australia-wide racing in 8th.
chasing down Mick Polly in the Southern Cross Racing car. A car that we haven't given much airtime to over the course of this race. They have been running a bit of a quiet one here today. It's been a couple of times, I think, that we've seen them involved in incidents, or at least been around incidents. But Mick's doing all right at the moment. Looking at the OG gear car here. A bit wide into turn 2, and oh dear, no grip out there on the marbles. Across the crown and the road, having to thread the needle with the Accelerate Endurance and Powered by Coffee cars. There's yet another BMW that is missing its face.
Yeah, rather aggressive nose job with a big sniffer.
Not quite the biggest sniffer in the BMW lineup, though. I think that honour goes to the M Hybrid V8.
Oh, you're giving it
the GTP
you're giving
car.
it to the GTP car. All right, no, I think the M8 GTE still sniffs quite significantly. This is side by side on the way into the cutting, which is always a risky proposition. Southern Cross Racing trying to keep Australia-wide racing behind, but Alexander Morris taking nothing as a definitive answer. Goes around the outside at Reed Park and holds on to 7th place in a hair-raising moment where he tried to sort of cross back over, under, through the cutting and then up the hill. Rare that doesn't end in disaster, and it so nearly did today.
Well, geez Louise, how'd he hold on to that? Well, Alexander Morris has been trying his best to get by that Southern Cross car for a while, and that little compromised exit moment for Mick Polly got him alongside. How he held on to that, I do not know, but hold on, he did.
Say, and what's a GT4 like you doing around a team like this?
Honestly, Misty, you just got the exit wrong.
Orbit Drop MRs stay out, and it's going to be within 70 minutes to go when they come around next time, so I reckon they're absolutely good on just one more stop. Is there trying to be a netcode contact there or anything? Either way,
so.
It's going to be super touch and go when you're sort of a little off the grippy line.
That is the second luckiest escape that I've seen today. I think that honour still belongs to car number 32 for their trip through that pile-up.
Slow-mo with Mark Taylor in the background pointing at some air conditioning is just peak cinema. So now top 3, I do think Nixon has backed it off just a little bit, but the pressure is come from One Performance Racing, who are on the same strategy in the 51 as they are with the leading 143.
This is turning into a waiting game now. We are in the window to possibly be able to get to the end if you pit now in a GT4 car. Jay asking if we want some cinema. Well,
And if we can also get some popcorn.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Sun is about to go behind the billboard. Oh, there it is. Bloody clouds. There it is.
Well, that's okay, but I'd rather that you take me to the April sun in Cuba. It's going to treat me so right. Stay He's out again. This second place drop bear Mars car. I mean, no one else is on the same strategy as them, and when everyone else stopped with the safety car, it meant there was very little in the way of sort of traffic between themselves and their key rivals in One Performance Racing that did stop. So it's still strategy advantage the OPR cars that are going to have a shorter final stop. But for all three cars here, it's one stop to get to the end of this Bathurst 6 hour.
Yeah, one stop that is likely going to be much shorter than the one Orbit Drop Bear Mars is projected to take, because they're going to have to fill the tank all the way up. The 143 and the 51 will not have to fill up the entire tank to get to the end. This Mercedes, the one outlier in our GT4 field, and the one big question mark that we have over strategy. No question marks over the battles, though. One Performance Racing will run 1 and 2 once this car comes into the lane. Seeing the GR86 of Australia-wide racing here. Across the top of the mountain, McPhillamy. Just trying to let people go, and oh dear, that is another very weird incident. How did that car let go?
Well, I think they thought Accelerate were going to carry a little bit more speed, but that car's sort of a little walking wounded. It might have just lifted off or braked more suddenly, so they're looking to slot in behind the BMW. Did they get a similar thing that the Mazda had earlier?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It just looks like as they turned in, they hit a bump, it looks like, and I think that's what sent them around.
Is there a landmine out there?
I don't know, maybe. I mean, all the weight's off the rear at that point, and if you hit a bump in exactly the right way, then you are going to go around. Just looks to me like just got on the brakes at the wrong time, I think.
Feint of a dive from Jake Edwards down the inside of the cutting on Connor Nixon. He has to be just dropping his pace back a tiny bit at this moment. An hour 6 on the clock at 2-minute 13-second lap times. It's predicting 30 laps to go right now, which is absolutely within the fuel range of basically every car on track. If we took a deep dive through the field, we might even find some that we're confident have taken their final stop. Like Accelerate Endurance 2, or maybe some of the GR86s.
Wait with bated breath again to see how much longer we have in the hands of the number 85 here. Potentially projected to come in the next few laps, make it maybe an hour to go. We don't know for sure though. A little bit of a wiggle under brakes coming into the chase, and just in time for that little moment. Here we go. He's coming into the lane for the Orbit Drop Bear Mars car, and this will potentially define the rest of the field's race from this point on. Well, at this point, we can welcome Ira Felberg from Ozicar into the commentary box. Another successful running of the 6 hour here, Ira, and we only have an hour to go.
Yeah, it's been pretty hectic in the race control box, but Tony and I are enjoying it, and yeah, it's been pretty good, really, to be honest. But a few drivers getting impatient around the safety cars, but we're just taking our time, with the wave throughs and just making sure we get it all right and all that sort of stuff. But it's been pretty interesting.
Yeah, it could be a very tough job in race control as we see an exchange here between Dial and Alexander Morris. Morris getting ahead into turn 2. Manual safety cars, full stop, are a bit of a hard slog to deal with from an admin perspective, but then you've got multi-class, you've got cars that are laps down on their class leaders, all of this sort of stuff to keep track of. So, yeah, certainly don't envy your position there.
Yeah, look, it's a nightmare to be honest, but a few things. Look, we could easily just say no wave rounds, right? But what we're trying to do is actually help the drivers, help them get back onto that lap, get back into some kind of position, you know, where it's interesting. And, you know, we're running 2 timing systems, so it does, like on that last one, there was a couple of drivers, and in the initial one, there was some PRC drivers saying that, you know, they didn't get, or they lost a lap. But what actually happened was, they got a wave around, they just didn't take it. They decided to pit instead, and in excitement probably just forgot. And on the last one, the 94 was actually ahead of the safety car when the safety car came out. So yeah, little nuances, and you just got to let it play out. And it's a lot harder to do the manual stuff for sure, but I think in the end it makes for a better race overall than having the automatic iRacing system. So yeah, and I think today, we've had a few people say, oh, that was wrong, and then half an hour later say, actually, you were right. So yeah, that's always good to hear.
Yeah, fair enough. And it's great seeing the turnout for this event as well. In particular, in terms of car choice, I was curious about the decision to have both BMW M4 models racing. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, basically just more from the point of like the more the merrier. Basically, the car was sitting there, and I think there was one team, and the other we used it as a safety car mainly because it just looks different to the other BMW. But I wanted as many cars as possible, and someone did take it. It would have been nice to get a few more TCRs, but overall, the other thing is being a team event. You know, about 75 drivers nominated, so I would have been happy. Sorry, with like 50. You know, so I think for the first year of running it, and John, who you've already had on, being on board with Racecraft, you know, really helps give the event some credibility. So just looking onwards and upwards, and we'll tweak it a little bit. We definitely learnt a few things today, but yeah, looking forward to making this like one of the best kind of, you know, standalone sim racing events on the Aussie calendar.
Absolutely. We really appreciate you bringing us on here on SimSpeed TV to bring it to the masses as well, Ira. Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thanks to you guys. You always do an amazing job, and that's why we stick with SimSpeed, because we believe we've done they're the best broadcasters in the game. You guys always make us look good, and 36 seasons now, so hopefully Jay doesn't retire.
Yeah, I think we all know he can't afford to.
Yeah, I think there's going to be more danger of you retiring before Jay, Ira.
Yeah.
To find another hobby. Oh, dearie me. Well, thanks very much, Ira Felberg.
Thank you.
And we'll let you get back to your admin duties here for the Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour. Oh, speaking of admin duties, I think there might be one more from that.
Heavy damage for Sam Chapman at the chase as he battled with the momentum Mercedes into the braking zone there, and they make contact. Chapman spins around and makes contact with the concrete.
The front left is destroyed. See how it's pointing inwards, and it's more to the inside of the car now. Sam Chapman immediately in there. Oh dear. So the momentum car I don't think the momentum car did anything wrong there. They got alongside. They couldn't have gone any further to the right than they did. I think Chapman just wasn't expecting that much overlap.
This is the race lead. The teammates together just put a lap on one of the TCR cars inside of the final hour. You reckon the Drop Bear Mars strategy as we look at them in 12th place right now. Speak it quietly, but do they cycle to the front if there's a safety car?
I don't know. I think there's a very good possibility of that.
You know, you're actually louder if you get that close to the microphone.
Really?
Anyway, yeah. I mean, it's entirely possible, isn't it? It depends on, like, for example, if Dylan Shepherd's behind a GR86 halfway around the mountain, then he loses a lot of time on his in-lap and then needs to make his stop. And those who stay out might not lose as much time and might, you know, cycle forwards. And again, we've seen this every time a safety car's been called, that there is a bit of a lottery to where you are on the track and what traffic you're around, because if you're 30 seconds behind, this is highly dramatic at the cutting, if you're 30 seconds behind the next, you know, lapped car for traffic, you don't lose as much time than if you're right about to lap a Mazda and safety car gets called. Bit of contact made here. So Orbit drop their miles at that stop, have fallen back into a fair whack of traffic here. The Ozicar Racing team that they've tried to get by and not done particularly easily with. And then you've also got the OSR Enduro #1, the Vorsteiner car with Mike Korolev. And this all costs Orbit drop their miles a bit of time, because you know that Dylan Shepherd and Jake Edwards, I think, are working together to really try to overcut drop their miles, who are making passes in the most unconventional and weird spots. There's a lot of pace in this car, but there's also a lot of traffic for them that the leaders who've pitted with the last safety car and now get to stay out don't engage with as much.
Yeah, I think you're right, though. If there is a safety car, there is a solid chance of the 85 filtering back through to the front. Problem is, though, if the final stops are made under green flag conditions, they definitely won't. Because don't forget, these cars at the front right now all pitted under the last safety car. And so in order to get to the end, they don't have to put as much fuel in the car. They are going to have quicker pit stops. Just compare the times here. So 1:19 through the lane for Matthew Dench with a 56.4 second stop. That is a full tank of fuel. The pit stops that we saw from Shepherd and Edwards to fill up their cars under safety car, only 36 seconds. And I'm expecting somewhere around that for the final pit stops here today. Now, again, if it happens under safety car, then it could potentially work in the favor of the 85, especially if they get caught behind traffic. But if there's no traffic, or if it's a green flag stop, it's going to be a lot more difficult to make up that gap.
Fitzpatrick looking to make some moves. Now, I think this car has served 3 black flags so far this race. The one we're on board with, no doubt they've had pace at times. Steve carefully negotiating traffic, just in behind Middle Finger Racing 111. The car that's most been through pit lane is OSR Enduro 1 that Mike Korolev's driving at the moment, that I have as 12 times through the lane, because every safety car, they've gone in 3 times and topped it up, gone to the back of the lead lap, but always restarted with sort of 2 laps more fuel on board than everyone who pitted at the start of the safety car.
Yeah, and we've seen OSR take that tactic at pretty much every enduro event they've taken part in. If you're not up the front, then you do what you can to extend your stint, and OSR taking that to the extreme. It's worked out for them. They're currently in the top 10, up 9 positions. So fair play to that number 8.
Yeah, and you look at them compared to others around, and they've got 2 laps more of fuel than a lot of the cars in front. So it gets to the final stop, and maybe they're 4 or 5 seconds quicker through the lane, depending on their consumption and everything else, and that play out for them. And if you know that your sort of clean air pace, race pace, is, you know, 10th or 15th, then you say, I don't need this track position to be restarting in fifth on every safety car restart, only to immediately, get past a couple of times and take that risk. Well, I'm happy to restart at the back of the lead lap and see where we are at the very, very final stint of it all. But it's gonna come under a bit of pressure, and there's pressure at the Forrest's elbow.
This could be the safety car the 85 is hoping for. This is it.
That bonnet could better have represented us at Olympic breakdancing than you know who.
Certainly could have.
It's got a sense of rhythm. Look at it.
Yeah. How many BPM is that? Like 100, 110? I'll stop joking because this is obviously a disastrous incident for this BMW. Oh my god. That's a hard hit for the 351.
At the S's, they do a lot of damage, but then they carry on down towards Forrest's elbow. And, okay, so the thing is, it's basically cactus at this point already. Does it get there and not turn left because the front right wheel is not rotating? Front right wheel not turning.
Yeah, that looks like what happened, but also he kind of clipped the wall on through the right-hander and almost looked like the wall sucked him in.
So of course we go safety car. Strategy is playing out. The second place car from One Performance Racing hits. The first place car from Dylan Shepherd has stayed out. So look at this. There's already problems.
What? Oh, you know what? There's potential there for that hit to have been so great that it maybe jolted the wheel and disconnected from his PC, maybe.
No, it's got to be a graphical glitch.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Got to do with the fact that the right front tire is broken and not turning.
Yeah.
So strategy. Is Dylan Shepherd in trouble? Because Jake Edwards, his teammate, has been through the lane, made his final stop, and come out still in second place, having made his final stop, whereas Dylan Shepherd losing time behind the number 32 at the moment. They would have only been 1 or 2 seconds apart when the safety car was called. So why did Edwards pit and Shepherd didn't?
I am asking the same thing. Yeah, I'm asking the same thing, honestly. Was the safety car called when Shepherd had just passed pit entry? I don't know.
A lot of other cars have stopped and come out still ahead of or dropped their miles, which is about what we expected. So Mars is down in 7th. This will compress the pack and put everyone back on the same page, really. Except where does Dylan Shepherd end up? Surely you could see his frustration. He was trying to hurry around because he is going to stop under the safety car.
Yeah, for sure.
Where did the Porsche go? He was just behind a Porsche.
Yeah. Where did the Porsche go? Oh, looks like he dropped from the server. Brendan Purcell disappeared off the racetrack. So, at least Shepherd was able to go at full race pace to the pit lane down Conrod, but, well, it's exactly what you said might happen, David. Shepherd getting caught behind a slower car, except this time it wasn't a Class B or C machine. Shepherd will bring the 143 into the lane, and we'll see just how long that pit stop ends up taking. And we'll see how close it was on entry here. Oh, okay. Right. So that was a bit of a late entry there from the number 51. And you could see that Shepherd half wanted to do it as well, but probably decided it was just too late. And I think the safety car might have just been called at that moment. Well, Shepherd is still going to come out in P1. No. I got the wrong One Performance car in mind. It's Jake Edwards who assumes the lead. Shepherd back to 3rd. And the Momentum Motorsport 778 finds itself in 2nd spot. That is the best position that car has held all race. And Jackson Dial will be absolutely laughing here because he is now back in touch with the rest of the top 4, and he can have half a chance of getting that position. Matthew Dench, 7th place in the number 85, which was the one to stay out under the last safety car and take their final pit stop under green flag conditions. The safety car will bring them back in touch. this is a solid chance for the Orbit Drop Bear cars for the moment. You can bet your bottom dollar that Shepard's going to be very aggressive on the restart here, especially to try and get past Pecorini. Whether or not it's the same treatment to Jake Edwards remains to be seen. Teammates bookending the podium for the moment. And I am certain that the Orbit Drop Bear cars are going to be fighting their way through here. We are under 50 minutes to go in the Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour. And that is a good opportunity for us to go on a quick break here on SimSpeed TV. Stay with us, though. The final hour of this race is upon us.
under safety car with 44 minutes to go in the 2025 Ozicar Bathurst 6 Hour. We've spoken to our key supporters today. John from Racecraft, Ira from Ozicar. What a great event that they've put together. It feels like it could build year on year. Obviously, the term that gets used is date equity. It's pretty easy to know when you'd want to schedule this one again in future next year. And who knows what new cars might come to iRacing between now and then that suit this style of sort of production car style racing. Now, under safety car, we've had final pit stops for everyone that needed one from GT4. TCR are going to restart right together when this gets going. Jackson Raihana leading Daniel Stevens in a two-car class that is more interesting than that has any right being, if I'm honest with you. Could be a good back and forth between those two. Now, in the combined production category of Class C, there is some strategy intrigue still to be had. Dan Bartush leads that class in the ETS Motorsports 95. I think this car still needs one more stop. Last fueled 26 laps ago. We're going to have 20-ish to go when this restarts. But it's a gigantic fuel tank in the Toyota GR86, and we are under safety car. It's possible that that car gets to the end from here. Jared Knight, second in class, has stopped under this safety car, so no questions for the car second in class. Well, we wonder, can the gigantic, oversized, unnecessary, never utilized in the real world fuel cell fitted to the Toyota GR86 make it to the end? Then the number 6 in that class, which is 4th, might also need another stop, but Brett Gerrits from the Middle Finger Racing 59 should be fueled to get to the end. That's the state of play right now. With the sun beginning to set over Mount Panorama, it's orange hues, it's long shadows, it's a cool track, and that is obvious when you look at these GT4 cars trying desperately to build and keep some temperature in their tyres for the restart. David Haynes with Reese Gardner and Jay Kennedy as SimSpeed TV has been bringing you green flag to checkered flag coverage of the inaugural Ozicar Bathurst 6 Hour.
Indeed we have, and it's been an honour to be on board for this. Already showing itself to be quite a high-profile event with some very solid teams competing. We've had One Performance Racing and Orbit Drop Bear up at the front. We've had Momentum SimSport as well finding their way to the front. We've got the other big GT Enduro organisers in Oceanic Sim Racing here with a team or two in the field as well. And we can always find Middle Finger Racing in a field like this too. There's a who's who of the teams in the sort of slightly below the top rung of Australian sim racing, if not the very top in some cases. So it's excellent to see the variety of drivers, the talent on display here, the racing that we've seen. It's gotten leery from time to time in the battle for the lead, especially between Dylan Shepherd and Connor Nixon in the middle phases, but they've gotten away from it cleanly, and we have all of these cars up the front with a solid chance of victory. Plenty of amazing Anzac Day inspired liveries finding their way onto the field as well, this being the 26th of April. And I'm just raring to go now, David. We're going to have a sprint to the end. And we've got the Momentum Motorsport Mercedes there in second place. Can Eduardo Pecorini hold back the might of Dylan Shepherd in that 143?
Yeah, so stopping one lap later, perhaps missing the pit lane when the safety car was initially called, has cost the 143 the race lead. It looks like Dylan Shepherd is going to be taking that car to the end. He managed to still rejoin in third. Let's take a quick look at some of the Anzac liveries. So Jake Edwards out front in the One Performance Racing 51 have a modified livery to One Performance Racing's usual deal. Stickers on the side. Flag was somewhere, and you've got an Anzac crest across the bonnet.
We also have an Anzac livery on the 6th place running Southern Cross car. Red poppies emblazoned over the number 38. Coming into view presently.
And the Anzac Appeal logo over the rear quarters.
Indeed.
Now, which is the ones that are sponsored by Indian Motorcycles, because they've got a very distinctive...
That would be MFR.
Yes, they've gone all out as well, haven't they?
They certainly have. Especially their TCR. You can definitely see the Photoshop work that Dan Stevens has put in. Unfortunately, we can't see it behind the all caps anime of the Class P leading number 55, but there we are.
Well, you look at those two TCR cars that make up the class, it's very much inside of you there are two wolves type situation.
Absolutely.
But it's nice to see some sort of special one-off liveries for this event, and if it runs again in a similar time next year, then maybe some other teams will roll out some special liveries for it. And that could be cool. That could be very cool for this event if that's the part of the theme as well. The safety car is in. We're about to go racing with 37 minutes on the clock remaining in the 6-hour race. Jake Edwards leads the way. He's put the hammer down, and this should be a GT4 sprint race to the finish in the top class for all involved.
Well, down to turn 1 we come. Jake Edwards leading the way into Hell Corner. And a tight exit from the 51. See if Eduardo Pecorini can gain some momentum in the slipstream up Mountain Straight. He's not going to be close enough for a dive up the inside at Griffins, but as the sun gets lower and lower in the sky, you pay a bit more attention to the headlights in your mirrors, and he would have seen them moving around, would have Edwards. Maybe psyched him out a little bit. Not the best of runs up the hill here. Pecorini shadowing him coming into the cutting, but here comes Dylan Shepherd up the inside and gets second place off the Mercedes. The charge beginning for OPR 143.
Smoke and drama at turn 2 on the restart. Adrian Duke has a bit of damage on his McLaren. The track's not appear blocked, or that there's too much going on. Very cold tyres for all on the restart. And the race control messages are lighting up as well. OPR first and second, momentum back into third. This is what happened. Is it all by himself? It's a bit of a checkup, actually. I think he gets to the throttle and then rolls out of it a little bit as everyone else is taking caution on the restart.
Yeah, looks like it. Here comes Dylan Shepherd, chasing down his Anzac livery emblazoned sister car there. And speaking of Anzac liveries, Accelerate Endurance have come out with Anzac liveries as well, also highlighting their team member Mark Horton's Army service from 1996 to 2002, which is a lovely touch. They're involved in quite a bit of drama here down Conrod Straight. I'm not sure if all of these are for position, but nonetheless, a lot of jostling. And well, they are certainly running for position here. The Ozicar Racing team car of Warren Henry in the midst of all of this. And Lorne McKee here trying his best to find his way on through. Dip to the inside? No, nothing doing. The Aston holds strong through Murray's.
Class-leading TCR, not entirely happy about it, but what you gonna do? This is a drag race up Mountain Straight between OSR and Southern Cross Racing, 7th and 8th. So Southern Cross have got the inside for turn 2, which is absolutely any day of the week, any public holiday, even the 29th of February, that's where you want to be, the inside there. But he gets too much of the curb, gets crossed over. Oh, he's had a great opportunity and choked it a little bit.
A shame for Lucas Baker, but if he follows in Henry King's wheel tracks, might be able to find his way a bit further forward. These guys battling for 7th spot. Oh, I've just seen the Ozicar Racing Team machine vanish off the timing screen for a second. I'm not sure what happened to them, potentially a technical issue. Meanwhile, here is the lead for Class C. Dan Bathurst in the ETS Motorsport car finds themselves looking at the back of the HTS Racing Yellow MX-5 for the first time in a while. It was a big lead that ETS had, but now Jared Knight will try and hold them back.
Now, I think the MX-5 is the quicker car, but the GR86 gets quicker pit stop service. So in a completely green race, the GR86 would be the car to have. But with a safety car restart and a sprint to the end, that could be the golden ticket for the MX-5. It still comes down to the drivers. Jared Knight versus Dan Bathurst, and the GR86 still has some strengths. It's on slick tyres that are wider, even if it's got more drag, it's a little heavier, etc.
Pace has stalled a little bit for Shepherd, it looks like. He hasn't quite been able to catch up to Jake Edwards. I think they might just be holding station for a while. They still have just over half an hour to go in the race. The main thing they don't want to do is run side by side too long and cost themselves time to that angry pack of Mercs behind them.
I'd say 4 Mercedes in a line, sort of threatening the OPR BMW dominance. Lead changes in Class C. Bathurst does get ahead of Jared Knight, GR86, and there's a heavily damaged OG Gamer Gear BMW there, trying to stay out of the way. Bathurst is on the defense against Jared Knight. The Mazda, I think, is stronger in a straight line, but weaker through the corners, so this is a good effort from Dan Bathurst down Conrod Straight to fend off the Mazda, and if you can have that track position in front going over the top of the mountain, that's a strength for the GR86. It's on Pirelli slick tyres and very wide wheels for a GR86. Now looking at M4 Privateers down the inside there, and the two of them get into each other.
And that's what ultimately sent Paul Thompson into the wall. Very lucky from everyone behind to avoid that as the car snaked across the racetrack, and that's big damage for the number 18 now, and potentially yet another case of the M4 Privateers team being looked at by race control.
And the car that they've tried to pass was 15 laps down to them. I mean, 15 laps down isn't quite an invitation to dive bomb, but if you're close enough to dive bomb, they should probably not be impeding you.
True.
I see two sides to it.
Yeah.
I see this as being very hot just outside of the top 10. So the two Accelerate BMWs that have been up and down through the field and heavily damaged at points and still not completely repaired are going to get around OSR Enduro 1 and Simon Black. The powered by Coffee McLaren is in the middle of a double-sized, double-stuffed Oreo sandwich of Accelerate Endurance.
Yeah, with white cookies. That is certainly rich. Oh dear, problem for the Momentum Porsche. Matthew Johnson somehow getting into the gravel trap on the outside of Murray's.
Did you see the marks in the grass? Like, he'd run right side tyres through the grass the whole way. That's why. Okay, so the OSR car Henry King wide creates a checker, looking for a three-wide moment. His outside tyres on the grass, and he can't get back on in time to brake and make the corner.
Just keeps it out of the barriers though. So well done on the recovery, but yeah, that's the kind of move that you don't even want to see with half an hour to go in a race. You'd rather see that on the last lap, really.
the Mercedes teammates lost a spot here as well to the Drop Bear Venus, I think. So Jackson Dial is in 4th, and the other Orbit Drop Bear car, the Mars car, is applying incredible pressure there as well. So Matthew Dench in the 85, just in behind. Pecorini, who restarted in 3rd, did he not? And now is 5th and about to look at 6th potentially.
Yeah, he lost 2 places at turn 2 earlier this lap. It was just a pass up the inside from the Australia-wide car of Morris, and then he was caught on the outside of turn 2 was Pecorini, and the Orbit Drop Bear cars went, yes please, at least one of us is going to take that.
Opens up more space between One Performance Racing 1st and 2nd and the pursuing pack of Mercedes AMG GT4s. Wide Racing in 3rd at the moment. Getting close to lap record pace out front though, was 2:13.8 for the race leader, and drops back to 2:14 this lap. But very few laps have been done in the 2:13s in this race, and both of the OPR cars did it. Probably the sweet spot on the restart where you've built the tyre temperature, but you haven't caught the traffic yet.
Sweet spot indeed. You can get the pace down. Adrian Duke, meanwhile, the Powered by Coffee McLaren, 4 spots down on where they started, but they've survived a lot in this race. And that McLaren 570S has been representing its brand and its model very well. The only one of its type in this field, which, as I mentioned before, is dominated by Mercs and BMWs. Oh, God, at the cutting, Pecorini has walled it with a little bit of help from Matthew Dench.
Well, there's no rear wing on that car either, so it's been in backwards hard. So this is from turn 2. Peccorini's defensive into turn 2. So we're heading up the hill towards the cutting.
Live pictures, he spins again, but this is where it happens. Dench tried to get up the inside, but I don't think there was enough overlap there.
Left rear suspension is so damaged from that, so no wonder he's struggling to get it back around. You can see what it's done to that corner of the car. So he's tried to carry on.
This heartbreak for Momentum Motorsport. They were in contention for a podium here. It had been a long and hard-fought race for them. Unfortunately, that will be the end of their campaign, more or less. They should still be able to get back out there and circulate to the end, but their chances of even a top 10 at this point have vanished, and through no fault of their own. Top 2 continue flying in formation, as it looks like the second of the Momentum cars, Matthew Johnson, making a recovery, still in 10th spot, coming back up on the OSR and Accelerate cars. Lame Sheep Racing not too far ahead either. Kurt Nommensen putting that car up into 7th. And there's the decision from race control. Immediate, almost. Matthew Dench been given a drive-through penalty for that contact, so the 85, who we were so focused on before the final round of pit stops, the clearest looking challenger to the OPR duo up front, is going to have their race stymied as well.
M4 Privateers down the inside of Ozicar Racing Team at turn 2. And hooking that groove with the crown of the road through turn 2.
Nicely done. Here's Nommensen. Right on the back of Lucas Baker. It's the old BMW versus the new BMW. And As we've said a few times, balance of performance has benefited the older model in a straight line. The newer M4, the G82, had its power cut by 2%. Normanson struggling to keep up there through the S's and the dipper. When he gets back to Conrod, though, you'll see a little bit more power come out of that older car.
I think the engine's very similar between the old and the new one as well. They're certainly both a turbo inline 6. It certainly looks like Lame Sheep have just a little bit more on OSR Enduro, but it looks like OSR Enduro don't have much of anything at all in a straight line as Accelerate Endurance sail past.
And that's the number 76, the pole position car. Remember how we saw that one in the pits for quite some time a while ago? We thought they were completely out of this. Well, they are nabbing positions here in the final half an hour. They're getting up the inside of the Lame Sheep 015, and Favell will find his way to the inside of turn 1 to get that car back into the top 6. What a recovery.
But has he got clear of the Lame Sheep Racing car that will have the inside for turn 2? Oh, he's getting a bit of a push from Henry King here. Okay.
A bit later on the brakes as Favell and fires it to the inside, manages to just hook it in, and Henry King, unfortunately, has the rear end hook into the wall.
He wasn't clear of Normanson, who had the inside.
Oh,
Normanson
no.
Gets a iRacing black flag for the incident points.
Oh, that's disastrous for both of those cars. I mean, what do you even say? Like, both of those cars deserved a finish in the top 10. We'll get the on-board here from Normanson's perspective. And you see the straight line speed advantage that the older BMW has. He gets in, he knows that he has to yield to Favell there, but King then tries to go around the outside, and it's only a light bit of contact. You know, I feel like if I was in race control, I'd probably judge that as a racing incident, if anything. But we'll have to wait and see what race control actually says on that. Regardless, yeah, just sad to see both of those cars have their races turn out that way. Meanwhile, the Orbit Drop Bear Mercedes working their way through the Class C traffic. This is the Class C top 2 that they're amongst. This is looking a bit messy.
Yeah, so Jared Knight, the Mazda second, Dan Bartush, the leader of class, and
look at the speed.
Jarrett's is fighting to get back on the lead lap here. I was like, there's a lapped car amongst them, but I think that's fair game for Jarrett's to try to race his way back onto the lead lap. The safety car now brings him back into it. He's got to do everything that's fair to try to stay on the lead lap. The Mazda MX-5, this is where it's strong. Up the mountain here, just pulls a couple kilometers an hour on him.
Oh no! Powered by Coffee is around. Adrian Duke gets back running as Kurt Normanson pops out of pit lane in spectacular fashion just up ahead. And there goes Jared Knight.
I can see why Jarrett's wants to fight this, and I feel like so long as he's racing fair, he should be allowed to try to get his lap back.
Yeah, that is the question. I don't know if either of the top 2 teams are getting on the blower to race control. Well, this is what happened here to the Powered by Coffee McLaren. They had Henry King and another one of the Accelerate Endurance cars there, I believe. And just a 3-wide moment.
Someone's requested a tow?
What?
So Marconi's got a black flag. Someone else has got... Lorne McKee has a black flag. a couple of cars are missing some bits. So there's the slot car racing Mazda, and someone further up the road has Accelerate miss the S's.
I've noticed, actually, there's been more that's gone wrong in the vicinity of Henry King, but he didn't have anything to do with it. The OSR cars have actually gotten involved with each other, with a little bit of help from the Accelerate Endurance 1 car, the 88. Happened up at Reed Park. It looked like Simon Black was having a great run up the hill, and unfortunately, the Accelerate Endurance car, I think, was trying to let King go. This is an incident up at the cutting. Oh God, yeah. Okay, so that's what started it all. So then you move to Simon Black, just up ahead of them, and the incident continues after that. So here we go. Yeah, Black up the inside of King, and Lorne McKee there. Oh, just taps on the brakes, moves over, and then Black gets turned around. So then that's further drama for everyone who's just trying to recover from that incident at the cutting.
A couple of faceless machines there, picking up a lot of damage. Race lead is still Jake Edwards. Pulling time on the rest of the field at the moment.
Yeah, the OPR cars, they are solidly in the lead and not facing much of a sign of an attack. The Australia-wide racing car about 5 seconds back from them. Running lap times that are comparable, but not exactly faster. OPR executing this well.
We might just get headlights on before the end of this one. So Australia-wide racing holding on to that third with the pair of Orbit Drop Bears in behind. Venus and then Mars.
And Race Control have just gotten the black flag issued to the 85. So now they will actually go in to serve the penalty. Oh! I just saw 85 just got disqualified by Race Control. Because they had 5 laps to serve the penalty, and they did not. I think there's a bit of a lack of clarity there, because sometimes Race Control have been directly issuing penalties to cars, like as in, you know, getting it to show up in the sim for them, and other times they've just been directing them to drive through the pits. And potentially there was a bit of miscommunication there. Potentially the 85 crew thought that they would actually be issued the penalty rather than just being told to do it. And they were waiting for that, maybe. Still, I think there's going to be some discussion to come on that front.
Clear space for the leaders, bit of congestion for the midfield of GT4, including OSR Enduro and Simon Black trying to hold back Blake Fitzpatrick. Even with that damage, they're soldiering on with surprising pace.
Still looking good here with under 15 minutes remaining. I mean, really, at this point, It's looking completely in the hands of OPR for the win. For 9th place, for 11th. OSR Enduro, as you mentioned, that I'm amazed that they haven't got even lower straight line speed than that. Obviously, the M4 Privateers entry has still got them dead to rights in a straight line and hard on the brakes around the outside of the chase to take that 11th position. It has been a tough one for the M4 Privateers crew. They visited the pits quite a few times for penalties. Jackson Rihanna, though, in the leading TCR machine. Those guys have about 14 seconds or so over the Middle Finger Racing number 3. So looks like that lead is sorted for them for now, but got to remember the mountain can bite.
It's getting colder and it's getting darker towards the end. Track temperature down to 22 Celsius from highs of about 30. Gap expanding somewhat between Jackson Rihanna and Daniel Stevens.
Gap the same as it's always been for Jake Edwards and Dylan Shepherd up the front. I'm just wondering, when are we going to see Shepherd try to increase the pace here? Because obviously OPR race as a team. They will, respect each other's space when they're not under pressure. But are we going to have to wait for the final lap to see a real campaign from Shepherd to try and get ahead here? I mean, I say that like he's been the clearly faster car all day long, and he hasn't been. In fact, the number 51 has a faster overall race lap than the 143. So these cars are very evenly matched. For all we know, they could be pushing as hard as they can and battling each other right now, and we just don't see it because they're so well matched.
.18 seconds and growing first to second in class, so the Mazda pulling away. Just did a drive through for the incident point limit.
Yeah. So looks like that might be the lead gone there for ETS Motorsport in Class C. Final blow to a car that has had a very tough race indeed. For them to still be in contention for the lead this late on, after the times I've seen them running around with damage or being involved in an incident with a GT4 or something, it's still awesome to see that they're there circulating in second place and practically guaranteed it at this point, provided they keep circulating, of course.
Started with 6 hours on the clock and it felt like a pretty monumental task, but now there's just 10 minutes left in the Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour on the mountain. Race leaders on screen as Accelerate go a lap down with one of their cars. It's the 88. The other one is the Accelerate car, the 351. into traffic in an awkward spot, but the pace difference between GT4 and Mazda lets them power on by. There's some potentially sunburnt but well-hydrated fans across the top of the mountain, as there always is at Mount Panorama on a race weekend.
Eight and a half minutes on the clock. Just waiting, really. Moving back to the battle for 12th. Simon Blackburn slipping back in the OSR car, now under pressure from Colin Bruns in the 111. Amazing to see. That was another one of the cars that we saw circulating with damage earlier on. And they found themselves in contention for 12th. The Ozicar Racing team, Aston Martin, not too far behind either. Both the Ozicar and Middle Finger machines starting outside the top 20 here. So, biggest mover in the entire field being Kurt Normanson in the 015. Still, an incredible drive from the Lame Sheep Racing machine. Up into the top 10, and you never know, only a few seconds up the road to Henry King, number 52, who's carrying a little bit of damage once again from the incidents beforehand. So that car's pace could be compromised. Look at the gap that Normanson has made up on the last lap. 6.5 minutes on the clock. There's every potential here that there could be an 8th place on the horizon for Lame Sheep Racing.
King's pace has been pretty consistent though in the 216s. It's Lame Sheep Racing who's found a bit of speed. Particularly on that last lap, it all hooked up and gelled. Now, is this like the GT3 or not, where you can take the steering wheel and put it on your sim rig and vice versa?
I'm not entirely sure.
Clearly, it was a really, really smart idea. Change for the lead. Dylan Shepherd goes up top, ahead of his teammate Jake Edwards with 5 minutes to go. I mean, just a genius business decision from BMW and Fanatec that's really paid off for Fanatec, who are still highly profitable in business. This is that swap for the lead.
A solid move from Shepherd to get up the inside there. And looks like now, with 3 laps remaining for the front cars, that's going to be Shepherd. Oh, hang on.
OG Gamer Gear back there have sort of tried to make their way back into the paddock from turn 1. So they're actually parked up, but they're out of the way for all intents and purposes. In the real world, they probably would have actually been able to drive it into the paddock from even during a hot track from that access point. Imagine you could get your car out of the way. So, is Edwards a team player? Is there higher rules in play? Can we fight but tidily, or is this Dylan Shepherd show now? He's leading before the last safety car of the race. perhaps mistimed it. Jake Edwards got ahead during that safety car, not on track at the time. Shepard back to the lead of the race. Is that rightfully back to the lead of the race in the eyes of OPR?
I mean, he's nailing the exits from the slower corners on the track, so I get the feeling that he does have good overall pace. But Edwards is coming back in the slipstream. Maybe we'll see if these guys give us a show. Edwards moves out, and he's going for the lead as well. Oh, pushes a bit deep into the chase. Shepard not able to respond, though. Are they going to go side by side through Murray's? This often ends well.
Dylan Shepard gets back. It'll be 2 laps to go. No white flag yet with 3 minutes on the clock. That's 2 more times around Mount Panorama.
Yeah, so evidently now that they know they have the solid gap over everybody else, the Australia-wide racing car 7.3 seconds off the lead in the distance there, and still under some pressure, it looks like, from the Orbit Drop Air Venus car. These guys are free to race, and they are taking that with both hands.
Last thing about liveries throughout the fields, I was trying to work out if the OSR BMWs were both running Schnitzer Motorsport DTM liveries, but the Warsteiner liveries is Schnitzer, but apparently the Jägermeister was run by Linda Renshaw for Wayne Gardner in 1992, if I've got that right. So there's a fair bit of damage to that Warsteiner livery, which again I'm pretty sure is a Schnitzer Motorsport livery. Various Jägermeister sports cars and touring cars were a common thing throughout the 80s, 90s. It's happening here. Not all of it on the same lap, though. Ozicar and Middle Finger Racing are for position on the lead lap. They are somewhat separated here. The Aston Martin just at the back with a perhaps lap down accelerate between himself and his next car for position. Your race leaders are about to take the white flag, and they're only a tenth of a second apart. Dylan Shepard in front of his teammate Jake Edwards. The 143 and the 51 One Performance Racing BMWs going to have to settle this on the lead on the final lap.
White flag flying. Barney working hard as Dylan Shepard leads us across the line to make it 6,213 meters to go in the Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour. All about the exit from turn 1 for Jake Edwards. Running with the man who is basically the face of OPR as Dylan Shepard. He's been with the team for a very long time. One of the founders. And the exit of turn 2 is going to be incredibly important here as they find their way up the hill.
Yeah, Shepard has a little bit of a slide, but he covered the entry to the corner just perfectly. So Edwards is all over his rear bumper, but Shepard just middle of the road there into the cutting, just parking him out. And it's all about the drive off Forrest's elbow at this point. You've got to imagine they have to play a bit of chess on this final lap. Edwards might want to come off Forrest's elbow 1-2 car length back rather than this close underneath his rear bumper. But if you give Dylan Shepard too much rope, you'll never see him again. So this is super touch and go. Could the traffic play into it?
Yeah, this is the question. One bit of traffic here looks like a GR86. It's Joshua Napoli who has taken over the Australia-wide racing pink car, and this is a tough spot to come up on them. He's going to stay wide and let both of our leaders through, but a bit compromised on the exit is Jake Edwards. He'll have to sicken the slipstream of Dylan Shepard to see any chance of going for it here at the chase. He's got it. He's creeping forward.
is it actually a blessing in disguise? I think he was the right distance behind to get a run at this. And between the teammates on the final lap of 6 hours of racing on the mountain, Edwards is going to look around the outside. Shepherd will still have the inside, but he breaks first. Is that too hot from Edwards? He comes across to try to block Shepherd out on the run out of the chase, heading to the final corner of more than 6 hours of racing. Jake Edwards cannonball around the outside of the chase. Looks like it's going to give the 51 One Performance Racing BMW at One Performance Racing 1-2 in the Ozicar Bathurst 6 hours on the mountain. Australia Wide Racing put a Mercedes onto the podium in third place, as Orbit Drop Air Venus couldn't stick with them.
Still going to come around and congratulate our Class C leader here, Jared Knight in the HTS Racing Yellow Machine. The Class C winner is going to come across the line before Class B. What a drive from HTS here. They were well off the lead for some time, but throughout the safety cars, throughout playing the strategy and surviving the traffic, they've gotten themselves into an incredible position here. They started 24th overall, and that was pole position, I believe, for Class C here, and the checkered flag will be theirs to the line. Jared Knight and Russ Green can celebrate now as they see that checkered flag in first.
For a class made up of two cars, there was a bit too much excitement from TCR. There was a point where there was no right front wheel on this car. The Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics Audi RS3. They fixed it. A couple of safety cars, they got into place and into position to take the win in Class B.
Congratulations to Summit. Really gave it a red hot go, along with Middle Finger Racing in the number 3. And yeah, for there only being 2 TCRs on the track, that battle between them was certainly one of the highlights of this race. Well, our top class, top 2, flying in formation down the hill. I think it's quite appropriate that the Anzac livery car crossed the line ahead.
At the setting of the sun. Race back to pit lane. Dylan Shepherd's got his nose in front, coasting down the hill. Bring out the soapbox derby on the final lap. These cars can't make the jump, can they?
I don't think they can.
I think only the rallycross cars can keep sufficient momentum across the gravel to attempt making the what was once incredibly famous iRacing Bathurst jump. Does not look like what they are aiming for. Sun setting over Mount Panorama. I'm surprised. Oh, there's been dramas. Aussie wide GR86 has taken out third place from Class A.
Okay, I think that's a little bit of back and forth between the teammates there. Well, here are your results then. Jake Edwards bringing the number 51 to the line in first place. They started 4th in the hands of Edwards and Stefan McCartan, finishing ahead of Dylan Shepherd, who drove with Darcy Inwood in the number 143. Alexander Morris was at the wheel of the 405 Australia Wide Racing blue car, driving with Drew Hanstein. Jackson Dial finishing 4th for the Orbit Drop Air Venus team. Greg Favell bringing the pole position car home. What a recovery it was from Accelerate Endurance. From pole position to dead last to being in the pits with damage, back up to a top 5. Congratulations to them. Momentum, Matthew Johnson across the line in 6th. Southern Cross Racing coming home in P7 with OSR Enduro in 8th. Kurt Normanson and his teammate at Lame Sheep Racing in the form of Eduardo Zamora getting the most positions gained in the entire field up into the top 10, which is rounded out by the Powered by Coffee McLaren.
Just gorgeous shots at sunset as it creeps over the back of the mountain. The M4 Privateers, one of the teams the most times through the pit lane at 12 times in a 6-hour race, finish 11th, while the team that did get the most, OSR Enduro number 8, they finished 12th with 13 pit stops. And then Middle Finger Racing and Aussie Car Racing team. Box One Racing's Porsche that had some good strategy at points and restarted at 4th at one point. They're going to be the last car on the lead lap. Scammer Flare Esports, 2 laps down. Accelerate Endurance, 88, 4 laps down. Gamma Flare Esports Blue, 4 laps down. Accelerate Endurance, 351, 7 laps down. Momentum Motorsport, 10 laps down. Very, very few retirements in this race, but towards the tail end of GT4, we are going to find some.
And rounding out our field here, the OG Gear Esports car unable to make it close to the finish. Amount of laps. Sam Chapman for Vermilion Esports, 24 laps down. Disqualification, bit controversial for the number 85 Orbit Drop Bear machine. And, well, that was the last of our GT4s that took part in the race. That 000 is the safety car with the same amount of laps off the leader. In TCR, it was Summit SimSports Flash Graphics who managed to ultimately put a lap on Middle Finger Racing.
Yeah, only because the outright leader was in between them when they were about 20 seconds apart.
Yes, indeed. But it was a very close and hard-fought race between those two competitors. And in PCR, our third class here today, Jared Knight taking the HTS Racing Yellow MX-5 home. Dan Bartush at the wheel of the ETS Motorsport GR86, only 18.5 seconds separating them at the end. Brett Gerards for Middle Finger Racing, another GR86, a lap down. Stephen O'Brien brought the Slot Car Racing MX-5 home, 4 laps down, with Joshua Napoli and Aaron Major in the 2 Australia-wide cars coming home 6 and 11 points, laps down respectively. Well, David, it looks like it might be time to have a chat to a few of our drivers here.
Yeah, so what order do we go? It's quite a party post 6 hours on the mountain. I want to get to Class C, if we can.
Right. I only see the MFR car there from Class C, which was a podium. But the Class C winners ultimately not in here yet.
So HTS does not stand for high to sim speed.
It looks like Jared Knight is in there. So hand it over to you, David, for a chat with our Class C winner.
Yeah, so outside of that top class, Class C, pretty competitive, while there were not many in TCR. And I guess a more of an interesting choice when the GT4 teams look at their GT4s, they just, got to ask how's the bop. But there's no way that the Mazda and the GR86 were ever going to race the same. So what kind of number crunching and testing led you to rocking up in the Mazda?
Not a lot of number crunching, and I think as soon as we heard about the event going on, we decided that the Mazda was the car to be in. We floated the idea of the Clio, just given it had an obvious pace advantage, but for whatever reason, no one wants to run it. So we were just comfortable in the Mazda, and it proved to be the right car.
Yeah, indeed. So then, strategy in a multi-class race when you're not the top class is always difficult. Was that also a little bit winged and just worked out in your favor, or do you have a plan of attack on that?
No, not really. We tried to take fuel, obviously, whenever we could. We probably missed one occasion during a safety car where we didn't take fuel, and That could have been the difference in the end. Unfortunate to the 95 boys, I think they got a black flag, and that was the difference in the end. But yeah, like it was really hard with picking strategy with the 86. I think it was going an extra 7 or 8 laps on their tank. Difference in tyres, like it's just it was basically just run your own race, stay out of trouble, and sort of see where you end up at the end.
Well, awesome run. Got a great look at all of the weather and a beautiful sunset on the mountain. 2-driver team between yourself and Russ Green. What did he bring?
Consistency, mate. He kept me level-headed towards the end. I was starting to get a bit frustrated with the 59 in front here. Under 30, he was trying to get his lap back, and I think we were just sort of using a bit of a bungee cord with the toe, and it was sort of holding us up, and then we'd hold him up, and we just eventually just decided once the 95 had to come into pit, we'll just drop off and let him be. But yeah, Rush drove flawlessly throughout the day. Him himself wasn't overly comfortable across the top, but yeah, managed to keep it off the walls, which is what you need to do.
Fantastic. Congratulations. And here's an obvious one to ask someone who just won. If Ozicar run this again next year, we'll see you on the grid?
Yeah, I dare say you will. We might change up the car. We might not. We might still run the Mazda, but it will see what's on offering. And yeah, I dare say you'll see either one or more HTS cars on the grid next season.
Beauty. Congratulations. Enjoy the long weekend.
Thanks, mate. Take care. Thanks for the broadcast, guys.
A race winner from Class C. And Class E he was indeed. Where are we going now, Reese?
We are going to Class B. Jackson Rayana from the TCR winning team, Summit Sim Sports Flash Graphics, is with us now. Jackson, you, Josh, and John, if your name started with J, it was a good time to be driving an Audi there. It was a tough battle with the MFR crew, though.
Yeah, it was. Like, up until probably the second last safety car, it was quite tight there. And we thought we'd jump into the TCR class for a bit of fun. And in true Bathurst 6-hour production car fashion, see how high we could drag the thing up the grid. And thought we'd give it a go. And those boys kept us honest all day. It was really good.
The Audi obviously had a bit of a fuel mileage advantage over the Honda Civic, but ultimately the strategy ended up falling the way of MFR for a time. And it seems ultimately it came down to where you were in relation to the overall leader as to how much pressure you were under on that final lap.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially coming up to the safety cars as well, like we wanted to be in the right position so that we could pit, take fuel, take tires if we needed to. And I think that last safety car there, we thought we had enough in hand, but we were in a position where we were able to pit late or just come in and top it up with a little bit and even throw some tires at it just to be extra safe. But yeah, either way, they kept us honest throughout the day. I had to really switch on there for that last stint and pull enough of a gap to be able to make sure that we'd come home with the chockies and even try and we're actually aiming for top 15 overall. And we came up one place short, annoyingly, but either way, it was a good day out.
Yeah, it certainly was. The chockies are yours, and if you have anyone to thank for them, now is the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to the Summit Sim Sport boys as always, and thanks to John Simpson, Flash Graphics, for creating our car aptly named Amy for the day. And we're looking forward to our next event, which will be the GT Pro Series. And if you liked today's livery, keep an eye out, because I think Amy will be making a return for that next round.
Very nice. Well, we'll keep a close eye on that one. Thanks very much for joining us, Jackson Rayana. Enjoy your victory.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Well, with that, we say goodbye to our Class B winners. And, well, I suppose now, David, it's up to you to blend to our overall race winners.
Yeah, Jake Edwards and Stefan McCartan. Race winners join us. Well, 6 hours of racing, so there's always plenty to talk about, but we'll start with the end. Bit of gloves off between the teammates. What's the team rules in that situation?
There aren't any really. Yeah, nah. As long as there's no contact made, free to race. We were sort of just trying to get a gap on P3 and 4 before we started fighting. So if we did go side by side for a few laps, we wouldn't bring them right back up to us. But yeah, no, there was really no rules there.
And Jake, what's been the strength for this new spec BMW with a whole choice of different models available and a little power cut to this? It's still brought you guys the 1-2.
Yeah, I don't know, really. Like, it just handles pretty good. Probably compared to most GT4s out there. It's pretty good through like mid-speed corner stuff. And yeah, without the power cut, if there was no power cut, it would have been way quicker than what it was. So, but yeah, it's good fun to drive. Just the gearing's a bit, how you going,
And multiple safety cars, fuel strategy, all of that. You kind of got a bit of the jump on everyone else and your teammate here in that final safety car.
Yeah, well, with that final safety car, we didn't really need it. Like, we were pretty good to go almost to the end, but we would have jumped Denchi. Denchi was probably our biggest rival at the end there. But he ended up getting the penalty or whatever he got. But yeah, we didn't take tyres, and Shep ended up taking tyres, so that's what basically cost him in the end. But like, we still battled pretty good, so like he probably realistically should have had the race win there, but I kind of held him up a bit.
And this place, the race it's based on, is a sort of growing, incredibly popular event. So for Ozicar to put this one on, you guys obviously seemed pretty keen to get amongst it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we just had a good record at the OSR 12 hour in the GT4. We ended up winning that, so we're like, well, we'll try and just back it up in the 6 hour and give it a go. So now we got the double, so that's a good thing. So good event. Ozicar did well for themselves.
Yeah, really good showing from yourselves, your whole team once again. And I mean, to win is great. A 1-2 for the team. How much sweeter does that make it?
Yeah, Steph, you can take that.
Look, yeah, it's mega. Putting all the prep into this, we did run a completely different setup than we did in the OSR 12 hour. Once we heard there was no rain on the forecast. And yeah, for the team, it's mega. You can't get much better. We only entered 2 cars, and for them to come 1-2 in the top class, yeah, can't ask for anything more.
Absolutely fantastic. You guys also rolled out a special livery, and you would have seen lots of other sort of, one-off and commemorative liveries out there. Adds a special flavour to this race, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it ties in well that it was the Anzac Day yesterday. So yeah, we thought we'd chuck it on one of our cars as the Anzac Memorial livery there on the 51. And yeah, can't do much more about it. It's good to be on Anzac, and hopefully it can sort of stay around that time so we can continue doing those liveries for it.
Yeah, it being a long weekend most places, and also relatively close to Easter when the real race is, it seems like there could be some date equity in this so that you can mark it in your calendar years forward, hopefully. You guys can also mark a win next to yourselves and use your long weekend to celebrate how you see fit.
I'm sure we will.
Yeah, I'm celebrating eating nuggets right now, so tough.
Well, that's the way to celebrate. Congrats, guys, and thanks for stopping by.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for putting it on.
Race winners from the 51. There's a couple more items of business, though, before we wrap up the Ozicar Bathurst 6 hours this year. And one of them is, with all those special liveries out there, Reece, there's a prize or some such for the best livery, and there's voting going on, and I think it's going to like third preference counts and etc. So where's this headed? What's the prizes, and what are we thinking?
Well, we have trophies on hand here for the best livery, and also for the best for the best 3 liveries. Sorry. So that's certainly a great prize to have done. Ozicar, of course, always supportive with trophies and such, and this is one of the ones that I believe we have selected. It is the OSR Jinx Shifters number 52 with that brilliant Jägermeister inspired livery. And yeah, I certainly enjoyed watching that one go around the track. OSR always pulling out all the stops to bring special liveries to special events.
Yeah, the Jaeger Shifters is a good choice because it blends their existing sponsors and supporters into a classic BMW livery and then puts it on a modern BMW. So the tie-in of the BMW history and the great use of font choice puts them into the top 3. Also joining them in the top 3 is the Momentum Porsche. You were sort of in the day sunlight, ogling the reflections on this one.
Yeah, indeed. The Mercedes as well, but the number 78 has really played around nicely with the spec maps, and as the sun's gotten lower, you can really see how they've managed to make that car look. It's a beautiful bit of livery design, this one, and a nice color choice as well.
Oh
we
my
apparently
goodness,
have 4 winners.
4 in the top 3. That's great.
Wow. That's another trophy we're going to have to get. Ira adding an extra prize in because this one is one of the many Anzac Day tribute liveries that we've had here today, and it is the MFR number 3 TCR. It'd be nice if we could get these cars in a bit more light so we could actually see all of the details on these liveries. But regardless, we've seen this car quite a bit over the course of this broadcast, seeing the silhouette shots of the soldiers blending into the Australia, New Zealand flags, etc. It's a beautiful job by Dan Stevens and his Mad As Designs brand on bringing this livery to us, and you can always count on MFR to have some of the most striking liveries in any field.
Blending Australian and New Zealand flags reminds me how many times I've heard the Australian and New Zealand anthems blended yesterday. So yeah, I don't hear the New Zealand anthem all that much. It's banger, goes off. And another one inside of our top 3. Yeah, Dan Bathurst here. The ETS Motorsports.
Another brilliant Anzac tribute livery. And I always enjoy seeing camo on a race car somehow. And the way that ETS have decided to go for it is very nice, very clean indeed.
Remember the camo Red Bull at the Bathurst 1000, 2014, 2015-ish? That was a good one. So maybe there's a bit of Bathurst heritage to that as well. So lots of teams not only rolling out great liveries, but rolling out race-specific, one-off, unique liveries for this, which has given us such a great flavor alongside the awesome racing that we've had, Reese.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a fantastic broadcast to be a part of, and really looking forward to seeing the next time this gets organized, because I think we're going to be adding another marquee event to the OzNZ sim racing calendar with this Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm walking away from it thinking this felt like a really special race with a unique character. We see so much racing at Mount Panorama on iRacing from the Australian community and globally, because it's a great and exciting track. But this really has brought that unique 6 hour character and flavor, and it's left me with a distinct feeling that again there could be improvements made, adjustments to the classes, but hopefully everyone's seen this and thought that's a great idea and can get behind it going forward. Getting behind it for the first iteration, we got to thank Racecraft Simulations, iRacing Australia Facebook, Dulux, and the No Social Hate campaign. Some great winners from the 3 classes, some great prizes going out. and just a great community event. The inaugural running, an absolute success. The Ozicar Bathurst 6 hour. All of it was live here on SimSpeed TV with myself, David Haynes, and Reese Gardner. Production by Jay Kennedy. It's been our pleasure. We hope you've enjoyed it, and congratulations again to the inaugural winners.